couple of first 5-10 minutes each session. Then we had one session, we lost a lot of time and we had to cancel or not cancel, postpone. We have the speaker here of the next session. They have consented to speak today. So if there are any questions from yesterday, we'll take a couple of questions. Then I will hand it back to Nitin Shetty. Any questions you have on GCC? Both of them are stalwarts. They will answer. Yeah, anybody? Yeah, there's a question here. Good. Let us have a round of applause for her, the first person. No, it's not still. Other test ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಡಪ್ಪ. Hello.
Is it okay?
Yeah, now it's okay.
So yeah, first of all, thank you for organizing this session. It's really insightful for us. This question might sound little silly for all those who are.
There are no silly questions.
But still, I would ask this. So I'm also a chartered accountant. I have worked in corporates for around 9-10 years. It's been nearly a year that I started my own practice of helping US-based startups and SMEs in fractional CFO domain. So when it comes to GCC, okay, or reaching to big clients or onboarding few CPAs whom you can work like a GCC. So the challenge, what I feel sometimes we feel is to onboard a big client, you need a big team. But to have a big team, you need a big client. So how to, break this cycle? I mean, we cannot onboard a big team unless we have, some commitment of getting a big client. And to get a big client, you need to onboard a big team. So how?
That's your narrative, no?
Yeah.
One unfortunate thing in life is, my narrative is the truth. I don't know if you catch it. My narrative is the truth. So if I have a very, positive narrative, that becomes the truth. So my small thing is, one of the points we have talked about here, one of the sessions today also we are talking, is this mindset change. See, we all chartered accountants, whether we are in practice or otherwise, we went through a course which was little, at least for me, it was very difficult, barely passed. So we went through negative conditioning, very tough course, very difficult to, so we were all survivors, whereas it's not true. Just think of yourself and see where you are. You are at a fantastic stage. All you need is confidence and an alternative way of thinking. I'm sure I will tell the speakers, because just before we started the session, Hanif was saying both of us also went through these difficulties. I'll allow both of them to answer your question and then we will start the session. Nitin, after that you can start. Yes, sir. Please.
Sure. Madhukar sir. Yeah, short answer. I was talking to some students about a month back. I mean, they asked me, based on your experience of starting Novigo and then eventually getting it acquired, right? What is that one skill that is very important when you start and when you grow from one stage to another, right? I think we all need that bit of madness. If you calculate everything, right, you will not leapfrog into the next level. So that way we should take a leap of faith. You have certain clients of certain size that you'll start working with. Few things that will work for you, few things that won't work for you. But at some point, you'll have to take that bit of a risk with certain sense of madness. You can't calculate everything and grow to the next level. I'm sure, Suyog will have similar kind of experience.
I agree with Hanif as well. So I think both of us have companies in Mangalore. It's very hard to even tell that, we are established in Mangalore. First people think we are from Bangalore. So we come from that, perception, right? But again, I think, end of the day, customer is, or whoever you're working with is looking for value, right? One, are you providing the right value? Second, do you have confidence and the skill to deliver it? And obviously, I think we come from places where, every time you don't have capacity and skills. So, and as Sir said, it's about what narrative you build in front of a customer. So, once you build that, it's about going and executing it. And you'll never be in a position of comfort, right? If you are, then that's a problem.
No, to answer your question, I think we are like both of them said, build your own narrative. I'll give my example. We are from a small place in Mangalore. In 2008, through a reference, I got one Those days it was not called as GCC. It was just I got an IT work from one US client. And then it went with reference. So you have to build up your own client base. So like you can't go immediately for a 100 or 200 case. You start with 5, 10, 15, so it grows that way. So even if you have 5 or 6 good clients, that makes your day.
Yeah.
Very good morning. I'm from Mysore and similar tier 2 city. Have you had the feeling of always having resource crunch, the right resource? Maybe people always like being sucked by Bangalore in terms of the quality or the attractiveness. But a similar experiences from Mysore where we always feel candidate always says, next 2 years I'll go to Bangalore, sir. I don't want to stay in Mysore.
No, I think I should, since a chartered accountant, I'll answer this. I didn't get your name, sir. Bhargava. In Mangalore, this year we had 53 students who passed out other day. And the previous May exam, we had 54 who passed out. Believe it or not, only 2 stayed back in Mangalore. So they find whatever with your 2 hours spending traffic and all those things, they find Bangalore or Bombay much better than Bangalore. That's so we have now initiated a program which we'll be talking about now, trying to bring back talent back to Bangalore. So I'll just begin. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So we are all from Bangalore. As all of you would have heard, Bangalore has been given as the safest city in India. And worldwide, we are supposed to be the 49th. And as far as the per capita income is concerned, Dakshin Kannada, there is Mangalore and Udupi and surrounding areas, it is 6.8 lakhs per capita income, which is just second in Karnataka to Bangalore. And we are strategically located on a coastal with access to the airport, port, strong academic ecosystem, expanding startup culture. And recently, you see, government of Karnataka has given a lot of progressive policies. So even Mangalore or Udupi, we are thinking of having this as a premier GCC. For some statistics, in the last 24 months, we had 40 IT companies coming into Mangalore, and this has created about 8,000 jobs. We are trying to brand the region as Silicon Beach of India. That is right from Mangalore to Karwar. So we are doing a lot of work in this way. With regarding what you said, we are asking IT professionals to come back to Mangalore. And recently we had about 14 professionals who came back. And each of them, if they have given employment to at least 10, we have about 150 which have been created very recently. Coming to exits, we had a very successful exit in 2021 when Robosoft was taken over by a Japanese company of Mr. Rohit Bhatt. That was for about 800 crores. And very recently, we have 2 gentlemen here. Mr. Suyog Shetty is from Nevius Solutions. His company was taken over for 400 crores. They had an exit for 400 crores. And we have with us, this is just 2 months back which has happened, Nevius Solutions. We have Hanif Mohammed with us. Their company was taken over for 900 crores. That is including 400 crores cash and, am I right? 500 crores of performance-based stock consideration. So we thought of setting this session as three of us decided we'll have it as a QA session. So I'll ask them some questions which they could answer and it could benefit the audience. Suyog, I'm coming to you first. Coming from a small city like Udupi, you built Nevius into a leading Google partner in India. And later you were acquired by NTT Japan. This usually the plan for exit, though you have started in 2013, the plan for exit starts about 5 years back. So I'd like you to share your journey over this last 5 years, how you planned out for this exit.
Thanks, Nitin, and thanks for inviting me to be part of this event. So I think while we had the biggest movement in the last 5 years, we've been trying to build organization from 2009, right? So that's when the whole journey started. The first failure, 2013, things didn't work out, and 2018 is when we pivoted the business, right? And as you know, as like Hanif and a lot of us, we are very close to Mangalore, and we wanted to do something in Mangalore, and that's the whole reason why we set it up in Udupi. Not even in Mangalore, our headquarters is in fact in Udupi, which is a much smaller town, right? So, the idea was, not to, do an exit. The idea was to take it to public. So that was a vision in which we started building the organization and pivoting the organization in 2018. We were a small team of about 25 people, based out of Udupi, but aspiration of building a much scalable organization in that part of the world. And the only primary reason why we wanted to do that is after, as I think someone called out, we all studied there, right, in and around Mangalore. But every time when we look for jobs, everyone had to move out of Mangalore, right? There are no enough opportunities. And it was a good thing to build something in that region and provide, opportunities in that region. So that was the primary reason why we stayed back. I was in fact in US and moved back in 2018 to, build the organization. But the aspiration was big. I think we said that, sitting out of Udupi, when we started, we said we are only going to target enterprise customers and partner with Google. And first thing, the hardest part was to convince that we were in Udupi, right? A lot of them, every time you say Udupi, Mangalore, they say Bangalore. Then we have to correct that. No, it's not Bangalore, it is Mangalore. That is how the conversation with customers used to start. But I think we were very clear in terms of where and whom we want to serve. And that's the whole journey which started in 2018 for us when we pivoted the business. And I think we kept the whole thing focused. We said we're going to work with Google, we're going to specialize in certain things. We're going to stick to Mangalore. At that point, in fact, today there's a lot of momentum about building companies and this. But I think by the time when I and Hanif were building, people believed that we shouldn't be even putting up a company there. In fact, we were suggested that why don't you do it in Bangalore because it's easier to scale, right? So we had to go through all of that and then prove people that you can still build an organization, because there are 10,000 people who are passing out of Bangalore every year, from engineering colleges. Most of the global leaders, are from that region. If you look at, people like Satya Nadella, KV Kama, there are many global leaders who passed out of this region. A lot of startup founders who have come out of, MIT, KREC, which is there, right? So that was the whole drive. So I think, and that's the base in which we started. I think in the last 6 years, we took that 30-member team to about, close to about 1,100 today. We grew close to at 100%, right? Just focusing on certain things which we are really, really good. In fact, when I took over the role, back in 2018, our revenue was about 1 crore, right? As we close this year, we'll be close to about 400 crores plus, while the acquisition number is like bigger than that, what you mentioned, but I'll take that.
This is what I collected from.
Yeah.
You can tell the figure.
Yeah, no, but I think that's the scale in which. Now, I think what we proved that, I think you need not have to be necessarily sitting out of Bangalore, being in that VC. We are not even, funded for most part, right? It was bootstrapped, 90% owned by founders. We built something catering to global customers sitting out of Bangalore with the talent of Bangalore in the last couple of years, right? And I think the biggest turning point came when the CEO of Google Cloud, in one of their keynote, talked about the kind of work we do in Mangalore, right? That was the biggest, turning point for us. That out of all the regions in which someone like Google work, I think the work which we do sit out of Mangalore was called out in front of 15,000 people, and that is what we achieved in the last couple of years.
Thank you, Suigno. I'd like to also mention here, both these gentlemen, though we have premier institutions in Mangalore, engineering colleges, they have passed out from very ordinary colleges. So what it means, it all depends on the student, not on the institution fully. So of course, institution plays a role, but depends on the capacity and the initiative these gentlemen have taken. Hanif, I would like you to give the same answer to the same question about 5 years back, how you all planned the exit.
Sure.
During the last 5 years.
Sure, Nitin. Thank you. Thanks for inviting me here. It's an honor to be here. Like Suyog, we started in the year 2013. Four of us, me and my three friends, all of us come from Infosys. Infosys is the common connecting factor for the founders. We're all part of Mangalore Infosys. When we started, we were not sure of how to start and expand, right? But I think one thing that clearly worked well for us is out of the founding group, three of us come from a certain age group, and our CEO Praveen, he was 10 years elder to us. He was heading Mangalore Infosys. He came from a different, era. So that combination of three of us having that hands-on experience, this is something important for some of you who might want to, start and then scale, right? Three of us coming from a certain background where, we could roll up our sleeves, get our hands dirty, get into execution. And somebody like Praveen, who worked with, Mr. Narayan Murthy, Nandan Nilekani, and then, coming with certain sense of process, sanity, very, calm, level-headed, that kind of person within the founding group, I think that really helped us. We also, like Suyog, we got into a hyperscaler ecosystem like Microsoft. He got into Google, we got into Microsoft. But soon we realized, that's a very tough ecosystem to, build something really compelling. So we found out another strategy which really worked well for us. We picked up the leaders in the, Gartner ecosystem who are doing very well. The OEMs, what we call in the tech world, right? These technically sharp companies who have a certain product or a platform, who want to do well in the market. We learned that art of picking those skills early, what would come into the market. For example, now agentic AI and robotic process automation is something, that is very, prominent in the market, right? We picked up that in 2017 when it was not even heard in the, industry. So we picked that skill, just to give you a perspective, right? We partnered with a company called UiPath when they had gone for a funding round of $40 million. This was 2017, 2018. Novigo was the first partner in India. And then they went for that $20 billion IPO. So we have seen that journey. We partnered with them very early. So that way we learned that art of picking up the skill very early, building deep competency in that, then going into the market, sitting in a small city like Mangalore. And Mangalore being the small city, Suyog spoke about the talent, right? I mean, we are talking about an entry-level talent of close to 10, 15,000 engineers coming out every year. One thing that really helped Novigo, I'm sure it helped Nevius as well, is because it is a small city, because there is so much of talent, there's a lot more loyalty. There's a lot more stickiness. It's one thing to train people on a certain leading skill. It's also easy to lose them. If you have more churn, then you lose out on that incremental value that will go into your books, right? Finally, you will understand it better. So typically our best of margins for any IT business, right, comes in the first 3 years. If a 3-year resource stays with the company for that much longer, you make that much more margin. So that way, being in Mangalore, small city, the loyalty was more, stickiness was more. We could build deep competency on leading tech stacks. So that over a period of time we got the confidence, and post COVID it really picked up. We picked up areas like low code, no code, where I'm not talking tech here, but without using too much of a coding, you could build enterprise grade applications. Like for example, during COVID, the Saudi government rolled out the national level app for tracking all the nationwide patients using low code, no code in 14 days. This was not done previously, so that really picked up. We built competency on other areas which were, very emerging in the market. So one thing that we always focused on, Nitin, when we planned for the exit post-COVID, we did that, post-COVID. We were also very clear that we want to go for M&A. I mean, IPO was another thing that we considered, but because of the personal aspirations of the founders, we thought M&A is the right direction. We thought, one thing Novigo will always do is focus on latest tech stack. So we will front end and be a challenger to the big companies using latest tech stack. That really worked well for us. We also told that 50% of our workforce at any point of time will be in Mangalore. Okay. Currently, more than 50% is in Mangalore, because we used to operate at 2-3% attrition in Mangalore. A lot of our clients who used to visit Mangalore, they used to wonder, how do you manage to retain the same team over such a long period of time? I mean, it was Bangalore, nothing against Bangalore. We all, started our career here, but it's not technically.
I was coming to that. I wanted to ask Suyog, the attrition rate in Bangalore is around 18%, while in Mangalore it is less than 4%. How do you see this?
I think eventually for a business like for both of us, I think we'll have to realize that it's a people business at the end of the day, right? I think whether it is what we've done in the past with all AI and all everything coming, it will come down to people. And I think until unless you get your people strategy right, you are not going to scale, the way you want, right? And Mangalore provided us the base. Right. Earlier, as I told, we used to differentiate Bangalore. But today, I think we take that as an advantage. When I go to a customer presentation, we say that we are from Bangalore. There are 10,000 people available. My attrition rate is sub 3%. Right. I don't think so. There's any company competing in that same space can claim a sub 3% anywhere globally. Right. In the space where we operate.
No, coming to what Bhargav was saying. Do you see people moving out, talent moving out from Bangalore? We have 25 engineering colleges in Bangalore with a range of 25 kilometers. Yeah. 3 or 4, 5 medical colleges. Do you still see talent moving out of Bangalore? Fresh talent.
Things, Nitin, which works, for the talent to retain. One is the quality of work. Second is adequate compensation. You can't just because we are in Bangalore, you can't compromise on these two factors. Just because you're sitting out of that, people are not going to come from Bangalore to Mangalore just because everything is nice and you have a good life, but at a lower pay. That is not going to happen. So you'll have to accept the fact that you will have to compensate them rightly, adequately. And if you get the right work, not only the entry level talent, I think in the last 2-3 years, we've been able to bring a lot of a senior, I think for both of us, while the entry level talent, is easier to get and groom and
the lateral level is.
Yeah, the lateral is slightly a challenge. But in the last 2-3 years, we've been able to get a lot of people from Bangalore, even Mumbai and Delhi, to come and settle down in.
So do you match the same salaries?
Yeah,
or?
I think no one. I'm saying if you're going to say that you come to Mangalore for a lower salary, no one is going to come.
Right,
I think, and that's the first thing we probably have to.
Yeah, maybe that is what we CS also should think of.
Yeah,
right. We try to have Mangalore, Mysore means ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಮಾಡುವ salary ಅಂತ ಇರ್ತದೆ. I think that we should follow in our system also.
If I may add another dimension to this, right? I mean, post-COVID, what really happened was we ran a campaign during COVID to track the number of techies from Mangalore working in other bigger cities. There are more than 200,000 techies from Mangalore origin who are working in other cities. So that's a huge talent pool, right? 200,000 is a large number. Right. While there are many aspiring tier 2 cities, not many can claim that they have that many lateral talent pool. Entry level is still reasonable, right? 10 to 15,000. So we now have to tap into that talent pool. And what we observed over the last 3 years is for laterals having that 5 to 15 year experience where, the talent becomes very important to anchor a practice and, grow the team, right? People also consider how good the schooling infrastructure is in the city, how good the healthcare is, we brand Mangalore as a 15-minute city. All these factors also play a role. I mean, beyond that 20 lakh salary bracket, right? People are okay to compromise on that 4 to 5 lakh salaries for all these things. And we are seeing that happen now.
See, we in Mangalore are promoting Mangalore like anything. Be it the Silicon Beach of India, the KCCI, the CII, CREDI. We are hosting a TiCon next month in January 16th, 17th. All of us are involved. Like if you just what Hanif was mentioning, the Silicon Beach of India, we have a website. So we put on people who want to come to Mangalore as employees. And then there are employers who are registered. So already 45 companies are registered in that. No charges. They just cross-match and get employed with each other. Coming to this, I would like to ask Hanif, how do you see the GCC landscape evolving in Mangalore? Like, what are the new companies coming in? Monthly, any statistics that you could
tell? I've been tracking this for almost 10 years now, even before the Silicon Beach initiative took off. So Mangalore pre-COVID, we had about 160 companies, IT companies in Mangalore, IT exports of close to 3,000 crores. I'm quoting numbers in front of chartered accountants, so I'm sure about it. So right now, close to 260 companies, 100 companies got added in the last 3 years. IT exports in excess of 5,000 crores. We anticipate that number to go to 20,000 crores by 2030 because of the recent inflow of new big companies. So in a month, we have at least 6 to 8 new companies setting up shop in Mangalore. Some of the big names recently who have set up. EG is one. EG is a large product engineering player in Europe. They started about 2.5 years back. Now they've grown to close to 1,000 people in Mangalore within a short span of time. One big news across the globe about Silicon Beach of India, where the story really got enhanced, is both professionals coming to Mangalore for their core engineering work. Both coming to Mangalore was next level of marketing that happened naturally for Mangalore. There is NCR, which is a large banking client from US. They have scaled to 100 now, plan to hire, few hundred more in Mangalore. There's a captive called Arkiva, The supplychain.com domain is owned by Arkiva. They're a very niche player in, supply chain software. Their captive is in Mangalore. And there are at least, few more GCs in discussion. So all-round momentum in Mangalore, like never seen before, is happening for the reasons that I mentioned earlier. And also with this inflow of new GCCs, Nitin, one thing that is really happening on the ground, I see it with my friends, who want to shift back to Mangalore, right? They are really considering Mangalore as an option now to move for good. This never happened, previously.
Yes.
So leaders from different, locations coming back to Mangalore, helping companies set up in Mangalore because they love, that passion to give back to the city as well. That is also very important. So all-round momentum happening on the GCC space in Mangalore.
No, because there was a story going around wherein when first Toyota came to Bangalore, they selected Bidadi because they saw a golf course there. And they have a lot of, I think in IT sector also we have a lot of expats. So just to bring on record, Mangalore has developed 18-course golf course, floodlighted, and it is the 4th in the country. We have one in Delhi, one in Gurgaon, of course Bangalore one, and next is in Mangalore. So we are opening it on 21st and officially on January 9th. So I even read the papers of the Tamil Nadu government conducts golf tournaments for expats only. I think we should be starting this in Mangalore shortly with the support from these gentlemen. Coming to Suyog, you have operations in Tier 1 cities also. What difference do you find?
So I think we operate 80% of our talent and engineering talent sits out of Udupi and Mangalore, but I think 20% of it is closer to the customer. The big difference is in Udupi, Mangalore, it's much easier to control attrition, scale much faster. There are a lot more in terms of cost control and other stuff. I think when you go out of Bangalore, I think suddenly you start competing. Your attritions are also in line with what the industry numbers are. That becomes a big problem for us. But also the supply is adequate in these one. But I think the other way around, we have a problem, right? In Bangalore, while a lot of things work for us, I think there's certain things like communication, articulation of complex subjects. That's we still yet to do great or start to pick up some of those things in this one. When you come to some of the Tier 1 cities, I think a lot of those exposure actually helps us, right? So it has both disadvantage and advantages in what we do. But I think, we'll have to balance it out and use it to our benefit as we start scaling our businesses.
I think, Hanif, I was just reading the other day, your present CEO of R Systems. He's also a chartered accountant, I think, Nitesh Bansal. So he had given writing saying, Novigo is known in the college as the employer of choice. Is it right?
Yeah.
So that means you recruit a lot of people from Bangalore.
Yeah, we recruit. We started by hiring a lot of people from Infosys Mangalore because all of us come from Infosys Mangalore. Infosys follows a rating called CRR. Anybody who is having CRR 1+ had a red carpet to Novigo with 100% hike. That is how we started. But then we once you focus on strong tech skills, right? Like Suyog said, if you give them a visibility that you are working on something that is really modern, you are getting paid on par with big companies in a smaller city, then you can attract good talent. That really works well for us. And also, if you look at the history of Mangalore, Mangalore was the first city for Infosys outside Bangalore. Infosys was set up way back in 1993. My partner Praveen had set it up with the one Mr. Bundy then. So unfortunately for, various other reasons, Mangalore didn't grow to the extent while the potential was always there, right? And also talking about engineering, this is something that all of you would be keen to know. The first app on iPhone App Store was developed by Infosys Mangalore. For globally, the first app was done by the Infosys team in Mangalore. So that way, a lot of engineering talent was always there. And now, we are trying to create companies, Nevius, Novigo, there are several others in Mangalore. We are able to attract good talent, retain them, and, go chasing global customers.
So coming to you, the audience here is basically all chartered accountants. So during your exit, you would have surely interacted with the chartered accountants of the takeover company, like of NTT. Could you share, because the due diligence, all those things would be happening between your CAs, and did you see any shortcomings, or just explain how it happens? I need Hanif also to answer the same question.
No, I think
No problem if you give a critical answer also, no problem. Yes, yes.
all right, so I'll be as honest as possible. No, I think so. If you look at our co-founding team, like Hanif, we are all engineers, right? We have either then been on the sales part or being on the delivery part, so we know how to sell and how to deliver. One thing we didn't know how to manage our finances, and that was something which was something which we had to learn in a very hard way. Right? Because when you scale up companies, finance is not the most important thing, right? You're only trying to sell and deliver, right? After 1-2 years, you realize you're messed up I think that's when you start, bringing in people to help you clean up the mess. And so that's the journey in which we started. Now, being in Mangalore, one of the biggest challenge what we had was people who understand the entirety of finance, right? Now, what I say is, if you want someone to keep your books, I think you get good talent, right? But I think our challenge happened when we started scaling up, right? There are a lot of compliance things, statutory, someone telling it, okay, these are the 10 things to do, right? And how do you do forecasting? How do you do budgeting, right? How do you ensure that, the FEMA was
Yes.
so when you look at finance and someone who don't understand the entirety of what is right, what is wrong, I think we didn't have the right guidance right from the beginning. So we went through a very hardship in first screwing it up, and working with multiple people to, address it over a period of time, right? In fact, after 3-4 years, we said we need a full-time CFO we bought someone from EY to actually come join us full-time. But I think that one part of it is something which we felt that, I think, maybe we didn't find or we didn't meet the right people. I think someone who could guide us in that while scaling the business, right? Including raising funds, cash flow management. There's so many parts of it which now I can probably talk about going through all the, problems. But I think that is where we at least for companies like us, we need direction, right? And that is where, at least in Mangalore, we had this challenge, and that's why we went all over India, to find people, talent, to help us, give us a complete view in terms of what is right, what is wrong, and then help us guide through the whole process. Now with NTT coming in, and with Big Fours being part of the whole audit process, there's a big drastic change, right? Today the amount of time I spend in finance is much lesser. I used to spend, in at least 2-3 days with my CFO, week on week, from collections to this one. But now the maturity at which the finance teams are run, after integrating with this one, it's far different. I can spend more time with the customers on the business, right? So that's one area where companies like us did, big help.
How was your interaction with the entity auditors?
No, I think, it's been good so far, but I think there's a big gap. Right, the big gap on how, right from the way the revenues are recognized, as simple as how we recognize the revenue, right? A lot of those simple things get red flagged as this one, right? So, in spite of we having
I would have given you a big questionnaire, isn't it?
Yeah, now we have, and it's going to take us about another 1 year, 1.5 years to kind of address that, right? Imagine, running a company, exiting, after that someone coming and telling you that there's a 1.5 years roadmap for you to clean it up before I can get a Big Four to come and audit you, right? So that's the gap what I'm talking about in terms of, where some of us are struggling today building businesses.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you, Hanif.
Yeah, Suyog at least had a CFO. We never had a CFO. So from my role of CTO, through this M&A transaction, I had to do the role of CFO as well. Not something that I, liked. But like Suyog said, right, there is a huge gap and also a huge opportunity, for companies who aspire to go for M&A, who aspire to grow, right? There's a huge opportunity for all of us, sitting here to come up with something where you can plug that CFO gap, because we all are techies, we come from tech background. It's natural for us to, not focus too much on the finance side of things, but when it comes to, transactions, when it comes to, growing big, all these factors becomes really important, for us, getting to deal with, say, Blackstone on the other side, a large private equity who were part of the company that acquired us. And then, with the limited resources that we had in Mangalore, then, how to fill that gap, the gap of what a listed company expects, ours was a listed company in India, right? The different audits that we had to go through. all through when we started the M&A, I personally thought we are selling a tech business. So we have to focus on tech, what technology is important. Finally, after the M&A, I realized to sell a company, you need three things. You'll have to sell some service to the customers that is in demand. You need to be able to raise your invoice on time and get your money on time. You need to run the company with good EBITDA. Now, all of this boils down to, the industry that or the domain that you all are focusing on. So this becomes an important factor. Now, if there is a package or there is a service that you can provide to company of our size or, companies that are aspiring to, do similar things, I think there is huge opportunity, right? Even in Mangalore, for example, out of the 250 companies, at least 50 companies are growing at, top line growth of 20%, bottom line 20%. So at some point of time over the next 2-3 years, they will reach our stage, right? Now, if you can catch hold of them early, and then, do this consulting exercise rather than we struggling with Big Four, right? I mean, it's a huge struggle. I mean, Suyog and I were, talking about it. Last 1 year was a nightmare for us dealing with Big Four, So there is a huge scope for, something which can fill that gap and then, make it easy for companies like us. Now we have to go through India's auditing process and all of that, right? Still, we are learning and doing things on the go. But, now when I look back, if there was a company who were of a mid-size and then if they were handholding us, probably would have spent, lesser amount of money as well. And then, probably our life would have been much easier.
So
Yeah,
that means.
sorry to interrupt, sir, here. MC, we have last 2 minutes.
Yeah, I'm
for the
seeing
session.
8 minutes
Okay.
is written here. I'm there on that.
Fine.
Don't worry. So do you regret not having a finance director in your companies?
For sure.
Okay. So, for the next generation companies that are coming up, I think you should be advising them to have a proper finance director.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And he should be a chartered accountant.
Absolutely. I mean,
And you should match the salary that they get in Bangalore.
absolutely.
Thank
See, without doing much, right, Nitin, we were able to bring our working capital days from say 75 to 55 because of
Yes.
little bit of more governance, right? I mean, it was always there in the system, but it was not, in the radar, right? Out of sight is out of mind. We were seeing as long as we get the money, it's okay, but we never knew the long-term implications of that.
Yes.
Now, if somebody can handhold us early and, put that governance in place, I think it will help a lot of companies.
Thank you, gentlemen. So it was nice that you ended up that you want a CA with you. Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
think
Thank you.
the floor is open for questions, so you can come up. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. Hi, Suyog. So pleasure that you mentioned, like Nitin sir said in the end, being a chartered accountant, part of this journey always helps. But one thing that we've seen is that once they go through that grind, find that difficulty is only when they start appreciating, when entrepreneurs start appreciating the role that a chartered accountant plays. So how do we short circuit that? Rather, what is your advice to the founders to sort of make sure that they make this call earlier rather than go through the difficulty and then go to a chartered accountant and then find the solutions?
So one is, I think, the awareness. I think when you build a company and when you start, I think the awareness, what needs to be done is not, we if you look at, when we 6-7 years back when we started, we know how to keep the books, we need a chartered accountant, but I'm thinking what else needs to be done? I think that awareness itself is not there, right? And that becomes, and over a period of time, it's ignorance, right? Until unless you hit a problem and you have someone at your office, this one, right? I think one thing is, I think someone giving a holistic view and making people aware that, and there would be multiple companies today, at least in our region, who might be running, but they may not be compliant. Right, and we could confidently say that because till someone comes and does one, right? I think awareness is something which is required, right? And when I say awareness, it's the holistic awareness of what is right and what is wrong to run an organization.
Sure. Thank you.
Do we have any other question?
So my question to you is, while we spoke about scaling up a business and actually, at some point selling out to somebody, that's typically what we've all spoken about. What do you think are the important things that a business needs to focus on if their aim eventually is to scale up and reach a point where they can sell out for a good money?
Yeah. As I said, right, I mean, you should be able to sell service to the customers, which will grow year on year. You should have that, year on year growth. And then you should run the business in a way that, it's very clean, you raise your invoice on time, get your money on time. That's very, very important, right? We used to raise our invoices before 10th of every month. We had to bring it down to, 3rd of every month. Now, how do you cut down by those 7 days? How do you get all the timesheets from the client on time and make sure that the invoice is raised? And then, make sure that the working capital days is also reduced. So all of that becomes, and then of course, you have to always focus on high EBITDA. That is something that we always did. We were a high EBITDA company that, got us into the radar of, potential companies, interested in buying us. I think if you run the business in that way, any service that you offer to the customers, as long as you have these 3 things working for you, companies would be interested to buy you.
But do you think as a founder, there is some change that needs to happen in the way that your mind functions or the way you carry out the operations if you intend to run it long term yourself and if you intend to sell out? Do you think the operations remain more or less the same or there is some change there?
No, in terms of operations, it remains more or less same. So it's a strategic call, right? I mean, how much you can run by yourself versus, the strategic intent. In my opinion, any business, right, you need to have frequent triggers. Otherwise, you will grow in a certain way, right? I mean, what are those triggers? Will those triggers be internal or external? So if for us, it was very clear that M&A, strategic M&A is the external trigger that we need for the next 5 years. So that way you'll have to see whether those triggers will come from the founding team or some internal, capex, or, it will come from external source. So while you run the business in this way, at some point of time, you'll have to decide whether it is, M&A, IPO, or, some internal triggers to further, grow in a very private way.
Thank you so much.
Sorry. My question is, how do we reach out to startups in tier 2 and tier 3 cities? We don't even know where they are and who they are.
Yeah, as far as Mangalore is concerned, we have Mr. Mukesh here. He heads the Silicon Beach of India initiative. He was part of Karnataka Digital Economy Mission earlier. So he has a list of all the, IT companies in Mangalore, all the 260 companies that I spoke about, every company that is interested to, come here. Silicon Beach of India has a website as well, siliconbeachprogram.com. So there are booklets here in the front row where we'll share everything that is happening in Mangalore. So if I was in your position, I would download the balance sheet of top 50 companies in Mangalore, see who are growing at 20% plus year on year, who have decent bottom line, and they are potential clients for you, quoting me and Suyog, what we have done for Novigo and EVS. They will be in that boat in next 3 to 4 years. They are potential customers for you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, my dear friends.
Thank you, speakers. That was truly insightful and energizing discussion. A reminder that global capability is not bound by geography, but driven by vision execution.
From Udupi and Mangalore, stories like this shows us that Tier 2 is no longer the second tier. It's where India's next GCC revolution is quietly rising.
I now request Managing Committee Member CA Sri Raksha to present a memento to our distinguished speakers as a small token of our gratitude. Please give a round of applause. And just to add, I'm a half Mangalorean. That side is from Mangalore. So I'm very happy to know that Tier 2 and Tier cities are doing amazing work. Thank you, sir.
I request a big round of applause, a warm applause. Come on, very good morning, my dear friends. Let's have some more energy. Thank you, speakers. We are moving on to our next session. Beyond Leaders, CAs in transformative journeys of GCCs. We now move on to our next session, a session that redefines the role of chartered accountants in the age of transmission, governance, and strategic thinking.
Let's welcome our distinguished speakers for this session, CA Mukesh Kedia, CFO and co-founder of More Advisory. Give him a big round of applause, please. we have CA Avinash Gupta, Managing Partner of Apt Global. Please give them a big round of applause. And our esteemed moderator, CA Kavita Paramesh, the Vice Chairperson of Bangalore branch of ICAI.
I request Kavita ma'am to kindly escort the speaker and moderators onto the dais, which she has done. As a symbol of gesture, let's present each of them with a book and a plant, reflecting our values of wisdom and sustainability. Let us now hear the introduction of these accomplished leaders. CA Mukesh Kedia, the CFO and co-founder of More Advisory. Mukesh is a strategic finance leader known as simplifying complex business challenges and building scalable structures that drive sustainable growth. Valued by GCC leaders, he excels at sharpening operating models, advancing capability maturity, and delivering enterprise value amid global expansion in India. As co-founder of MOAR Advisory, Mukesh partners with growth stage and enterprise GCCs to elevate financial strategy, optimize operating rhythms, and align leadership on long-term value creation. His prior senior role include Escalon Business Services, Giant Eagle, Bharati AXA, and others, where he built finance functions, modernized ERP systems, and ensured governance and compliance across complex multi-entity structures. Roots in investment banking, audit, and credit assessment with CRISIL, HSBC, and KPMG led to an early foundation in valuation, risk, and finance governance that continues to inform his leadership approach. Mukesh is well-known as a steady and solution-oriented partner in the industry. Give him a big round of applause and welcome him.
Let's hear the introduction of CA Avinash Gupta. He is a seasoned professional specialized in transfer pricing, international taxation, international structuring, FEMA, FMPA, black money matters, and CIT appeals. He leads Apt Global, a firm with a strong presence across India. Headquarters in Delhi with 16 branches and international offices in 7 countries like USA, UK, UAE, Saudi Arabia, Singapore, Australia, and Oman. Committed to delivering tailored and practical solutions, Avinash and his team provide expert guidance to help clients navigate complex cross-border challenges effectively. Let's give him a very big round of applause.
And we have our esteemed moderator, CA Kavita Parameshwar, Vice Chairman of Bangalore branch of SIRC of ICAI. Madam is a seasoned chartered accountant recognized for her expertise in governance, organizational development, and transformational initiatives. With more than 2 decades of professional expertise, she brings strong analytical capabilities, ethical leadership, and a rare talent of simplifying complex challenges. Her multidisciplinary grounding, strengthened by a master degree in business law from National Law School, India University, enables her to connect business strategy, regulatory frameworks, and long-term organizational values with clarity and precision. We have 3 giant speakers on the dais. We will begin our second session, and over to moderator.
And please note, we have 40 minutes for this session.
Good morning. And in the interest of the time, definitely I'm not going to take a lot of time. Just context to the session which we are talking about. So it is about transformation journeys of chartered accountants. So it is said that transformation is not changing what you do, but look at what you can become. I mean, elevate the things which you can become. So that's exactly what we are going to hear from 2 speakers, Mukesh Kedia as well as Avinash Gupta here, where Mukesh is going to address on how that CAs can lead the transformation change, and in especially in the context of GCCs. And Avinash Gupta is going to share his experience of transformation journeys of a CA who is actually actively involved in GCC. So I'll hand over the mic to Mukesh. Over to you, Mukesh.
Thank you, Kavitaji, and really honored to be sharing the stage with Avinash, who's already a veteran in the industry. Good morning, everyone, and after a long session yesterday, how's the energy today? How's the energy today? Great, good to hear you guys. Thank you. I won't bore you with what is a GCC, how it's going to be set up, what are the different phases of setting up a GCC. You can go to my website moreadvisory.com or follow us on LinkedIn, and you will find enough details on what a GCC is about, how do you scale it, what are the different models of operations. In the interest of time, and I would like to keep it more conversational. So, in the interest of time, and by the way, the presentation, I'm not going to bore you with that. I would like to keep it more conversational. So when we talk about a chartered accountant, what is the first thing that comes to our mind? Anyone? Taxes. Sorry? Clarity in finance. That's good. Adding. Okay. Great. So, I mean, these are few jargons which are associated with we as chartered accountants. We as chartered accountants has always been recognized as with our second phrase of the name, accountants. Traditionally, that is what we have been viewed as. And even in our previous conversations, those were the things that we heard. We are, maintaining compliances. We are the one who are maintaining books of accounts, helping organization reduce working capital cycles. That's the traditional role of a chartered accountant. Now, in the frame of a GCC, what do we think? What is the first thing that comes to mind when we call a GCC, a Global Capability Center? Sorry? Outsourcing. Anyone else? Perfect. Wonderful, sir. Thank you. Global is one nation. That's very innovative. Okay. When we have been talking about GCC, we have been associating that with technology outsourcing, companies setting up centers here, which would be running, a technology workforce, reducing workforce. It's a cost play. These are the jargons which has been associated with GCCs when we talk about them. But today's world, in the 40-year journey of GCC, right from the start of Texas Instruments setting up their center in 1985, to over 1,800 GCC employing 2 million people. Now, the world has changed. The world has changed from just a technology play, from just a cost play to a value creator. And where are we as chartered accountants in there? We as chartered accountants start right from the time of, setting up the organization, building the organization, transforming the organization. Unlike a lot of startups, the GCCs have been starting to do that because they are backed by a lot of big companies who have already gone through that journey. So the focus is already there, where the chartered accountant starts to play that role in terms of setting up the organization. They are the custodian of compliance, as they have been called, and they are the one who are taking the mantle of reporting it back to the organization, their parent organization back in US, Europe, or whichever geography they have been setting up from. Moving forward, what is the transformative journey? Where are we with regards to the journey of transformation? When we hear the word transformation, there's one thing that comes with it. It's a change. And change is never easy. Change is always scary. Change comes with resistance. Change comes with a lot of pushback of not wanting to change what has been done in a particular way. Now, why is that? That is because people are uncertain of what they're doing. That is because people are not sure what that impact would be and how is that impact going to impact them. That's where the chartered accountant roles have evolved in the journey. Sharing some of my experience of 20 years of corporate life and having set up a lot of GCCs and worked through this journey, the journey is chartered accountants taking up the mantle of providing that clarity. Somebody in the audience mentioned chartered accountant refers to clarity. Now, the clarity has changed definitions here. When we are talking about change, people are resistant to change because they don't know what that impact of their change would be. How is that going to, how is their change of role? How is the change in the organization going to impact the bottom line? How is that going to impact their role? Is their role going to be safe? Because that is a single biggest factor which impacts individual and their career. We as chartered accountants are able to provide that clarity to those individuals. So the role of chartered accountant in today's GCC is no more just an accountant maintaining books of accounts, raising invoices, or maintaining compliance. It's about providing that clarity to the organization. I have started to term them as the change managers, as the transformation leaders who are at the center of providing all this information, all this clarity to the organization. If the organization has this clarity, the resistance breaks. That is where the change starts. Excuse me. The change starts to happen. We as chartered accountant, and I was reading a phrase somewhere where it's all about the mindset. We as chartered accountant has to change our mindset as well, moving beyond the books, moving beyond bookkeeping and compliances. We are no more just a custodian of compliance. We are the change managers. We are the one who are providing the global organization with the value that is realized out of the center. Remember yourself, it is still a cost center. It's a center which does not generate revenue. It is moving from its journey of cost center to value creation. But how are we creating the value? Where is the value getting created? Those are the journey that a chartered accountant and the finance function is taking. That is the clarity that they are providing to the larger group, hundreds and thousands of people that are working in terms of the change management. If we are able to provide the finance logic, where the impact is, how is that going to impact the organization and the individual? The change is accepted and the barriers of resilience or the resistance is broken. So in my journey, that's what I have seen. In my journey, I have seen finance function, chartered accountants provide that clarity. In my view, we are the change agents. We are the transformation managers who are able to provide that clarity and bring in the rhythm. A change is happening with the rhythm, where the financial planning is there, the projections are there, the clarity of the outcomes are felt by the organization, and it is on a repeat mode. This is the function which is able to provide that. And the role of chartered accountants and finance as whole has changed from just bookkeeping to actually being a strategic partner to the organization. Strategic partner which is driving the change. Movement of headcount initially 100, 200, 500 is not a big deal in GCC. It's a journey beyond that 500. It's the journey of bringing in the efficiency. It's the journey of making the global organization a better place. And this function per se is at the center stage of that. So it's all about the mindset where we are thinking ourselves to be the accountants or the compliance agents, or we are the strategic business partners. There are enough examples in today's world, and especially with 1800 GCCs, that a number of chartered accountants are really leading them and leading these centers. It's no more just the technologists, or it's no more, and mind you, no offense to any function, but it's no more just the operational people or the technologists who are leading the finance function. There are enough examples of finance GCCs being set up where the global finance functions are done out of here. I was a part of a couple of them where we set up a large number of F&A roles and where 80% of the finance function is getting done out of India. And that's a big deal for a $12 billion company. So the limitations is only in our mind. What role do we perceive ourselves to be? We are the business leaders and we are the strategic partners. The companies can't do away with. So are we ready to take up that mantle? Are we ready to take on and be that change agent? We have to ask that question to ourselves. And that's what I would put across the question to everyone in this forum. Do we have the mindset? Are we preparing ourselves to take that journey beyond the traditional journey of compliance and bookkeeping? So, and with that, I would hand it over to Avinash. Like I said, I don't want to bore you. Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm happy to take. Yeah, if you are okay. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Can you please give the mic? Yeah, just a minute, sir. Can you please repeat your question?
Sir, nowadays America is levying lot of tariffs on goods. It may continue to services. Recently, Mexico it happened. Even Europe, they're all worried and scared about Indians taking away jobs, all those things. Already that things are happening in software sector. Okay. So earlier also before Trump, so many people try to levy taxes where BPOs are there, KPOs are there, and services are there. So they have their own double standards, probably all of us aware. How do we protect our services in that case? The second question, will there be brain drain? Like to America, there was a brain drain. Will there be brain drain from our basic functions to the technological and more advanced such functions? Will there be brain drain, and whether our basic functions will get affected because we get involved in this more? That's my question.
First of all, thank you so much. It's something which I'm very happy to hear in a CA forum, which we are talking about business and how things are going to impact the industry as a whole. Taking your first question, America, applying tariffs, and there have been talks about things like Hire Act, where they are going to impose taxes on outsourcing. Let me ask you a question. Does America have enough manpower to service their industries?
No. Qualified manpower is not there, what I mean to say.
Even if they have qualified manpower, they don't have the enough manpower to service all their industry. And it was out in the open media, the CEO of NVIDIA came out and said, I'm continuing to hire people outside of America despite the H-1B visa levy because I don't have enough power in Americas to fulfill my job, to fulfill my requirements. So the levy that you are putting in, and of course there is a lobby which is also going against the levy. The levy that you are putting in is a small cost to pay to fulfill my journey or to fulfill my work. So do we need to worry about it? Probably not. It is, and there is enough backlash within America as well, where people are like, okay, this is the time to partner with a growing nation like India. Now it's no more the phase of 1990s where we are dependent on America. Now they are dependent on us to provide this information. We are talking about AI, ML, all the automation journey. Where are those developers? Why is Google setting up a 10,000 headcount in India, Microsoft setting up another 15,000, Apple opening up its biggest development center in India, despite all these restrictions which the government is putting in? So in my opinion, it's all actually a good thing. When they are putting up those things, they are actually encouraging us and companies to come out and set up shops here. Because you are not allowing H-1B visa, fine. I'm going to deploy people out here in India, closer to their home, and get my work done. COVID has taught us this very beautiful thing that work can be done out of anywhere. It is no more a restriction that somebody has to be sitting right next to me to do the work. Even in finance domain, it is no more that. So now we have moved beyond the boundaries, and actually it is, helping us and to grow. And we as GCC enablers, we have seen a lot of momentum. We have seen momentum and conversations with the companies who are eager to come in. Even the companies which don't know what they want to set up as an offshoring location, they are having a conversation with us in terms of understanding what can be done, where can we get the talent. The GCC industry over 40 years have traveled the journey beyond cost. Now it is no more cost. It is all about talent, what talent we are getting, which state we are getting, whether it is Bangalore, Gurgaon, even Coimbatore. So where are we getting that talent? How can we nurture and develop those talent to deliver the work that we want, to fasten the pace? Now, coming to your next question, sir, and I will keep it short. I don't want to keep Avinash waiting. Yes. The second question was, will there be a brain drain? It's again the mindset. I was talking to another gentleman who is running a big, large center in India across the cities with more than 6,000-7,000 employees. the way the recruitment is getting done today, especially in finance domain, it's not just knowing what is debit, what is credit, what is the journal entry. It has gone beyond, and it is all about the mindset. And the gentleman was very categorical in saying it to me that today we are looking at people who are adaptive, who have the mindset of, allowing the change. Whether we are able to automate the thing, whether we have the mindset to automate the things or not. It is about mindset because, our academic knowledge is strong enough. Our curriculums are strong enough. Our primary education is our backbone, where they are providing us with enough knowledge base to, do at least the basic. What needs to change is the mindset. Whether we have the mindset to adapt to things. In today's automation world, there is a big fear that what will happen to the jobs. That fear is for people who are not ready to adapt to technology. People who are ready to adapt to technology and move at a faster pace, they are thriving. They are thriving at a pace that they never expected to. But the challenge is where the resistance is coming in terms of, can I do technology? We as chartered accountants have been sitting back and saying, okay, I don't understand technology. But think about it, all the ERP implementations. We are at the center stage of all the ERP implementation. Global companies implement ERP through India for their global organization. We are the cog in the wheel. So I think we need to change as a mindset, transform from a bookkeeping, from an accountant perspective to being the change managers. And I'm not saying we only need to change. It is already happening. It is already happening around us. And I can vouch for it being 20 years in the corporate life and seeing all that change happen. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. We have Avinash Gupta, CA Avinash Gupta with us, who is continuing the session.
Good morning, friends. Thank you, my co-speaker Mukesh. Done a fantastic job. Before I start, I just want to understand how many of you are the practicing chartered accountants? Oh, all. So rather I'll ask you, how many of you are not the practicing chartered accountants? Okay. So sir, I am a very, very small practitioner, as all of you who are here. And I come from a very, very different mindset, very different strategy. So every time, even today, even yesterday and today, my friend have said, this is a time of change. We should think beyond accounting, beyond this. And one gentleman said the chartered accountant is known for audit. Someone said chartered accountant is known for tax. So my journey, I believe that if I am born to do tax and audit, then why should not I excel in that only? So why I should not do this, my core field? Yes, with an innovation. Why I should open a company of an IT company? So two gentlemen in the morning came and they said they sold their company at 900. Is it an accounting GCC? Answer is no. In technology, you can do anything. You come up with something new. I remember the days when I was a student, there was an Orkut. Then a new Facebook comes up. Then LinkedIn comes up. Then WhatsApp comes up. Now there are n number of new apps coming. So every new innovation in IT will come up with their own value. Are we equipped for that? Answer is no. Today everybody is going for AI. What we are doing in AI? We are just understanding what AI can do. But what is the moot question? What I need to ask? How I should use that AI in doing my own function for which I am made. My institute have created me to do an accounting audit and some kind of a financial service. The two founders which have come morning, they said they did a biggest mistake of not hiring a finance function or a chartered accountant. But what this chartered accountant will do? If I am there and if he hires me and I will do only TDS returns, GST returns, I don't think that they have any default in that. But what they are looking for is a role of a person, whereby compliance is one which he has to do, plus he need to add value. and how he will add value is by innovation. In the morning, madam have asked, madam, how I can get big clients? The big client want big team. And when I can have big team, only when I have, yes ma'am, ma'am, I ask you a simple question. Today, if you have a cardiac problem, I give you two options. So there is a doctor who himself is a compounder, sitting in a small clinic with a chair and a equipment, vis-a-vis a doctor with 20 people, nursing staff, everything. Where you will go? Obviously, you will go to the 20. Why? And why you expect an international client or a normal client that he will come to you with you as an individual? When he will come to you, then you will employ 5 people. When you employ 5 people, then you train them, and then you train them, and then you start serving to them. Whether as a client, I have that time available for you. And what is my interest in doing that for you? Are you my relative? But we have been taught like that. That client aayega to log laenge. Now our practices is no more a profession. We need to think it as a business. And every business requires investment. There are people who do the practice in the form of business by putting investment. Investment is in terms of knowledge. Investment in terms of people. Investment in terms of infrastructure. Just think over it, how many of you have made their offices which is equipped with today's infrastructure? I visited a lot of, I was the chairman of the Northern India Regional Council, and because of that, I interacted with many chartered accountants in my region. Even the people are not willing to buy a ready reckoner every year. And they are thinking that they will get a tax return of Infosys or a tax audit of Wipro. So मैं चाहता तो हूं कि मेरे को वो मिले, but एक कदम भी बढ़ाना नहीं चाहता. So that's the problem. So what we need to do today? So I personally believe Mr. Madhukar called me randomly and he said, Avinash, you need to tell us what as a SMP we should do to make ourselves a big practitioner. My co-speaker have rightly said we need to change the mindset. We need to invest time. I remember yesterday somebody came to me and somebody says, sir, you are doing a good job in US. So can you give me some tax returns of USA that I will file? I'll ask him, do you have an experience of filing tax returns in US? He said, no. Then I said, okay, then how will you file? He said, you give it to me. I will read the law. I will see what software it is and I will feed the data in the software. I'll ask my article to do it. You are willing to take $1,000 to file a simple individual tax return of a US person. That person may give it to you also. But you will equip your knowledge when he will say, okay, you file it. And then also you will not do it yourself. You will give it to your article. And that article will read and file whatever he is in a software which is just like a typing. And then you said, okay, return is filed, let us file it. Is it the way we are thinking or we are working? International client won't do it. So if you want to create your own accounting GCC or your own setup to create an international client, then you need to equip yourself first. So today, when you qualified as a chartered accountant, the first client which walk in, maybe for audit, maybe for tax, they know that you are fully equipped with the knowledge of tax. You are fully equipped with the knowledge of auditing standards. You know how to create a balance sheet in India. But when I go abroad, whether I have that knowledge? Answer is no. Another problem what people used to say is, I want to do foreign work. And I averagely every week I get 3 to 4 calls from professionals. Sir, I want to do a foreign outsourcing work. Tell me how to do it. Sir, which country you want? Sir, kisi country se aa jaye. Any country, I am okay. So whether an accounting work in US, vis-a-vis an accounting work in UK, vis-a-vis an accounting work in Australia, vis-a-vis an accounting work in Singapore is same? Answer is no, it cannot be. The labor laws in all the countries is different. The VAT laws in all the countries is different. The local conditions of all these countries are different. So if I really want to excel myself into this particular accounting GCC, then I need to first select the country. For which country I want to do? Create something there and then move to the next. It is not like that, okay, I will do all together, okay, one Australian client, one UK client, one US client, doing everything through an article, and I will be delivering. No, this is not the right way. We should understand. Third, even if I decide a country, let's say US, the US is in a fashion. Sir, you are asking about that they are levying outsourcing tax or something like that. So this is the need of ours for that country. India is shouting in the G20 and all that we need a locational saving tax, portion of tax here in transfer pricing. But these US and UK and European countries don't listen us. Now it is a problem to them and now they want to apply those taxes. They have to do it. They are free to do it. But next, what is important, even if I selected one. So yesterday, Mukesh ji and me, we are discussing. We both in principally agreed to go to Europe. Then we said, okay, which country we should do? Either we do Europe. Okay, do you know German? Do you know French? Do you know Italian? Europe itself is so big. Plus the culture. So somebody is saying to me that, okay, they want to do a work of UAE, because UAE is now in big fashion. Everybody want to go to Dubai. And I normally say that the best city of India to live in is Dubai nowadays. 45% population is Indians. A lot of Bangalore people, Karnataka people are there. They want to do a lot of work there. They want to apply, do accounting. But when I ask them, okay, sir, what is the difference between a free zone company and a mainland company? Sir, I don't know. I don't know. What is the difference between DIFC vis-a-vis a Hamria free zone company or a JLT? Sir, I don't know. Where they are located? Sir, I have never been to Dubai. I want to do a lot of work, but I don't know the basic topology of the country. This won't happen. If you want to do a work of a particular country, then you need to visit. Nothing comes free. Nothing comes at home. Go, do visit, not as a tourist. And the best in this strategy is our Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. Everywhere in the world, we have our institute chapters. Go, see, meet our members in those chapters. Understand what kind of problems they are facing. Understand what are the legal requirements. Maybe on paper there are 10 laws, but in practically there are 15 laws. So those things are important if you want to create an accounting GCC for yourself. I just do not want to discourage you. But one thing is very, very real. If you want to multiply your income with 25 times what you are earning today, 90 times what you are earning today, or even 120 times what you are earning today, then you need to think beyond India. You need to think beyond startups. You need to think beyond Indian clients. And don't only look out UK, Europe. Next 25 years of the world is with the Gulf countries. So they are the point of attraction for all. And the exchange rate is averagely 25. Even if you file a small VAT return in a Gulf country, it will fetch you minimum 1,000 dirham, 1,000 riyal, or equivalent amount means 25,000. Now it is your choice whether you want to do it or you don't want to do it. But before accepting anything, you should know the law. You will multiply your income. When I started my journey about 3.5 years back, so I thought that I should go there 4 to 5 days a month, and I will develop and take the work, sit at my home, and I'll do it. Bhargava is one. He met me in my initial days in UAE. Today, I am coming back to India for 4 to 5 days in a week, in a month. The remaining, I used to be outside India. Because when you are there, you need to cater the needs of the client. You need to understand the client. You need to handhold the client. Whatever you are doing here, for your Indian clients, you have to do the same thing with your international client. Sir, your audit part. I'll just tell you, sir, audit is one function which I personally believe nobody in the world can do better than us. The only problem with us is we do not want to study. We do not want to learn IFRS. We do not want to read international accounting standards. We do not want to adopt technology in audit. If I ask you in this hall, how many of you are doing an audit through a software in India? Anybody who is using a software to do an audit, maybe a small company, maybe a big company in this hall? I don't find anybody. Only one person have raised hand. Internationally, this won't happen. Deloitte in Hyderabad have 10,000 people doing US audits. Only US audits, 10,000 people in Hyderabad, 3,000 people, averagely all book fours in NCR, doing only US audit, adopting the audit software. I'm not advocating any particular software, but as a practitioner, we should adopt the innovative technology in our core field. I'm not against you that you should do a IT function or you should do something beyond it, but my core function, what I feel is also important. If I will stop doing accounting, if I will stop doing taxation, if I stop doing audit, who will do that? The same challenge US is facing today. So 3 lakh people they require in auditing, or in accounting, but they don't have. So we have to fulfill those gaps. So I think time is going fast. So I give some time to you also to ask questions. So with this, I just want to say, accounting GCC is very good. Give you a good valuation, at least a multiple of 30x of your turnover, but do it with technology, maybe in your core field, and you will see wonders in your life. With this, thank you very much, friends. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Avinash ji and Mukesh. So any questions for the speakers? No questions? Yes, sir.
Sir, again, this question is on behalf of all of us. What we learned is most of the outsourcing jobs in USA are done by Chinese, who are, they may be technologically, they are advanced, technically, and as far as language, English is concerned, they are very weak than us. How does it happen that the Chinese take most of the, I don't know reality, that's what I heard, I learned. Chinese do most of the outsourcing, accounting and auditing. Is that true? And in case, how it happened, and how we are lagging behind, being more capable than them, and having a good mastery of language, Indians normally. How it is happening? I want to know.
Great. Thank you. Great question. I would just like to give some facts. Yesterday also, a gentleman from EY was there, and they were mentioning India is housing 50% of the global capability centers. Today, India houses 1,800, around about 1,800 GCCs across the country, and that is more than 50% of the global GCCs across the world. And beyond this, Philippines is a very big center. Poland is another big center. South Africa is coming up with great GCC policies, and we are actually partnering with them in creating that for them. So China per se has always been a manufacturing and assembly center for likes of Apple and their more heavy vehicle industries. From a GCC perspective, India has always been leading primarily because of our tech talent. And again, I go back, our primary education And to a certain extent, even the secondary education is so strong that we churn out chartered accountants, we churn out engineers, like in numbers, lakhs and lakhs every single year, which is basically, again, wanting jobs in our country, and that is what is serving the US economy. Today, if you look at the US economy, every single big company, there is somebody who's an Indian who's sitting right at the top at the CXO level. And that is one of the reasons why they are also looking at India as a center, because there's somebody at the top educating them of what that system is, how you are getting the talent. And now it is no more a taboo. It is out in the open what capability India provides, what capability India is generating year over year. We as chartered accountant know how many chartered accountant pass every year. And let me tell you, talking to all the US people, CA is considered equivalent to a CPA in the US. They respect us at the same level, if not more. CA is considered as the toughest exam to pass in this entire universe. So from the perspective of where the work is, there's no doubt GCCs are housed in India, and India will continue to have a lion's share. Now, will it be the same cost effectiveness or the back-end operations? We have moved beyond that. We have moved beyond just the cost. Today, in terms of salary, if I look at a senior manager, director, or a VP salary, there are a lot of global roles in India. Their salaries are almost equivalent to what the people draw in the US. Probably like 20% less. But it's no more 1/5 at that level. There are tons of global roles that are getting done out of here. Retail industry is the biggest example, where the entire retail operation, merchandising, their designing gets done out of India. And we in India are sitting here and driving the real traffic in the US, be it in their brick and mortar or be it in their online shops.
Just to add here, so sir, as on date, if we talk, Chinese is not at all a service providing country for the world because of two inherent limitations what they have. One is the language. So China predominantly are working in the Chinese and the Mandarin and other languages, and English is not compulsory. However, 7 years back, the government have made mandatory English in the China schools. So the impact of the same will come up after 15 years. Means 7 years have already passed, 8 more years to go. So when these students who have done English in class 1, when they come out of the school and when they come out of the colleges, at that level, there will be an English speaking workforce which is available in the China. Yes, at that time, they will face, or they will, of course, India will face a challenge from the China for that particular year, but at least for next 8 years, it will not be happening. Second, one thing we should accept about Chinese, that they are faster than us in terms of their processing. So a same work given to a Chinese, if it is a methodical work, vis-a-vis the same work given to an Indian, vis-a-vis any other nationality, they are faster. So in the service providing space, I don't know as of now, after 8 years, whether they will do better than us, or they will be at par with us, or they will be lesser than us. Only the time will tell. But yes, China have a unique problem of language. All their compliances, all their softwares, everything is in that language. So that is why even the China work, we are not able to do it from India. For many of our clients, we said, okay, we can support you to the world except China. So that's the reason for the China as such.
And I would just like to add one more thing. What is the life stage of the industry? Today, how many industries or how many companies are coming to India to have voice support, or a BPO industry? 20 years back, BPO was the backbone to provide education, to bring in the global companies. But today, the companies that are coming into the country, they are looking at high-end technology work, high-end, F&A work or processing work. They are not coming into the country for a BPO or a voice support. That's all going to Philippines and Poland and Africa, where they have the population and they have the English speaking. Fast forward 10 years down the line, do we need to do the same work, or do we need to evolve? And in my opinion, we would be far more evolved than what we are even today. So do we really get threat of China who will learn the English at that point of time? Probably I don't even want to do the work that I'm doing today. I would be way beyond in the next stage of the industry, and that doesn't really pose me a threat. We are leaps and bounds ahead in terms of the knowledge that we process and the stage that we have already reached.
Thank you so much, Mukesh ji and Avinash ji.
Yeah.
Last question, please.
Thank you, speakers. My question is to Mr. Avinash regarding the overseas chapters that we have to visit. There is a need to go to these different chapters, but how do we approach this? Do we visit it during conferences? How do we find out where do we get resources? And what type of contacts can we get through the executive committee members of these various chapters? Can we have one-on-one meetings with different chartered accountants there or industry leaders if we send them an email or call them? Thank you.
I think it's a very good question, and I think Mr. Madhukar has to note that particular thing for these SMP. I think first of all, there is no point in meeting the executive committee members. So either you do it at a Bangalore level. So let the ICA Bangalore branch will organize a joint conference, a brainstorming session with the members of that overseas chapter one by one, maybe 2 in a year or 3 in a year, whatever way it is. This is one. Attending the annual conferences and the big programs of the chapter is the need of the hour. So in an average, let's say if there are 1,000 members in an overseas chapter, you will get at least 200, 300 people coming for that particular chapter meeting. And you can actually meet them, understand them, network with them, and then followed by a one-on-one meeting. So that's what is important. At the institute level, I think institute can also initiate that dialogue. If we really want an accounting and tax GCCs in India, the institute can also provide that platform of a continuous interaction. So that's there. But meeting the executive members, yes, it's one way of meeting and greeting people. They may get you connected with people who actually require your services. So I tell you one example. I met somebody in an overseas chapter and I said, I do this. These 5 things I do. He said, okay, somebody is calling me and they require this service. I'll connect you. If you do not reach out to that person, how the person will get that you are providing this service? So that's how I feel that we should be connected with them. That is one option. You connect with the business center of our Indian embassy. You connect with other federation chambers in that country. So there are various means. But ICA chapter is the easiest for us because we ourselves are the members.
I think you have given quite a lot of information. When Abhay Chartered spoke yesterday, I don't know, I think you were there as far as I remember. So he gave you even a site name where you can register yourself. This is the first thing you should do because this is the first phase of putting a platform for people who can provide service, which is open to all the chapters on the other side. But just the platform registering can be a first step. Second step could be if you all proactively, enough of us here in Bangalore proactively, contact Bangalore branch out. That would be the best way. Then we can actually make a study tour and fix up, say, 10 places in US. US is the biggest. So which all are proactive. I know one of our own speakers, Anjana Vivek, she's there in Atlanta. And she said, anybody is coming, you tell me in advance, we will set up a CPA group who can talk to them. So like this, there are a lot of places where you can go. But obviously you require to see, contact maybe I think Manjunath or contact Kavita. They can have one person designated in Bangalore branch. And we can, once we have a few people, we'll get together, brainstorm on a VC. And after that you plan a visit. Because without going, I think only VC will not work. When you go and physically touch people, they see that you are so good. They also can make out. And it's all win-win. Remember, it's not one-way traffic. You're not going there to juice. You're also going to share with the chartered accountant there. And he's talking about whatever 5x, 10x, 20. I don't believe all the x's. But even if it is 10x, you can give them 5x. No. If it is 10x, give them 5x. You keep 5x. So I think it is possible, sir, to do this. ICI is already working. The best committee is WTO committee.
Yeah, and the
Only
website.
only one thing in this, whenever you go overseas, so I can give you and quote it, Karnataka Chartered Accountant Society did a trip, 25 people. Out of 25, 20 people goes for Burj Khalifa visit instead of a meeting. So when you go for this purpose, then don't treat it as your leisure trip. It should be a strictly business trip, focusing on generating business, understanding business, not a leisure trip. That's also important.
I'd just like to add just 30 seconds. So when we go out in India to search business, how do we do that? We go out, we meet with people, we meet with companies, we find out links, we find out connects. I was in the US for 3 weeks, and in 3 weeks, I visited 10 cities. So to what Avinash is saying, if we have to get the work outside of India, be it US, be it Europe, be it Australia, we have to physically make our presence felt there. Unless we put ourselves out there, we will not be able to really let them know that we do this. And there are tons of, trust me, there are tons of Indians who are sitting there getting that work done, maybe out of US, maybe out of India. So our expansion is again in our hands. But like Avinash said, it cannot be done through VC, it cannot be done through calls. We have to very focusedly go create the connects, and there are enough Indians in there as well who can really get us to the companies, get us to the decision makers, who will be happy to explore the knowledge that we have. And it's a simple finance fact. You give your money to be managed to a person who's wearing a suit, not to somebody who's in a torn jeans and muffled hairs. So it is all about when we meet, that's the vibe that gets created, the trust that gets created. So put ourselves out there, visit the countries, and the world knows the potential for India. The world already knows. It's just that we have to reach out.
Thank you. Thank you very
Thanks,
much, sir.
thanks, Mukesh. So the website which Madhukar sir was referring is APO, that is Accounting Process Outsourcing.icai.org. Anybody can register. There are already several CA firms which have registered. Okay, coming to this session, I think the conclusion or the summary takeaway, what we can say is that can chartered accountants, practitioners also can talk about revenue multiples and valuation? Yes, it is possible, provided we invest in the infrastructure required and also equip ourselves with relevant knowledge. I think Avinash ji rightly put it that without knowing anything, if I say that I want to do an audit outside India, I can't do it. So relevant knowledge is critical. So all of us will have to spend and invest on those things. So thank you both of you for a wonderful session and being here and also accommodating the schedule from yesterday to you. Thank you so much.
Last, I just want to say, Rome is not built in a day, but Hiroshima and Nagasaki is lost in a day. So wherever you are building a GCC, accounting GCC, it will take time. But if you do not perform, you will lose the opportunity immediately. So that's the last time.
Thank
Big
you.
round
Thank
of
you,
applause to
speakers.
all the
Thank you,
speakers, both the
moderators.
speakers.
Thank you. I now request CA Kavita Parameshwar, the moderator of this event, to kindly present the memento to our distinguished speakers and moderators, a token of our deep appreciation. It's indeed a very truly insightful and thought-provoking session, and also important that the speakers stressed upon the mindset of SMPs.
Moving on, it's time for a deeply futuristic conversation, one that's reshaping the very foundation of assurance services in the digital era. This session is titled The Next Frontier in the Audit, AI, Automation, and Cyber Resilience. Please join me in welcoming our esteemed speaker, CA Narasimhan Elangovan, co-founder and cybersecurity practice leader in Corp Advisory Services. Please give him a big round of applause. And we have with us our moderator for this session, CA Vinod Garg, Managing Committee member of Bengaluru branch of ICAI. Please also give him a big round of applause.
I request CA Vinod Garg to kindly give him a book and a plant to symbolize the wisdom, growth, and the sustainability. I request CA Vinod Garg to hand him over the book and the plant. We have Mr. CA Narsimhan Elangovan, a technology and risk enthusiastic, cyber security auditor, and a keynote speaker. His area of practice include cyber security audit, privacy audits, SOC2, and IT enthusiasm, auditing emerging technologies such as AI, big data, and IoTs. He has been identified as one of the top 10 influential consulting leaders 2020, an annual recognition for torchbearer in the consulting sphere by CEO Insight magazines. In December 2023, he received the Cloud Risk Champion Award at India's largest cloud security conference hosted by Cloud Security Alliance Bangalore for his contribution and achievements in the field of cloud security and audit. We are very happy to have Mr. C.A. Narsimhan Elangovan for this session. We welcome you, sir.
We also have CA Vinod Garg. He is a chartered accountant and alumnus of Surana College. He is the founder and proprietor of Vinod G and Associates, a chartered accountants, where he has been actively providing professional services with commitment and excellence. He is currently serving as the managing committee member of the ICAI Bengaluru branch for the term 2025 to 2029, contributing towards the development of the profession and the capacity building of members. Alongside his professional journey, CA Vinod Garg is deeply involved in various social activities, contributing to several social organizations where he has held multiple leadership positions. His passion for community service reflects his dedication towards social responsibility and public wellness. I welcome you, sir.
Now the session is over to the speakers and moderators.
Good morning, dear member. The audit professional is at a major turning point. Artificial intelligence, automation and raising cyber risk and transforming the way we examine the control, assess risk and deliver assurance. Today's topic, the next gen frontier in audit, AI automation and cyber resilience is extremely relevant as an organization move toward the data-driven decision-making and digital-first operation. We will explore how AI can elevate audit quality, increasing importance of cyber resilience, and how auditor must evolve in this technology-driven landscape. To deliver upon this, we have Narsimhan sir. I call upon him on to this, and over to you, sir.
In the meantime, I request all the members to restrict your questions just to 10 to 15 seconds and precisely ask questions so that in the interest of time, we get most of the insights from the speakers. Thank you.
You can switch off. A very happy and good morning to all of you. First of all, thank you Bangalore chapter for inviting me, and thank you Madhukar sir. He was so involved in curating every session, including asking us where we can improvise, what we can do. As a matter of fact, we had a committee where we had a lot of discussions and brainstorming going only on what to speak. Right, so thank you, sir, for this lovely initiative. Before I head into some of these details and nuances, let me talk about few important trends which are going on and why that makes it a lot of relevance. As the previous session, the speaker was mentioning, if you look at post 2000, right? I remember, that was the dot-com bubble, which everybody said Bangalore was the hot IT capital, right? With Infosys starting a completely different landscape. What exactly happened that time was, the world got to know that there is a lot of talent pool available in India, and that talent pool can serve the world either sitting from here or moving the talent pool there. That was the basic concept. And every person you would find in a family at least doing an engineering qualification and eventually settling in the US, probably the Bay Area and all of those. That was a big buzz. Now fast forward 25 years, I'm talking about 2020, 25 years. Now the trend is still there, but it is operating differently, especially after the pandemic. The era of work from home culture or work from anywhere has come up, which means I can get work done anywhere in the world, but as long as I set up what is called as a center of excellence, GCC, and all the nomenclatures, whatever you can call it. Now that started off with core technology. Now it is going to all the support functions. For example, companies like Accenture, Deloitte, all of them were rendering technology support, ERP support sitting from here for global companies. That is also GCC in a way. But it was a GCC setup within their own capability exclusively for a client. Now that slowly started expanding, and when the government realized that this is a huge potential, right, more and more awareness of GCC came into picture, of which finance as a GCC was thought about only in the last 5 to 10 years. And the institute has taken up this lovely initiative because the GCC committee and other things were formed. Just to give you some statistics, I know of certain CA firms within India which deal exclusively with one particular line of business or clientele. See, while we are progressing in the professional journey, we need to remember one very, very important thing. We need to have a T-shaped approach for growth. What is T-shaped? Generally be aware of few things. Go deep at least in one thing. That could be accounting, that could be technology, that could be industry, that could be real estate. I leave the choice to you. When that as a mindset gets started, your thought of making your own GCC, building your own GCC, joining a GCC, all of those comes into picture. Remember, no doubt money could be an incentive for you to think on those lines, but the biggest thing is you need to up the game by upgrading the skills. Just to give one simple example, when I was auditing a very large Fortune 5 company, I was previously auditing smaller companies reporting to the Indian ecosystem. But I got this opportunity after about 14 rounds of interviews. 14 rounds of interviews. That's the highest number of interviews I had. And I cracked all of them. And after getting to the audit, it was a different experience. That's a different story. But the most important thing was convincing how my knowledge which I had was suitable in their environment. In simplest language, if all of you go abroad for a short trip or a personal vacation, assuming that place does not have English as a primary means of communication, and you have to communicate to that person what you wanted, is it easy or difficult? It is obviously difficult. You need to know the nuances of that place, but you are not interested because it is only a short tenure of 3 days, 5 days, 10 days. But if you want to establish a longer relationship, the skill set is the first thing. Now, with that coming to the picture, the second most important thing is the points which you notice on the slide. That is how you use technology, how are you able to build AI stack, how are you able to build the automation stack, and more importantly, are your systems resilient enough? To break this in simple perspective, I'm sure we have been discussing, I'm not going to too much into these nuances, right? The base today,
We are talking about roughly 1,700 plus GCCs in India. All of these GCCs are set up as a fully captive center for a global conglomerate. What is it that they do? Starting from accounting to tax to filing, anything under the earth for that particular GCC, they are able to do. So first objective is decide where you want to position yourself. Do you want to do accounting GCC? Do you want to do a tax GCC? Do you want to do an ESG GCC? I do not know. Second, what is the sector you want to get in? Do I want to do pharma? Do I want to do real estate? These are all first things you'll have to, because based on that, the whole of your AI stack, your development, your cyber resilience, everything changes. To give an example, if you're talking about a healthcare GCC doing accounting operations work, your data cannot leave outside of US in certain countries, including the likes of California, certain states, including the likes of California, because they're very particular about data not leaving them. If you look into GDPR in the US, it says that the personal information should not leave the geographical boundaries of EU region. Which means how do you set up? That becomes a whole lot of a game in just setting up with heavy cost and infrastructure. Right? Second, the typical traditional cycles of 8 to 12 weeks which is going on, the GCCs are slowly moving on to what is called as continuous auditing cycles, which means that I have a flow and I need to keep going with that. Right? Very interestingly, GCCs are catering multi-jurisdictions, which means I may have to be well aware with a particular region and also another region. Maybe the accounting is done differently here, accounting is done differently here. Alternatively, you can also choose that I will specialize only in a GCC of a particular country. That is your choice. Right? And this is where, as a CA, you have an opportunity to get started. Now, where do I get started, right? I probably will give you a simple, jovial example, but this brings a lot of sense as to how you need to look into. Evaluate this video from a GCC angle. Hopefully the audio is connected. Is the audio connected, sir? I'm not too sure. Let me try this. Okay.
Good evening, sir. What may I get for you? Yeah. I would like to try this delicately crisp fried wrap with the rare savory, sir.
Can the volume be a little higher?
Wait, excellent choice, sir. May I suggest something excellent to go with it, like an organic tamarind sauce? Okay, I'll be back in a jiffy, okay? Lala, look, Barry. So because the chicken is there on my there you go, sir.
I think you got the message very clear, right? While I'm not trying to say this is what GCC does, all that I'm trying to say is presentation and the way you look out and the setup matters significantly, right? I know you've been hearing quite a number of sessions, so I just wanted to break the monotony on this, right? So first, look at the trend which is going on through, where 2005 to 10, it was called as shared services. This was a buzzword for those who've been in this industry for some space. For 2011 to 18, these started changing into center of excellence. Why? They realized that by just sharing the services, it is not sufficient. I need to go one level up. What? I need to see whether that place can drive excellence in terms of quality, in terms of improvisation, all of those things. And then came 19 to 24, very interesting word called innovation hubs. I don't know how many of them are aware. In SAP, Bangalore, Whitefield, near that Puttaparthi Sai Baba hospital, there is one SAP office there. It was called as innovation labs for a good amount of time. Of course, now they may have rebranded and other things, right? Because they expect that thought process, leadership, new ideas, etc. are generated. And now today, we are going into GCC, and rather now we are going to come up with a concept called GLC, Global Leadership Centers. Now that is where we are heading in this particular place. And if all of these things are going to happen, your tech stack which is underlying matters a lot. This is a very interesting research from a company by name Zinov. I think one of them were also a participant or a speaker. You can just look up their website. It talks about country ranking based on their potential to house fully scalable software engineering teams. The first one is actually India. But what do we realize? That this in the next few years should also translate into accounting house, because globally, if you see, the highest number of accountants is there in India. India is now the highest accounting member body across the globe. Earlier, I believe it was second. Now we are first. With that sort of a talent pool available, I think it becomes very much easy for us to get started. So how does this mind change? The traditional audit, I'm sure I'm not going to speak too much about it. I'll go more on the tech-enabled audit, where you have continuous real time. There are something called as continuous monitoring systems. In fact, some of the organizations have linked their SAP to some of these continuous monitoring systems, where if a trigger fails, it gets captured. I remember for a Fortune top 10 company when we did an audit, 4 years back, I had to do their entire SAP IT general control testing, and it took a substantial amount of time. 3 years later, I had to do 25% of that only, because the 75% of that they had automated through some pipelines. Which means auditing is slowly getting automated, especially those relating to compliance testing. And I'm sure you all know that as an auditor, a substantial portion of our time is to check whether controls have been met, whether the compliance is complete or not. Substantive is obviously going to be increasing because you want to apply your mind in a different game. Second, 100% population testing is possible thanks to some of these solutions. Now, when people keep on asking, sir, what is this 100% population? I'll give you a simple example. Let's take a simple scenario of Tally. Now, within Tally, I am writing a simple add-on module. The module says, any payment in excess of, I think cash limit is 10,000 rupees now, or 9999. I am writing a simple configuration that any payment of a cash entry made beyond 10,000 or split in a particular to a party of 10,000, it should trigger and sit in a separate module. Over. That is the simplest example of a continuous auditing. It can go as high as a transaction which is approved in Brazil, but it should have got a maker checker done from a company in Singapore or an entity in Singapore, but it is bypassed. Can I sit from India and identify? That's basically continuous audit. AI automation enabled predictive analytics, real-time dashboards. There is something called continuous compliance monitoring dashboards today, which is creating a sort of a robust system where on real-time basis I can identify some of these, and it is not very difficult to build some of these. Especially in the age of AI, you can write some of the prompts yourself and try to build solutions, right? Now, from there, a few very, very important things which is going on. The RPA initiative. Now, most of the GCCs today are focusing on how can I use automation end to end. Let's talk a simple example. I'm sure most of us would have filed our income tax return, whether you are an individual or whether you are working in an organization. I'm sure you will recollect the fact how you had filed an income tax return, right? You have to fill in your income details. Then there is something called as a tax credit reconciliation. You will have to do that. Now, if it is an individual case, it is fairly simple. 3-4 cases you have, TDS, you match it. The larger or freelancers will have about 10 to 15 cases. The problem is if you go to the income tax website, it will give in a format which you cannot analyze it easier. So what do? You have some software, you click a button that will automatically go login, enter the username, password. After that, it will only go and touch multiple screens. From that screen, it will click and download something. And once it is downloaded, it generates or converts into Excel file and says, here is ready for analysis. This is the simplest RPA. Remember, RPA is not AI. RPA is automatically analyzing the transactions or doing a particular objective across multiple applications. If this works only within Excel or predominantly within the Microsoft environment, we call it as a Microsoft macro or a VBA script. There is a solution from Microsoft called Microsoft Power Automate. It can, simplest language, by a basic subscription, it can create what is called as flows. Using those flows, you can automate very basic tasks, and this matters a lot. Second, can I go to the next stage by bringing in API powered initiatives? In India, recently they came up with something called as Bharat Connect. I don't know how many of them are aware. Basically, NPCI has a bill pay system where all your bills like water bills, electronic, BESCOM, sewage, or property tax, some of these are linked. They went to the next stage. Why cannot through an API link the seller of the services, the buyer of the services, and an ecosystem there? And that is something which is brought up. And imagine if that system is brought up, everybody poses a transaction digitally. From there, it is automatically connected to your Zoho, your Tally, whatever is there. Through an API, an entry gets passed automatically. So if a GCC is running or operating over here, the objective is to build certain solutions like this, which can automatically interface, and then your procurement or your transaction gets passed. Remember, in an organization, the highest volume of entries which you have to pass is procurement. Every other thing is normal because your payroll comes in an electronic form. You can enter it in your system easily. Your sales, it is obviously your baby. You can enter it easily. The biggest challenge is procurement, because procurement, your invoices comes in different formats, sizes, and you have to bring in automation, have to bring in computer vision, ability for it to read, understand, and do that. So the largest hanging fruit where you're able to automate is basically procurement. Next, hyper automation. This is also called as edge computing. This is where RPA coupled with intelligence can come into picture. This is where machine learning capabilities come into picture, where the machine is capable to analyze and forecast. To give a simple example, as a GCC you have set up and you are focusing on accounting related exercise. But suddenly you realize that the management want different types of report and simulated in different environments. With the help of things such as your hyper automation, you will be able to set it up. Another example on the similar sides is, let us say you want to do an inventory forecast. A company like a Procter & Gamble, Unilever, or a retail chain, right, or Starbucks, they have huge requirement to process inventory. How do I know what inventory at what position? Am I able to build a logic over there? That is basically what is happening in your hyper automation, where it is trying to drive some of these exercise. And let me tell you, a good 50 to 60% of these use cases are coming from here. Right? Now, putting it slightly from a different perspective, those companies who are doing a BPO, business process outsourcing, all of those companies have slowly started building in some AI or ML enabled technology which can fasten their work. So if you have seen, and those of you who have audited some of these companies, the trend is in the last 5 years, revenues have not significantly grown. The cost is getting optimized, therefore profitability is increasing. GCC focus on minimal cost, more of technology investment. Next, going into little bit where a machine learning comes into picture, right? Where it is able to try to diagnose large variety of data sets and give you some analysis. Predictive analytics, for example, a stock, when it can probably go wrong or when it can fall short. A classical example of a predictive analytics was generally during the month of October, November, December, in India, the highest growth oriented sector is retail and consumer. The least growth oriented sector is IT business. Reason is very simple. All the IT companies have a lot of holidays in October, November, and December. Why? Kids also are having holidays. As a result, eventually, lot of these things come into play. One fellow did a very interesting study, how a child's education system is related to the profitability of a company. Because based upon the child's, right, exam and school leaves, the company and the employees and the organizations go on leave, and that impacts productivity. When I was in Wipro way long back when I started my career, I heard for the first time the CFO making one of a very interesting statement in a press release. He says, growth in India, and this was way long back, right? And he used to make a very nice statement. He said, growth in India during Q3 of India or the Q4 of the US is normally lower compared to this. I was wondering why is he making such statements? Because I was still working all the good amount of those 90 odd days, right? Excluding Saturdays. But the rationale behind this is such things. Right? Now, if I have to use the same predictive modeling in the Indian context in the retail, I need to be really, really careful because in September 2025, I'm sure you know that the GST brought in a radical change and I had to relook into some of my machine learning algorithms for me to forecast this. Now comes the element of generative AI. Now, generative AI, most of us think that, oh, ChatGPT is the only generative AI. If you go to a website called as huggingface.co, you will realize that there are close to about 2 million Gen AI applications which are available. 2 million is roughly about 20 lakh. This number was roughly 8 lakh in beginning of this year. And the beauty is some of these apps are available on an offline model. There is an app called as Olama where you can download it, install the model which you want, disable the internet, and it can get connected within your data set or your inference engine and start doing some analysis. So there are a lot of innovations which are going on, especially on the generative AI side, but very important as chartered accountants is to understand the hallucination and all of these elements. Hallucination is where an AI thinks it's absolutely right, whereas it is incorrect. And I'm sure you have seen a lot of things. Next is the data privacy element. Very important because India for the first time has got a data privacy law. Wherever you are a GCC, the data privacy law becomes applicable if you are processing personal data within the borders of India. Then comes an element of consent and other things because there are some GCCs who are processing payroll. We'll have to look at the applicability. Now, in the personal data, there is also a requirement for data localization. We'll address about that as it comes across. And the bigger challenge in a GCC which you should avoid is, so the biggest challenge which you should try avoiding is, can I ensure that shadow AI does not exist? And a shadow AI is, I don't have visibility of which AI applications my teams are using. Somebody says ChatGPT, somebody says Claude, somebody says something else. And I'm using all of that and I don't have visibility, and that becomes a interesting challenge. So this is a quick slide just for you to talk about how the metrics in an audit is measured in a GCC. These are the typical 4 most popular words used in a global MNC landscape. Procure to pay, which is nothing but your payment cycle. Order to cash is your sales and collection cycle. You have your record to report, which is your entire reporting cycle, and then you have the regulatory reporting. All of these have to get reduced significantly via automation. Right, so I'll probably take the last part of it, which is cyber resilience, which is while doing all of this, you need to make sure adequate backup and adequate business continuity is taken care, because if your GCC fails to showcase that you have a robust system, nobody will trust and come to you. Remember that, right? So that becomes very important. In fact, to off late in the recent past, lot of companies, when they are outsourcing work to India, they're giving you 20-page questionnaire to fill up on the ecosystem what you have. We do a lot of cyber audits. As a part of it, we issue something called as a SOC2 and ISO 27000 certificate, where a lot of them are asking, is my data safe with you? If yes, show me the proof how you have encrypted the data. How are you making sure that the data in transit is sort of protected? How are you making sure that the backup is there? Are you restoring the backup and testing it? Do you have a continuity, an alternate site? All of these things have become areas where we have to question and take evidences and submit to these companies, right? Now, this is a very unfortunate, but this is something which you'll have to keep in mind. 2 days back, Apple GCC in India was in news for wrong reason. Non-compliance of Companies Act 2023. So 2013, beg your pardon. which said that data should be locally backed up and it should be required to do a daily backup, not being compliant. An audit trail, not available. Right? So these are issues which keep on coming in. I will probably, in the interest of time, I'll just go to the last slide on terms of continuous audit architecture. First, your layer one when you are building any sort of an autonomous or a real-time audit would be the data ingestion. How am I ingesting the data? How is it that getting set up? Second, what is the rule? And this is where I said continuous compliance comes into picture. Am I building a machine learning or an AI model over there? Third, the alert mechanism and when the trigger gets. I should not get so many alerts in a day that alerts itself to analyze, I'll require one more alerting system. Right? I've had systems seen like that. Fourth, evidence and reporting. How do I report? When do I report? And what is it that I have to look into? Whether it is IT, whether it is finance, whether it is accounting, whatever may be the domain, these are something which are core essential. So as professionals, what is our call for action? First, understand that when you are building any ecosystem within the GCC, your tech stack is very, very, very important. It could be Zoho books to your tallies to the Zeros or whatever you're using. Please understand that ecosystem. Second, start with simple POCs of how you build it, and that is how you are able to scale. Third, demand a seat at the table, just like how we say that I want my presence. Think that the AI requires presence in your system. Invest in your team in sort of building the technical skill set, knowledge, cyber, and most important, try to design the system which is robust and standing for it. And my last concluding statement is, if as the CAs, we do not architect the future of assurance in GCC, somebody else might probably do it. Thank you so much for being a very, very patient audience.
Please
hopefully I gave you a
round of
very short
applause.
and powerful info. Thank you.
At the interest of time, we'll take the questions offline.
Thank you for your insightful and forward-looking discussion, sir. It is clear that the future of auditing requires a balance of technology, stronger professional judgment, and cyber awareness. As an auditor, our role is not replaced but enhanced by AI. With the right skill and mindset, we can deliver deeper insight, better risk identification, and stronger trust in financial system. Thank you once again, sir, to our speaker and all the participants. Thank you.
I now request CA Vinod Garg to kindly present the memento to our speaker. A heartfelt token of appreciation from the GCC committee team. Thank you, sir.
Our next session explores one of the most vital levers of GCC success. It's the people. The topic is crafting global ready talent for GCCs, the GCC People Blueprint. A compelling discussion on the evolving workforce, leadership development, and building a globally competitive talent pool.
Joining us are two leaders in the field, CA Kandlur Sudhir Prabhu, Global Head of Design Architecture and Integration, Finance Processes, Data and System of ABB Business Services Private Limited. Let's give him a big round of applause. We also have Ms. Priyadarshini Prabhu, Director People Solutions of Baker Tilly, One India. Let's give a big round of applause to her as well. And moderating this powerful session is CA Karthik Shetty, eminent speaker. I now request CA Bhargava, the chairman of Mysore branch of ICAI, to present them with a book and plant, a symbol of continuous learning and growth.
Mr. CA Bhargava presenting book and plant to CA Kandlur Sudhir Prabhu. Kandlur Sudhir Prabhu is a chartered accountant, passed out in 1990 and holds a diploma in information system audit from ICAI, reflecting his long-standing engagement with finance, controls, and technology. He is a global finance leader with over 3 decades of experience across manufacturing industry, consulting, professional practice as a chartered accountant and finance shared services. Sudhir has led the transformation of ABB's India Shared Accounting Center into a global finance hub and brings deep expertise in GCC leadership, finance process design and technical embedded transformation. He is currently the global head of design, architecture and integration for finance process and apps. Global finance application at ABB based out of Bangalore. Today, he will share a practical insights on building future ready talent for global capacity centers. We also have Ms. Priyadarshini Prabhu.
Priyadarshini leads talent strategy at Baker Tilly One India, shaping people experiences and strengthening an employee-led organizational brand. With nearly 2 decades in HR across Infosys, Novo Nordisk, TE Connectivity, and Eli Lilly. She brings expertise in talent acquisition, OD, rewards, L&D, and communications. She is certified in tools including MBTI, Insights Discovery, DDI, and Growth Coaching, enabling a passion for developing people and inclusive workplaces. An accounting graduate with an MBA in HR from TAPLI. She enjoys traveling to new countries, exploring museums, reading a book every month, and dreams of becoming an author someday. My best wishes to you, ma'am.
Our eminent moderator, Mr. C.A. Karthik Shetty. He worked with Deloitte Haskins and Sells in 2009. He moved back to Hubli to pursue full-time practice and is currently a partner at S.B. Shetty & Co. Chartered Accountants. Shri Karthik B. Shetty is the past chairman of Taxation Committee of Karnataka Chamber of Commerce and Industry. He has authored numerous articles on service tax and GST published across reputed technical journals. In addition, he serves as a visiting faculty at various management institutions, contributing actively to academic and professional development. We welcome all the 3 eminent speakers for this session. And over to Mr. Karthik Shetty.
A very good morning, everyone. It's been quite action-packed and knowledge-enriching sessions from yesterday and in the first half of today. And trust me, it's a privilege standing in front of you and leading the discussion today on this topic of crafting global-ready talent for GCCs and the GCC People Blueprint. As emphasized by all the earlier speakers, one thing is very clear. Today's GCCs are not just support hubs. They have transformed into becoming strategic engines for innovation and growth. Now, with this picture in mind, now what is going to be the next frontline? The next frontline is not going to be about infra. It may not be about the cost also. Or to a certain extent, it may not be the tech. The next frontline or the real differentiator is going to be the people and the talent. So the differentiator of the people is going to depend on the depth, adaptability, and the global readiness of the talent. So now as we transition from managing processes to taking on global responsibilities, one question we will all have to ask, and probably that is the question we are going to discuss today. What does a global ready finance professional look like? Or to ask it otherwise, how do we build, or how does a finance professional build the right capabilities, mindsets, and leadership skills to power the GCCs of tomorrow? To answer these questions and to explore these dimensions, we have 2 very learned speakers, C.A. Sudhir and Priyadarshini, who are going to share their insights today that will help us shape us as a finance professional to formulate a more practical, actionable blueprint for developing our own GCCs. With this, I now invite CA Sudhir. Please share his thoughts. I look forward to very rich and meaningful discussion. Thank you.
For the members present here, for the branch officials, a warm, I will say, good morning. It's still not well yet. So should I, 1 second. Third one, yeah. No, never. Okay. And go to presentation mode. Yeah. So this is pure a practitioner's view, as you heard, having come across, starting with a local accounting team to a global center that serves global. I bring a practical view. This is for young CAs in the room who are looking forward to a career in GCC. And also perhaps as Avinash and other professionals put it across, anybody who is intending to start a GCC, right? So honestly speaking, what starts first? As Avinash rightly put it, capability center has to be there in order to become global. Now, any employee of a GCC, or I would put it as anybody who wants to start a GCC, we say proverbially sky is the limit. You heard India has talent, India has opportunity, and also there is recognition globally, 50-60%. I've not brought any statistics because all of you are quite internet savvy. Statistics are always available to you at the flicker of a button. AI is there for you, right? But what does this mean for a young CA? So I'm giving you 360-degree perspective. If you are a chartered accountant wanting to enter the GCC sphere, what we as GCC are looking into it. I come from an in-house GCC. I have not had any, I will say, experience in terms of running a third-party service providing, because that's a different challenge altogether, right? So when we say sky is the limit, I always jokingly say, yes, sky is the limit to see, because finally what we aim to achieve is limited with what kind of a deep pockets we have. Any one of you who would like to start a GCC, we have to be mindful of, it is typically like a stock market, right? There will be like 20 opportunities or 20 scripts where you can double your money in a year, but what you can double is exactly the bucks that's there in your pocket and what you can spend. So there is a limit on what you can aim. Similarly, each budding professional, if you would like to develop some skills, there is a limit. There is like 24 hours available to you. You already have a job on hand and you have to maintain your work-life balance. So how do you groom yourself? How do you make yourself global ready in terms of, getting a right opportunity at the right time? So I would like to walk you through the 4 areas. It applies for somebody who wants to start a GCC, one of you in the room, or it also applies to one of you who wants to groom himself into a potential leader in a GCC. So first it starts with we all discussed last day's sessions, the couple of professional colleagues who spoke in the morning, all alluded to the fact that value add, that's the buzzword. But can you straight away start value adding from day one? Perhaps answer is no. From what I could gather from my own experience, you have to start perhaps transactional, groom yourself into value-added services, and at the same time, the word back office, is a thing of the past. Be a business partner. But how do we start? We need to recognize, for people who would like to visualize opportunities, plenty of them. As we heard, chartered accountants are known for tax and audit and consulting services. But there is plenty of other opportunities. I'm not here advocating you to break the institute professional conduct law that that prohibits. There are some restrictions on what you can do in your own name. But I'm trying to say, avenues to start a business for a chartered accountant, And in terms of the opportunities, the areas, some of the areas on the slide that I have put across have been deployed, operationally successful from the center where I come from. Okay. There are certain other, I will call it as smaller opportunities which enable you to grow big, is like reconciliation services. And as my previous speaker just mentioned, in terms of AI or technology enabled, I will say, services. I have a question. How many of you are aware that if you are an Airtel subscriber or a Jio subscriber, you have access to professional edition of AI, be it Perplexity with Gemini? How many of you are aware? Good amount. How many of you have actually started using it? Yeah. Now, the question is, there is, I will call it as a belief. There is always a belief that most of us who start using AI end up using it like Google. Ask it a straightforward question. That's not the way. So why am I saying this particularly is that anybody who aspires to start being global ready, start from grooming self. You want to be a leader, or you want to be an employee, or you want to be an entrepreneur who will start a GCC, you have to start globalizing self first. Because you saw the video, beautiful video, presentation. The presentation doesn't happen overnight. You saw the waiter. He must have trained himself speaking in that accent and speaking in that. I'm not saying we need to be a waiter. No, don't take me wrong. But what it means is we need to start grooming self, deciding which of the areas we would like to focus on. Time is limited. The money, resource availability is limited. In terms of if you are a partnership firm, of course, the mandate, the consensus should be there in terms of what area we will be putting our finger into. So much of competition in the world. What is that niche skill that we will deploy that people will come to us? As Avinash said, why should somebody come and give you work? But if you're talking of in-house GCC, if you're an employee as a chartered accountant, how do you convince your bosses or the board to start thinking of investing in a GCC, and you are volunteering to lead it, or you're volunteering to be a part of it, right? The second step is technology as a driver. Area we have decided, which area, be it, like as you saw on the previous slide, be it the quotation services, or be it the statutory financials, or be it the group reporting, or anything of that sort. Technology as a driver as well. Again, in the previous session, you saw so many technological avenues available. Now, how does a young chartered accountant who does not yet have, the professional access to formal robotic process automation avenue, or for that matter, how do you go about? I also quite like the T model that was spoken in terms of general awareness and deeper into one or two topics. With AI and internet accessibility so rampantly available in India, nothing stops you as a young chartered accountant from upskilling yourself in terms of knowing the complete end-to-end basics. So in a way, you are making yourself available as a knowledgeable person for a GCC to hire you. If you demonstrate, this ability to grasp the opportunity, and you have the funding, and you can start the GCC. Just remember, it is easy to start a GCC. It is easy to start a capability center and visit foreign countries, maintain contact, and grow it into a GCC. To sustain and maintenance requires you to have a ready pipeline of globally ready, I will call it as a team. Because when you may have 5 employees and you may get work, but the minute the 5 employees get experience, somebody else will be poaching them. So that brings me to the next topic. Skills and competencies. What starts first? Do we hire tech-savvy employees, or do we train our existing employees in getting them to be tech-savvy? Because demand is far exceeding the supply. Now, don't take me wrong. We just heard N number of graduates come out, N number of chartered accountants come out. In my role in the last 10 years, I myself, we have interviewed many chartered accountants, and of course, couple of areas in our hub also is plenty of chartered accountants, cost accountants, and CMA, and various other qualification, right? Our general observation is people are theoretical oriented. They think the life starts with audit, accounting, and tax and other things like that. So anybody who aspires to be in a GCC, you need to be, I'm not saying getting out of that mode, but you need to be expanding your mental horizon in terms of ability to take up something beyond audit, something beyond accounting, something beyond tax. Okay? So when we hire people, like when you interview, when you prepare for interview, most of us, even when I was young, we were relying on the top three. I need to know the process, I need to know the application, I need to know the regulation. But nowadays, GCCs, I can say for my center for sure, we look at, is the person adaptable, capable of critical thinking? Is he or she digital literate in terms of, a team player potentially? So maybe I would not like to steal the thunder from my co-speaker who is going to speak on the same topic, right? But I will call it as one of the last but one slide. What is the challenge? Again, as I promised, I have not brought any statistics. If you see today, Gen Z forms the bottommost layer of any GCC. But in the next 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 years, the Gen Alpha comes in. So somebody asked me, what is this Gen Z? So my definition is very clear. It's the I, me, myself generation. Don't take me wrong. I have 2 Gen Zs at home, my son and my daughter-in-law. Okay? I speak with experience. In my center, about 70% people are Gen Z. So the biggest challenge is the entrepreneur or the owner of the GCC can aim for the moon, but the crew has to come with him. So leadership, the tagline of this slide is, leadership is beyond people management going forward. Okay? People are the core of a GCC, and as long as we recognize the core challenges that come in, of all the challenges that I've listed, the biggest challenge for all the GCCs is retention. And when we talk of non-transactional GCC, because a transactional GCC easy to replace people. If you ask a transactional GCC, attrition rate is anywhere between 28 and 29%. They will manage because they've itemized the work. But when you talk of knowledge-based GCC, retention becomes the biggest problem. And if you retain people, working with their aspirations, keeping yourself cost effective, and these are the things which one need to be careful. Why am I saying this? Budding chartered accountants, this is exactly what, if I am going to interview you for a position in our hub, these are the things we will be looking at in terms of how aspirational you are, at the same time that I will discover how challenging it is to retain you. Right? Final parting remark in terms of key takeaways. What does it mean to prep yourself up? This topic is such that we can speak for an hour, but I took a challenge to speak within 15 minutes. In India, we say, Yatha Raja Tatha Praja. If you are the leader is critical for the GCC success. You can go and do marketing and get business, and you only focus on marketing. Imagine the business is gone because the people down the line have no motivation to maintain that business going forward. Strong desire to excel should be there from top to bottom. If you are going to be an employee of a GCC, you need to have, as a leader, I'm not talking in terms of as a doer, we need a leader. Chartered accountants are supposed to be leading, because you may join as a startup job where you might do some work, but your aspiration should be to be a leader. If you want to lead, you should have a positive attitude and can-do attitude. Half the work is done of securing a job in a GCC. If you bring your desire to excel, demonstrable desire to excel, and with a can-do attitude, once you get the job, to sustain the job, you need to deliver on commitments. Okay? So it's not a question of do we keep a workforce ready for global, or do we develop as the business comes in? The previous sessions have already opened up our eyes and mindset in terms of we need to invest in technology, people, our time positively to get work. And with that, I stand up by my promise of, maybe I've gone up 2 more minutes. Sorry. Okay. So all the best to budding colleagues and all the best to budding entrepreneurs who want to start a GCC.
Thank you very much, sir. It was wonderful for you to maintain the time exactly provided.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you so much, CA Prabhu, for giving such a good insight from a talent perspective. So welcome one and all. I am not a CA Priya Prabhu, but it is a pleasure to be here from an HR perspective. An incident backstory from my side. Back in the early 2000s, I entered the hallowed halls of the ICAI, decided I will do my chartered accountancy, finished the foundation and realized this is so difficult of an exam for me. I don't see myself going this direction. So I decided to pivot into the business of what we call people. So welcome one and all. And I'm going to spend the next 15 minutes or so just giving you a perspective from an HR standpoint, from a talent standpoint on how we manage and how we look at building future-ready finance and agile teams for the next set. All right. So before we get started, looking at the energy in the room, I would like for all of you to indulge me for a second and do a small little icebreaker. Are you up for the challenge? Yes? All right. Please shut your eyes. Don't go to sleep. I promise it will only take 30 seconds. Please shut your eyes. Okay? Point north. Wherever you think north is, please point there. Use your hand and point wherever you think north is. You have to actually point. You can't just turn your head. Please point. I would like to see some fingers. All right. Open your eyes. Look around. Okay, chartered accountants, how many norths are there that you know of? How many norths are there? One, right? One north. But the purpose of this small little exercise is to tell you that each of us have our own north, right? It's a matter of perspective. It's a matter of perspective. And I'd like for all of us to remember that in talent, in HR, we always operate in the gray. So each person's north is different. So for you, there might be a correct north in terms of direction, but for all of us, our norths are different. Thank you for the indulgence and thank you for participating in this exercise. All right. A lot of my co-panelists have spoken about the gap which is there, which exists in the talent workforce, and so far as finance talent is concerned. I just want to draw your attention to some of it. The data, I won't go through it. It's been spoken to death till now. But this is just some statistics to tell you why India as a GCC center has become so crucial, so important. Because the number of folks in the US, it's, you know, incidentally, I was attending a program by a Harvard professor who spoke about the browning and the graying of the US population. The browning and the graying of the US accounting population. What that means is all the talent, accounting talent for the US is coming from outside, mostly South Asian countries like ours, and graying. Most of the people, 75% of the people in the accounting field are nearing retirement age. So where is the next set of talent for accounting going to come from? Where is the next set of finance-ready talent going to come from? The answer is here. All of you are sitting here. The answer is here. So at least in one area of population, we have a huge demographic dividend, and that's something that we need to take pride in. As you know, finance professionals, one of the key things for us to note is that no more is it about number crunching, right? What we're expecting, a lot of our co-panelists also spoke about that. All of us as finance talent need to look at how do we become financial data storytellers. Storytelling as a concept has become so much more important. It's not enough to present, just give you the data or compliance like my co-panelists spoke about, but really how are we presenting that data in order to enable business to make some very core decisions which are important for the business. And I think that part is important. If I look at the India's GCC advantage, and again, a lot of panelists have spoken about it, but what is a very crucial point here is that Even though there are so many chartered accountants, a growing adoption of CPA in India, growing adoption, 60% of increase year on year on the adoption of CPAs in India, we still find a gap in the employability factor. Meaning, it's not like I can go into the market and hire every person that I meet. Can I? I'd like to, but I can't do that. Any reason why I can't hire even 20% of the people that I meet? I would like to ask the audience, why do you think that we as firms cannot hire all the people that we meet? What do you think there are gaps? Where are the gaps? Skill, okay. Wow, philosophical answer. Ideologically, the synchronization may not have. It's a very good answer. Thank you. Expectation gap, says this gentleman. Communication, excellent answer. Sorry, fitment. In what manner, sir? All right. Gentleman says fitment, aspiration versus reality, perhaps, of what the firm is able to offer. Everyone who comes out of the industry. Yes. Absolutely. I think my co-panelist spoke about it. Lack of practical knowledge. It's only theoretical knowledge that comes through. But more, underpinning all of this is something that one of you brought up, is the ability to present oneself and presence one's point of view. We hire in Baker Tilly One over 200 chartered accountants. Today we have over 200 chartered accountants in the firm, which incidentally we just touched 1,000 last week, 1,000 people as a GCC. So something that we are very proud of. Thank you. So as we look at hiring folks from the market, we realize that communication and the ability to present oneself becomes the core differentiating factor. And I know communication seems like it is a soft skill. A lot of people tell me communication is a soft skill. I'm sorry, that ship has sailed long ago. Communication has become a hard skill. If you're not able to present your ideas and your point of view, forget growth, you won't be able to move ahead in your career. And that we have seen as a lot of barrier for some of our people today who want to move on in their careers in the GCCs. So if I look at building future ready and agile finance teams, what are some of the areas that I look at? Today, I think we're at the cusp where I'm looking at a trifecta of culture. We are basing it on a trifecta of culture, people, and technology. And this is the trifecta. Most firms base their hiring on their outlook on for their talent. Is the talent a fit into the culture? Do they have an idea of how to innovate, how to look beyond the obvious? That's number one. Do they have the required skill set or competence? And the technology part, a lot of panelists spoke about AI, and I won't go into the depths. I'm no expert in AI, but I can tell you the people who have the digital skills or the digital fluency in order to take the firm into the future will be the ones that succeed, right? So what are those roles that we're looking at today? There are a bunch of roles, cross-functional roles, which is finance and tech, right? If a person needs to make a full-time career in finance in a GCC, I believe these three will be crucial. One is a cross-functionality, a combination of finance and technology. The second is collaboration across hubs. Some of the panelists spoke about it being a back office, an ability of, we've moved from a back office concept to a front office to being client-facing, client-serving. And that is not possible if there is no collaboration between the hubs, no collaboration between teams sitting in India and teams sitting outside the world. We have taken very little time to develop what is called cultural competence. We can't live in the trajectory that India is the epicenter of the world, right? There's a whole big world out there. So how do we adapt ourselves to becoming globally, culturally competent? I think that's something which is very, very crucial. And of course, the continuous learning culture. When I saw the flyer for this event today, I saw that there were 12 CPE credits. I hope that's not just the reason that some of us are attending this session today, but really the course is such, your course, the Chartered Accountancy course is such, is that there is a learning built into it. The question is, what are we doing with that learning? Are we doing the learning as a checkmark exercise, or are we doing the learning as something that truly enables us to move forward in our careers. My esteemed panelists spoke about attrition and spoke about retention of key talent. You know, in GCC setup in professional services, any idea what the attrition percentages are like? Any numbers? 20% says some, 25 to 30 says some. The answer lies somewhere in the middle, right? It is about 25 to 27%, which means every year I'm replacing nearly 1/3 of my organization. Now, from a firm's perspective, that increases your cost of talent. And so when we look at talent, when we are able to identify talent that are in it for the long haul, the firm really takes a very strong view to seeing what it can do to retain them, to develop them, to make sure that their aspirations are met. And that is something that today, from a challenge perspective, some employees fail to see. I was looking at a resume of a chartered accountant candidate the other day. The person has 5 years of experience and has changed 3.5 jobs. When I say 3.5, he spent 3 months in the previous job. So I'm just saying, don't count it as a job. So 3.5 jobs. What do you learn in a year in a company, actually contributing to the growth of the firm? That is a real challenge on the GCC talent side. It sounds very amazing that, okay, we'll set up a GCC, we'll hire the talent. But if the talent does not follow the leader, like my esteemed panelists spoke about, I don't think we are going to succeed as a long-term GCC. We cannot make finance, future agile talent if the talent is not willing to see it through the long haul. So I think that is very important, okay? If I look at the future role, so what's coming up? In our firm, in Baker Tilly 1, India right now, like I told you, we just touched 1,000 employees, and I'm glad to see Arun also here. He's our audit leader. So Arun was one of your esteemed panelists yesterday. His team has led a lot of efforts in looking at automation efforts for audit, right? Now, we are speaking about AI, ML, is thinking, okay, will AI replace jobs? A lot of people ask us in various panels, does it mean that I have to start looking for other jobs? The minute we start fearing AI as, it's a big bad wolf out there, we have lost the plot. AI is meant to augment the role in order for us to do our jobs better, right? So that is something which is very important. But a specific example I'd like to take, in the audit team led by Arun, there was one of our employees who came up and said, a bunch of employees, hey, here are some standard reports we're doing for employee benefit plans. And each of these reports, for us to reconcile the data, for us to set up the trial balances, it's taking us anywhere between 1 to 2 hours. Can we do a simple automation here, which brings in some efficiency? And we had an innovation team at Baker Tilly 1. They went to the innovation team, established a proof of concept, and delivered that automation within a record period of time. Now, this seems like a very small thing, but all drops of automation make a big ocean, right? We don't get efficiency just like that thinking about it. There has to be some action taken on it. So I think it is very important for us to recognize and to identify in our workspaces what are those areas that can look forward, that we can look at in terms of efficiency, automation, optimization. That is level 1. And then you move on to the next step about AI. So the future role of AI is not at jeopardy at all. I'm just saying it's become a techno-functional role. Your technical expertise or functional expertise is still important, but it has to be underpinned with technology. It has to be underpinned with some digital skills, which are very, very important. So a little bit of a take on what my esteemed panelists said. What are our skills for tomorrow? What are those skills that we are looking at? We are speaking about pivoting from compliance to strategic leadership. Now that doesn't happen overnight. Credibility needs to be built over a period of time. So when I interview people and they tell me that, Priya, I want to become a manager someday, or I want to become a director in the next 5 years, I'm like, okay, what does that actually mean for you? What does being a manager or a director or a lead mean? Because in our heads, we have a very different understanding of what that looks like. So the CA profession today, I know, has evolved from compliance to strategic leadership, but that doesn't come naturally to everyone. It is a planned effort from the side of the employee. So whereas the organization can meet the aspiration of the employee has to rise up to the challenge and say, hey, I'm going to take these courses, take these certifications, take these abilities look at the abilities for me to interact, to participate in forums like this in order to increase my own knowledge. Tech fluency and advisory skills. And of course, there is continuous learning in the digital skills and the digital platforms that we look at. So if I were to tell you from an HR standpoint, what we are looking for is that we are looking for people who are moving from compliance to being insight generators, who are moving to understanding the difference or the balance between risk and innovation in order to deliver what's best to the client. So with that, I will stop my monologue and open the floor to questions and allow for some interactions with the audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sudhir, and thank you, Priya, for the wonderful practical insights. Now we are open for questions. We can take a few questions. Yes, please. Front row.
Hello. My name is Arun Balu. I'm a practicing chartered accountant in Bahrain. So we recruit chartered accountants. We recruit also ACCAs. But there are two things. One is from a CA perspective and one from the junior or Gen Alpha that we are seeing. The amount of hard work they're putting is very less as compared to what we expect. And what the talent actually wants, we feel they don't know what they really want. So how do you, as a talent professional, take them to the path that they would ideally go to become a budding professional, and also make them more grittier in the work that they do? And the second question is with regard to chartered accountants. We also see a trend where they shift jobs more frequently. Is this a negative when we have to evaluate a particular person, or do we say that, okay, we have observed this trend line in your previous history, but we can build a path with you where you'll stay longer with our firm? Is that ever going to be a case where this can happen? Thank you.
I can take one part of it. So let me take your second question first, sir. In terms of looking at retention of employees, we look at what is called consistency of employment as a major screening criteria, which means that if you've changed 3 jobs in 5 years, that means you've not passed the consistency check. Now, that is done in our organization. Each organization has different policies, number one. And second, like the panelists were mentioning earlier, there is a demand-supply conundrum here. If there is only that many CAs that you have and that only that many people that you can work with, we will not have a choice but to hire, whoever is available, as long as they have the right set of skills. More importantly, they have the right attitude, which brings me to your first question. A lot of times people come to us and say, oh, there's a perception that Gen Alpha is not working as hard or as, they were not like us when we were CAs or when we graduate. That is a common thing. But if you go back to your parents' generation, I'm sure they said the same thing about us, right? So I think we have to give the Gen Alpha and Gen Z some grace there. But second thing is, as we work with all of the different multi-generational workforce, one thing we notice is the newer generation wants instant feedback. They want instant validation. They want, okay, did I do this job well or did I not do this job well? Where can I improve? Can you tell me? Can you give me some recognition? And I want a promotion in 1 year. I mean, all of these instant things in an era of instant delivery, like, Blinkit, Zepto comes in 8 minutes. I think we've gotten used to the instant noodle kind of model right now. So people are expecting it very often. Now, the way that we have mitigated it to some extent, I won't say we have a perfect answer, and I'll let Mr. Prabhu also talk about it, but we have noticed that using something like a buddy program, talking to people, pairing them up with folks that speak their language, so to speak, and who have seen some success, that helps in sort of driving that discussion forward. Now, is it possible? Is it a foolproof plan? The answer is no. The second thing is clarity in terms of what the roles and levels are, what is expected at each level, and we have to be so prescriptive about it. Number of hours delivered X, number of feedback received Y, number of XY, number of conversations had with XYZ people Z, whatever the case may be. But that clarity is something that I think this generation is expecting, which I think our generation did a little bit better, as they work better with ambiguity. We work better with ambiguity. The newer generation requires clarity from the get-go. So that is something as leadership we are required to provide. So I hope I answered your questions.
Only one additional point. You heard me say that Gen Z, Gen Alpha, they're like I, me, myself. One thing is very clear. If the purpose of delivery is clarified to them, they are best in delivery. Why? Unlike our generation, we had to equip ourselves. They come equipped with, I will call it as that mindset. I'm talking about an average Gen Alpha. There can be like people who are not yet ready. But as long as we give them a purpose and say, this is the reason, they hate orders, they hate sermons. जो अपना बाप माँ बाप का नहीं सुनता है आपका क्यों सुनेगा? Just because you're paying money, they will choose another employer. Okay? Answering your second question, do not look forward to loyalty. The word called loyalty has now new connotation. Earlier we used to say rolling stone doesn't gather mass. But now the new slogan is stationary stone gathers dust. Okay? So what I'm trying to say is accept the reality, but hire a person if you think he or she or they are ready to deliver. If you feel that person for role for which you are hiring requires 6 months of preparation, then don't hire a person who stays 1 year in a job. But if you see you need a skill set, doesn't exist in your firm, a person brings that skill set and is ready, don't bother. Because nowadays, companies also change names. Okay? I'm a live example. ABB is my 9th job, but 22 years I've completed in the company today. Okay? The first 14 years saw me change jobs, some my own decisions, some because companies closed down. Some people who from my generation would know some recession, etc. But that I was also asked the same question. Why do I hire you? But then I have proven myself. Within the company, I have risen. But what I'm trying to say is, gone are the days of, like loyalty. One of the employer, which you know now as Thomson Reuters. Not many of you know that the original name in India, which was acquired, was World Scope Disclosure India Private Limited. When I went for the interview, my wife said, what is this Disclosure India Private Limited? And my comment was, andar jaunga, I will see. If I like the firm, I will give the interview and come back. That was my attitude, not from a Gen Alpha, Gen Z. And you can imagine now what will be the attitude of Gen Alpha, Gen Z, right? Accept them for what they are. Empathetic attitude towards them is very critical to retain them. Money, they will throw at your face and walk away if they don't like your attitude or they don't like the environment. That is the power of the new generation, because their basic necessities and needs are taken care. For us, finding a job was a necessity, because father was eagerly looking forward that when kab beta bahar jayega, naukri kama ke leke aayega. Right? But that's not the case now. They are coming to you with an iPhone already. Not that the salary that you pay will get them iPhone. So you can imagine. So we need to live with that.
Very well said. I'll just give one particular insight into this, that whenever it's a funny incident, whenever I meet new generation people, they come to me during the interview and they say, how long till I become the CEO? Can you show me the path to becoming, CEO? I said, very good. Extremely aspirational. I think for that, we'll have to give you the job. But unafraid of asking the difficult questions, unafraid of taking on challenges, wanting mobility, they're open to travel more so in this generation than any other generation. I mean, if you ask me, I was born in Bangalore, raised in Bangalore, live in Bangalore, but I can't say that about a lot of talent today who are much more mobile and much more diverse and inclusive in their thought process. So I hope that helps.
Thank you.
Because we have.
I think it is. I'm Rajeshwari. I think it is a time run.
Time is gone.
Okay. Thank you.
You can take it offline. Sorry.
No problem. Thanks.
A big thank you to both the speakers. One key takeaway for us finance professionals from these two speakers is we have to stay curious, embrace technology, and keep continuously upgrading ourselves with not just technical skills, but also probably the way we think, communicate, and also lead. Once again, thank you to both the speakers, and thank you all for being an engaging audience. So let's hope we all find our north diligently. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, speakers, for sharing such a meaningful perspective on what it takes to develop global ready talent, from building resilience and adaptability to aligning organizational culture with future readiness. I now request CA Kavita Parameshwar to kindly present a memento to our speakers and moderators as a token of our appreciation for the inspiration and wisdom they brought to this session. Thank you, Kandlur Sudhir Prabhu sir, and also Priyadarshini Prabhu. Thank you very much. And to our moderator, CA Karthik Shetty.
As we move toward the final stretch of our morning, before lunch break, we have a session that many of you will find both practical and empowering. This session brings together two critical conversations. One, GCC consulting demystified, and two, navigating GCC employment and consulting pathways. Whether you are an aspiring consultant, someone who is curious about the corporate world, or a professional looking to pivot into GCCs, this session promises to clarify, simplify, and inspire.
Now we have our eminent speaker for this session. I request CA Pramod Hegde, the Regional Council Member SIRC of ICAI, to escort Smita Hemmige, MD of ANSR, and Shalini Sankarshana, MD of GCC Leader Planview India Private Limited. Let's give a big round of applause for both the speakers, Smita Hemmige and Shalini Sankarshana. Where are they? They're just coming in a way. Meanwhile, let us listen to the introduction of the speakers. We have Smita Hemmige. Smita is a managing director of ANSR, where she orchestrates enterprise-wide growth initiatives and architects sophisticated client strategies that have positioned ANSR as an undisputed market leader in establishing and scaling GCC for Fortune 500 enterprise worldwide. Her distinguished career spans over 2 decades of progressive leadership across premier technology organizations, including ThoughtWorks, CSS Corp, Unisys, Infosys, and Logica. As a visionary marketing strategist, Smita has consistently delivered exceptional revenue growth while elevating the brand positioning and market presence for the global corporations across diverse industry verticals. Beyond her corporate achievements, Smita's commitment to advancement extends through her role as co-trustees of Baleko Trust, where she champions non-profit initiatives that create lasting community change. I now welcome Smita on the dais. She has already come. I request CA Pramod Hegde to hand over book and the memento, which is already done. Thank you. Over to Pramod Hegde.
Well, thank you, Anil, for quickly introducing the topic. Of course, I'll not take much of your time. Just let me start with an honest confession. We are very good at getting the filings done, filling the checklist, getting the report completed. But Word today is asking much more. What is that value addition you're creating? What is the value you're giving? And if CAs in Bangalore cannot drive the GCCs, then who else can do it? So that's the context which I want to lay down. And today's speakers are going to talk about how do we create values, both in-house organization and as a consultants, and how are we going to develop on it. And of course, for people who are practicing, I did say that the value creation is what the word is looking for. That doesn't mean in-house employees doesn't look for that. Even today, I think we should look into expanding the influence within the organization so that we are creating value within the organization. And I think we should be knowing that. I was just speaking to Smita as well. The maturity model is also advanced on the GCC. I think post-COVID, she was trying to tell me we have around 600 nano GCCs which has been set up in Bangalore. Of course, when I think yesterday Sanjeev Sagi did mention about the nano GCC, which is not that we are talking about 500 members GCC, it's about 5 people team GCC, 50 people team GCC. That's the scale which we are talking upon now. So I think I don't want to take much of the time. We would like to listen from you. Over to the speaker. Thank you. I'll be down so that you can have the entire stage for you. Before you take over, you know she is the James Bond of the GCC. So I just missed out that. No one told that probably.
Okay, I think there's a lot of hype and everything else that's been given to me before. So thank you so much, Pramod. I can't pull out like some cool gadget. They have not given me any of that. But what I do have is cool stats about the GCC industry. And that's what Answer does. We are our own queue. We've got all of the things that you need when you're in this situation to go back and build your own center. That's what we do as a business. So what I thought I'll talk to you about is broadly to context set and get everybody on the same page. When you're thinking about GCCs, what are key trends that we're talking about? That's one. And second is, can we talk about the various, engagement models, implementation approaches that we have? And of course, we've got some areas where we're talking about the various consulting services that we do. When you set up a GCC, and just to put a little in context, you need about 100 odd services when you set up. And to run effectively, you need a 50 more. And that's the fancy and the cool and the James Bond stuff that we do at Answer. So to very quickly talk about what are some key trends that we have in the GCC industry. If I go back and think about trends, what we've seen is we don't know where the GCC ends and where the enterprise begins. If I go back and put a map, think about, an image where you've got left side is New York, it's got yellow color cabs, and right side is your old MG Road Boulevard. That is how the industry is becoming. Or I'll give you another example. Think about, you've got 19 floors that you've leased for your building. The 19th floor that you've recently signed the lease is not in Bangalore. It's sitting in Bangalore. It's not in New York. It's sitting in Bangalore. That is what a GCC has become today. It's integral. It's strategic. It's completely controlled by the enterprise. It's got the same culture. If you cut people, they will have the same war cry, the same hue, the same enthusiasm that you will see with an enterprise. That's what makes the GCC so unique. If I go back and think about examples and think about Target for a minute, and it was the first GCC that we set up in India. Target has all of its functions represented in the GCC here in Bangalore. And if you go back and look at marketing, for example, as a function, think about Target. It's a company that is so all encompassing about its brand, right? It works with so many millions of customers. About 85% of Target's marketing that happens for the US is actually built and driven and set up in a location like Bangalore. And all of their media optimization, which means on target.com, you can go and bid for, this is the location I want to go and put my ad. That platform is also built in Bangalore. So we have an SVP that's running 1,000-member team, minus TV ads. Everything else of marketing is being built, which is so esoteric, which is so customer facing, and which we always think needs to be sitting in headquarters, right? Functions like that is also then set up in locations like India. And that's what makes GCC so unique. And that's why these centers are being set up. Now, another trend, I think after the word cloud, transformation, the next data, the next word that's most abused is AI. And GCCs contribute effectively to this trend. In fact, 60-odd%, we did a recent survey. We surveyed about 800 of the top GCCs in India. 60% of them have their GCC POCs that are actually happening from their centers here in India. So which means all of the new cutting edge, cool areas are actually being built from here, and they're building AI COEs from here. So if I go back and think about what can be great change agents, what can really create transformation, large parts of that is actually happening from the centers here that they can find in India. And why? Because you have access to talent. You've got access to talent that sits right in the middle of business, transformation, technology. And that's why they become so important. And this talent has another key thing, like a secret sauce. They have leadership qualities. They have people that they can go back and push the envelope. They have people who, are great culture, adapters. And these are other three qualities that make the GCC talent so unique. Now, another thing that we want to talk about is GCCs for all. So which means, and post-pandemic, and especially with the push for, people to be going back and setting up, faster, quicker in terms of wanting to either move on their digital journey or transform. The entire concept of you don't have to be a Fortune 500 company or a Global 2000 company. You can be a $200 million company and set up a 20-member team in India. Now that's what's led to this whole unique concept of micro and nano GCCs. And that's what makes this model so unique. So you can set up a 20-member high-performing crack team that can go back and help you transform. Or you've got the opportunity to go back and set up a 50,000-member team. What we've also seen is, I give you a target example. If I look at companies like Rolls-Royce, if I look at companies like Wells Fargo, they've got every part of the bank, functioning part of the bank actually set up here. So which means they're no more just about restricted to tech or low-end functions. They talk about everything that you're thinking about as multidisciplinary hubs. The overlap of technology on business functions, the overlap on corporate functions with business functions and with corporate functions have all become extremely interesting areas where they are able to symbiotically go back and deliver. And GCCs are, again, you have a GCC, it's not like you stop working with a service provider. That's why it's called best sourcing. It's about how do you go back and deliver what you'll keep in the headquarters, what you'll keep in the India center, and what will you work with your service provider to create, a journey that can truly help you transform better and make yourself a better version of yourself as the years come along. If I look at the broad GCC models today at Answer, these are the models that we offer. We look at Greenfield GCC, which means that companies can go back and they can set up their own centers. We will work with them and it's fully owned. Or we will do a JV where, it's between two parties. It's between Answer and our clients. They don't want to be owning the full entity and we can transfer the entity at some point in time. Then, of course, there's a version of what we do as build, operate, transfer, unlike the service providers. Because in our version of build, operate, transfer, you will decide who will come and join you. They will be in line with your culture. They will follow your policies. If you look at them, you can't make out a difference between your team and the team that's sitting within this center, even though you don't own the entity. What happens? We've got an entity that we set up. That entity is set up for the purpose of, setting up this GCC. At the end of the duration, the entity is transferred. This brings about 2-3 things, which is very unique. One, employees, when they transfer, nothing changes for them because from day one, they are part of and they're dedicated to company X, right? For the sake of ease. They will get transferred, only the back-end entity gets transferred. Nothing changes in the way the employees operate. Next, what happens is their entire, benefits, PF, gratuity, years of service, their service continuity because the whole entity transfers and nothing changes for these organizations. And what also happens is because there's nothing changing, there is actually very low attrition because one of the key factors when we do build, operate, transfer is, will I use institutional knowledge? Because when I transfer, I can lose people. And when I lose people, they take away a part of the process maturity or process, knowledge, which is very critical for me to go back and deliver. Now, what we also go back and do with our, when we go and set up is we follow a playbook and we use a 4-phase methodology to do this. The first, of course, is everything to do with due diligence, right? If you want to set up something, you have to go back and ask somebody for, can I build a business case? And if I'm building this business case, what does that business case look like? What all should be in my business case? What work do I want to bring here? Which location should I select? What should be the size of the team? What should the first tranche of work come here? And what will follow? So which means a demand plan needs to be built. And then, of course, do I want to be building net new capability? Do I want to insource some work? Do I want to move contractors? So you decide the operating model. And then you'll decide where do I want to hire from? Which company do I want to hire from? Who are my peers who are going to be there? What is my ecosystem looking like? I have made investments in product and platform companies. Are they present in the same region? All of these go into the business case. It also ties back to an organizational mandate. Do I want to reduce cost? Do I want to move faster? What is the value that I want to go back and deliver? Do I want to increase my, basis points on my customer experience by moving up by about 10 or 15 basis points? So many of these are actually captured and they are part of your business case and they become the metric that the organizations will go back and track as quarterly business reviews, management business reviews that happen regular manner so that you're in line with what the business case happens. This business case is presented back to the board approves, and only when the board approves do you actually go back and start working on what do you go back and build. Then you create a playbook out of all of your decisions that you go back and say that this is what I want to go back and deliver. Once that's done, this playbook then gets designed, which means can I work with the cross-functional teams across the organization? I finalize the design recommendations and then I'll create an actionable playbook that I can go back and I can use that for setup. Setup is where every part of the design gets delivered. So which means you'd have made the decision on the entity. Do I want to do LLP versus PLC? Do I want to do SEZ versus non-SEZ? Do I want to be where, what kind of regulatory, mechanisms do I need to have in place? What should my talent playbook look like? Where do I want to be hiring talent from? What should my office look like? Because the offices then become visual representation or embodiment of how you want your people to be sitting in, right? It brings your business, it brings your culture to life. And once you get set up and, you typically do the operations or talent acquisition, which is you'll hire the people, you'll hire the leader, payroll gets done, your HRBP services or managing an employee queries gets done. There's a workspace that's fully functional. And then we'll work on building your brand continuously and look at continuing this entire cycle and loop so that all of your feedback loops are served. And net, what we do is, once you do all of this setup and at the end of 1 year, we go back and then evaluate and see how did you work towards your business case and what can we do to actually go back and enhance, your services. It could be your evolution maturity, which means you've evolved, you've been in operations for a while. How does this entire benchmarking look like? Okay, you want to be building certain COEs because you don't have the capability. It's net new capability in-house. Can I build an entire pod that will give me the ability to go back and deliver against these service? Can I do everything to do with AI? Like your AI launchpad, which means I'll create a C team. That C team then can be replaced with people that I want to go back and hire. Can I go back and build AI first GCC architecture, which means the next phase, I don't have to put it on people. I can be hiring, say I want to be building a team of engineers. I could go back instead of a 100-member engineering team, I could go back to actually build a non-linear model. I'll build a 40, 50-member engineering team and actually support them with a whole bunch of AI platforms and services. And in fact, I was sitting with a CIO the other day, and the CIO was telling me that, the AI tools are like your Iron Man suit. Has everybody watched Iron Man in the audience? Can somebody raise hands for me on who's watched Iron Man? Okay, good number of hands. So you've seen the Iron Man suit, right? He gets superpowers when he wears the suit. He can do everything that you think a normal human being can't do. That's what AI does. So if you're really good at your craft, you become X to 10X engineer. If you're not great at your craft, you struggle and you can actually break stuff. So as much as we're talking about what this does, I think companies are going back to see how can they enable people? How can we get people to move on this entire value chain and get them to do better? There's a whole bunch of innovation programs that happen because if you look at the GCC, the centers also become great places where you can go back, get exposure to startups, learn how they do things, get ideas, evaluate and see what works for you, and then implement it back into your organization so that you could look at reverse innovation pipelines. There's learning and development that happens right at the leadership level, all the way to individual teams. In fact, we've built a leadership program for GCC leaders, especially for site and functional leaders, along with ISB. We're currently in the first cohort, and we've had some tremendous progress on creating a cohort of about 32 leaders who can truly think about what can they push the boundaries to become the next set of leaders who can go back and lead these new age GCCs. And of course, there's everything to do with you've set up in India. Can I look at a tier 2, tier 3 city? Every government now is giving, subsidies like freebies that you see in election mandate. Everyone wants you to come and set up in their state. So there is geographical expansion of what can we do across states, what can we do across regions so that you could de-risk. So for some of the things that we do, we talk about like a GCC maturity model. It's called CORE. And what we do is we take a framework, which is called Constellation Framework. We look at multiple factors. It could be like your target operating model, stakeholder management. It could be about location. It can be about the nature of work. It's about the span of control that you have about the work. It could be around your policies. It could be about what do you do to influence without authority or negotiation back with your headquarters. A lot of that actually goes back to become a diagnostic platform that we've created, that we work with several of our clients to tell them that this is where you are and this is what great looks like. And the great is a journey. You don't get there on day one, but what does that journey look like and what could be interventions that we can bring about on that journey? And that's what CORE is all about. And then as part of the enterprise playbook, if you saw, I did speak about the various ways in which we could build your business case. That is called Ascend. So which means how do we go back? How do we create a GCC playbook that is tailored? So if you're doing micro, nano GCCs, we should not be boiling the ocean of what we do for enterprise clients because the decision making is at a very different speed. The way you go back and operate is very lean and agile. So we shouldn't be doing things which don't help you if you're going to go back and set up. So we've designed a few archetypes. Archetypes could be the nature of work that you're going to be putting inside the GCC. It could be, is it digital? Is it going to be a global business services center? Is it going to be a center where you're going to be creating a 20, 30 member team? Is it going to be a center where you're going to have all functions, which means when you start, you're looking at tech, and if it's a retailer, you're thinking about merchandising and supply chain, and you're talking about corporate functions like FP&A and HR shared services. Now that's what makes different types of archetypes. And then all of that, when you kind of put together and create a powerful playbook that goes to your board, typically that framework is called SN. Now, as like humans, companies are also extremely competitive. They want to know how can you go back and be better than, what your other peers in the market are. So we constantly go back and create as part of our, quarterly business reviews as well as management business reviews to tell you where you are and how does the rest of your competition look like? What does their talent mix look like? What are some of the things that they've been able to deliver? This is a combination of what we do with regards to using a whole host of primary services like interviews that we do with peer group and markets. When we interview candidates when they come for interviews, so you also understand tech stack and where they are. And you also look at market from a annual report, media, as well as any of the other reportings that they do as part of their organization. And some of this is extremely critical. So even if you're going to be doing this on your own, I think constantly going back and seeing where you are and where your peer group has moved is extremely critical for you to go back and chart where you want to be going as you go on the journey. And of course, the whole innovation levers. How can we go back? How can we create innovation playbooks? How can we create a pipeline? Because it doesn't have to be that innovation has to come through HQ alone. Innovation can actually go back and see what you can do from here. I'll give you an example. A recent, very large US retailer actually set up in India, and they hired a bunch of people from Blinkit, Zepto, and from Swiggy. And why? Because they've got AI models which can go back to anticipate what clients are looking for and what they'll buy. How else do you think you're getting your delivery orders in 5, 8, 10 minutes? It's not like they're hiding at your staircase in your apartment complex with all your things, but there's a pattern that you build when you go back and use the platforms regularly. And a large part of that can actually go back to be used to see what do I have to do as inventory? What do I have to do as supply chain? And a lot of that knowledge can actually go into, very large retailers which have nothing to do with this market, and they will not come back to set up here. But an idea of how you can do that effectively can actually be drawn from here and implemented to change some parts of their core ways of how they go back and operate. They also have a lot of companies have accelerators, so they work with several startups, so they take up equity, or they, have like a certain period of time that they go back and engage with them. So a lot of models exist, and it's fairly mainstream and mature in this market. We also look to set up COEs. Now, COEs become like these very specialist or, specific teams that will go back to build capability. It'll be a full stack of everything that you need. If you need to be moving to cloud, there will be people who are going to be cloud architects, analysts, engineers, PMOs, transition specialists, full stack engineers, people who will be going back and checking on security. All of that will be a pod. So you're thinking about, a super boost. Think of, you go back, you look at Shell advertising petrol or diesel, and they say they have a whole host of additives. This is your additive team. They will come back and they will supercharge your entire process when you go back and you want to engage. So these are things and teams that were able to empower, create change. They are your change agents. They'll be able to go back and build capability. For example, Delta, they have a large team of these cloud specialists, and they have been a key enabler to taking large parts of Delta Airlines applications to the cloud. So they had a mandate of about moving 180 applications to the cloud, and about 160 of those were actually, transitioned and taken to the cloud by this team within Bangalore from the Delta team. So when you have a team like that and a lean team that's super agile, highly optimized, and each of them which are behaving like a high performance team, they're able to drive outcomes at an organizational value that is super critical. Very similarly, we do, and organizations are thinking about AI Center of Excellence. How do you go back? And if I go back and think about right across strategy to delivery to, innovation as a platform, how do organizations, how can you think about working across all of these? And, and how there will be one view and one platform to actually go back and deliver. Now, large parts of this is also based on governance. And each of these teams actually go back to build very specific governance teams so that they are in line with regulated industries. I know that companies like ANZ are building highly governance models so that they are able to create, the right kind of checks and balances before they can take AI mainstream. And they're also going back and taking a view of, do we need AI here? Or can we go back and deliver a great service to our clients without adding further steps of unnecessary AI or agentizing, a platform or any of that. And of course, you need everything has to happen from a talent perspective. GCCs are huge proponents of taking, contract staffing on board. You don't need to, it's like any enterprise. If you don't want to hire them, you don't need to hire them. Then you should either be looking at, should we work with a service provider? Should we work with a contractor who can give you, just that enough power or firepower that will take you. If you go back and look at retailers or, banks, there are certain months in a year that are really high volume months. So you don't need to be adding your teams to be upsizing and downsizing your teams, but instead you're thinking about, can I get in teams which are highly, in performance wise, they do really well, but they're able to go back and they're able to deliver. I know I'm against time and I have a few slides and I can have the slides available to people. But broadly, I thought this is a key area that we should talk about in terms of when you're looking to scale. I think there are a few parameters that are extremely critical for you to go back and look at and see where you want to be and having them as your, key factors. It could be either with how do you go back and as organizations align, are you strategically aligned to the broader mandates that you have as an organization? Do you then have access to talent? Because the way GCCs are looking at today is, I want to go where the talent is. I'm not building, on traditional models that I will build because this role needs to be in the country. I gave you an example of Target's marketing function. And you saw that an SVP of marketing is actually sitting here in India. So it's about going where the talent is and building where the talents are. It's about being compliant to regulatory and statutory compliances that we have in the country. It's also ensuring that you're able to contain risk. You're not having all eggs in one basket in one city, but should we go back and consider multi-city, multi-countries to create, your right kind of, risks. Also ensure that you've got the right kind of redundancy from an infrastructure perspective, as well as ensuring you've got access to an ecosystem. We're talking about cultural and collaboration fit, which is equally important because you've got teams that work across shores. How do you work with your global US teams? How do you work with your other teams so that you're able to go back and create, a one team or across shores, but one team approach. And last but not the least, a topic that's very close to my heart is a lot of times, I know as finance, and this is something that doesn't come naturally to a lot of us sitting in this audience, is about how do you build a brand? If you don't build a brand, if you don't create connections, if you don't go back and create oneness and a pull and an attractiveness to, what you want the teams to do or how you can go back and deliver, how do you then go back and create this, one team or able to attract and retain talent? So it's an important topic. It's critical. It helps you hire the right kind of teams. It helps you, bring, encourages you to actually look at a shorter time when you're looking to attract talent. It helps you with retention. And of course, it helps you with, creating better employee morale. And with this, I think I've gone through everything that I wanted to say from a different value lever perspectives that you could use and look at right from setup to you've built a GCC and how you're looking to scale. So thank you for patiently listening to me, and I hope it wasn't too much of a bore and And there's some things that you could take back from here. Thanks.
Definitely not, madam. It was indeed a wonderful session and definitely very impressive when it comes from the managing director of ANSR. Thank you, Smita madam, for giving a wonderful insight about GCC. And now I call upon CA Pramod Hegde to escort Shalini Sankarshna, the managing director of PlanView India Private Limited, on the dais.
Ms. Shalini Sankarshana is the Managing Director of Plainview India Private Limited, a seasoned software product leader with nearly 25 years of experience in scaling enterprise platforms. At Plainview India, she has led the creation of high-performing multifunctional teams, resulting in several Plainview products being fully owned and operated from India. She quickly matured the Plainview Capability and Innovation Center, CIC, into a strategic hub. Shalini is an active member of NASCOM and Regional Council for Karnataka and is a dedicated mentor championing gender diversity in technology. She is previously drove the expansion of the security processing business at Broadbridge Financial Solutions.
Thank you for accepting and coming here, madam. We have CA Pramod Hegde, the moderator, is a founding partner of RPAR & Co., bringing over 2 decades of extensive experience in assurance and advisory service. His career includes an impactful 8 years tenure with a leading Big Four firm, where he led the complex audit and advisory engagement across diverse industries such as hospitality, telecom, real estate and construction, pharma, and information technology. A recognized expert in international financial control, Ind AS implementation, multi-gap consolidation, due diligence for listed and unlisted companies, and internal audit. Pramod has previously served as a chairman of Bangalore branch of ICAI, and he is also currently a chairman of Students Committee SICASA of SIRC, and also a chairman of Accounting, Auditing and Ethical Standards Committee. We welcome even CA Pramod Hegde for this session. Thank you. Over to Pramod Hegde as a moderator.
Of course, I did start with my opening remarks. Let's not waste anyone's time. Madam, I think I would like to call you on the dais. I'll probably come back for the moderation for the questions from the audience.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I was just telling Smita, my job is very easy. She's done all the hard work. She's shared everything that we all do. I was just telling her the reflection is this. Sometimes we don't step back and see how many things we do at GCCs. But this is a really, really critical opportunity for some of us to come and talk to you all. Because I think the relationship between the CA community and GCC community is always in 1 or 2 intersection points only. Here, I think we have an opportunity to share where we stand. So this will be I've been asked to do a short session. I will keep it short, but I genuinely took a very different approach to this conversation, because I know over the last 1.5 days, you have heard a lot of themes, a lot of information. So what I'm trying to share here is probably 2 perspectives. One is how has been the so-called GCC itself as a phenomenon in our growth. You've again heard this from several leaders. You saw it in the models that Smita spoke about. But through that lens, how are we changing what we believe is success for us? Because the reason I thought if we share that, then this community could become the architects of how the success could look like. So that's the intention. So there are ideas here and there are perspectives, very little content, very, very little statistics, because I know for the last year, 1.5 days, you've heard enough of statistics. Hopefully this works. So we are calling GCCs, I mean, you would have heard the word value used in the framework of GCCs a lot. The reason that's become important is till now, value has been defined in many ways. If you look at your audit, the first value differentiation is how much cost are you saving, which is not at all bad. It's a very, very important driver for a parent entity to start GCC. But today, it is not about the start alone. Once you start, once you are part of an organization and you are here, What do you really do? Are you just executing functions? Okay, then AI comes. Then what do? You build an AI pod and do what? So we focus so much on what do we do, the inputs, activities, and tasks. The biggest shift we all are going through, both at a leadership level and at the team levels, is why are we doing this? And how do we do it differently? And the doing differently is not coming because we are bored of doing the same things. It is coming because the world is changing. The world is changing, industry is changing, markets are changing. A lot of these changes are not very well structured. It's just hitting every organization. Okay, we all may come across as we exactly understand what the changes are and we exactly have a plan how to do it. It's really not true. At even the most largest organizations today, from Google's to the big techs or biggest of the corporations, there is a constant churn of thought. There is a constant unrest going on as to, one is how do I stay afloat in my business? Second is how do I continue to grow? And when I grow, it cannot be incremental growth. What I did for the last 10 years will no longer work in the next 10 years is a reality, not just for technology organizations, for every organization. And the reason I see this, similar to how Smita mentioned, part of what PlanView does is what we call as portfolio management. I have a unique opportunity to look at every organization, every sector. We work across multiple sectors, and change and transformation is so real, so real. So with that, we also, this is something which we internally talk about, and I think it's the right way to think about. GCCs is not just an extension of a foreign organization here. What we're really doing here is we're making in India for the world. And it has several, if you think about it, making in India, talking of talents, capabilities, we are building world-class products which we can export to the world. We are talking of market access. All of this you need for any Make in India. So that's how we think of ourselves as GCC, is not just another extension of an organization. So with that, this is the big idea. So GCCs were always, in the past and even now, some sort of a back office. What is back office? Nothing wrong in back office. Without back office, there is no office that exists. But what is back office? Essentially, all the tasks all the activities that you would think are not core and somebody else can do, you send it. Was the fundamental construct it started with. And at one point in time, there was no difference between sending it to your own GCC versus sending it to a third-party vendor in India. Even today, a lot of global organizations don't really still understand what is the power of having your own GCC versus sharing with. The reason I brought this up is a lot of activities, especially when you think of this community in GCCs would be doing, somewhere would be looked at as back office back then. But at this point, what has really happened is, because we're talking so much about value, the whole idea of, okay, I can be comfortably in back office and still succeed is no longer valid. That's a big change, because it's a big change not just for the people, for the leadership, and also how we build teams and how we build systems. The comprehensive model that Smita spoke about, that evolved because the need is different now. The need is not just about, okay, I'll hire 100 engineers and 50 accountants. The need is, okay, I want to generate X amount of efficiency. I want to generate Y amount of, velocity in my, whatever I'm doing. Let's say I'm exporting products. Let's say I'm building automotives. So I want to either increase production, bring in brand new models. These are the outcomes, right? And for those outcomes, what kind of teams and capabilities you need is the conversation, which is very different from, like I said, like hire 100 engineers, build a campus. So with that, when I was thinking about this session and this community, the analogy that came in was, for this traversal to happen, this community could be the ignition system. I'll tell you what I mean by that. So in a way, all of us are going through a weight loss transformation. Okay. So what does it mean? My understanding of weight loss, I am not a doctor, but my understanding, we all need to understand, is two things are happening, right? One is we are all continuously under stress. We talked about there are external stresses, markets are changing. You have new government leaders coming in with brand new government mandates. We have our US mandate, which is changing the entire world's geopolitics. You have Europe operating differently. You have Asia operating differently. Within our own country, our central versus state operates differently. So each of this is a stress factor to a business. Second stress factor, new technologies come. Okay, there's no big deal in new technologies. But a technology like, again, AI has been there for the last at least 3 decades for some of you who don't know. But what it has done today, where it has reached is, it's completely making people question the fundamental nature of a business. For example, at one point, the question used to be, okay, how many people in your team if you're a GCC? Today, that question is highly relevant. You could have 100 people team and you could be helping support $1 billion business. So what does that mean? It has changed the way job market is. It's changed the way business models is. It is changing the way you have defined your own P&L statements. Okay, so that's the second stress. The technology is making business change, which was not as apparent in the past unless you had some big spikes. The third change is, through all of this, brand new incumbent players are coming. More than a decade ago, you never had an Uber in the mix, did we? We had cars, that was a business. We had a driver community, an unstructured business. We had taxis going around. Did we ever have a multi-billion-dollar business like Uber in the past? We had hotels. Did we ever have things like Airbnb and Oyo? So, and today, did we ever have a Blinkit or a Zepto? Which means there are new incumbents coming, changing the entire expectation of what the audience looks for. With that, the business have changed. So think of these three as your main categories of stress factors. Internally, what's happening, all of this is affecting. Then we have internal turmoil, because you have to catch up to these. You have growth aspirations in your own business, which means you have to do something either differently or something bigger or something adjacent. On top of it, you have expectations of your own teams, and you are going global, because if you want to be globally distributed companies, you can't sit in one economy or one geography anymore. Applies to us too. A lot of Indian corporations today are building global GCCs. It's not just the other way around. So with all this external, internal stress factors, cortisol is building up. For people who don't understand what is cortisol is a stress hormone that builds up in our body. What cortisol does is, it doesn't matter if it's a good stress or a bad stress, it just builds up. And once it builds up, a few things happen. Fat starts building up. Because your nervous system is tuned to say that, oh, a danger is coming. So start storing whatever you're eating. That's why fat builds up, okay? Same thing is happening in organizations. All the stresses are coming, few behaviors are coming together. One is, as we account or as we build our financial models, we start becoming protectionist. We look at models, how do we save our businesses? How do we save our jobs? How do we save our, we're not looking at the broader organizational concept or business concept. How does this affect what we do? I'll talk to you about it. Second thing that's happening is, through all of this, the old business models want to stay intact because there's a fear of failure in the new. With that, who can actually bring that change? Not the same folks who are sitting and doing this for 25, 30 years, right? You need a brand new energy, which is also creating an impetus for the amount of GCCs, ANSR, etc. bringing in, because there's a real need for new thinking and new talent. And some of this new cannot happen without this. So in my mind, when I was thinking of that analogy, that's exactly what's going on with organizations and businesses today. And there's so much fat getting built up. And that cutting fat is at the core of the GCC evolution. And today, people are not asking, this is how you should cut the fat. They're saying, cut the fat. You tell me how do you do it. That's the change in cost to value game. Okay? Which means all of us in the room who want to be part of any of this have to be the thinkers, not just the doers. Each of our own job roles, we have to be rethinking how do we build that. I continue with this theme. So when I think of CAs, I'm giving you all a new job. I'm calling you all nutritionists. Because one of the biggest trends I have seen in this community as I've engaged is you have a unique knack of identifying waste. While you focus on tactics and techniques, but what you really do is you're spotting waste. And you're also spotting waste getting accumulated in illegal, unethical ways. And you're saying, cut it. That's your superpower. I think we have to now turbocharge it. So you've got to spot empty calories, right? All the milkshakes we drink. You have to start report, not just generating things which no one reads because it's statutory. You have to start being those voices to tell us, the entire business, what is really going on in the organization. You have to kill sugar highs. This is a favorite, right? In any dietitians. First thing we start with is a high sugar drink. Last thing we end our day is a high sugar drink. Some of the analogies would be highly reactive process. We have built process for the last 15 years. We have 20 years worth of, this is how we did it. This is how my manager did it. This is how my grand manager did it. And now I have to do it. Is the biggest fat we have. How do we kill that? How do we start with a kill process before adding? I think that's the biggest thing we all have to learn as lesson. How do you really prescribe governance not to stop growth, but to really push the growth in those one or two directions which gives you maximum returns? So we can continue on these themes, but if you really think about it, that's exactly what this role and this community has to turn to. I continue with this theme. I started putting some metrics around it. So if you were to do a weight loss, you would look at how much muscle are you building up. That's exactly what we're talking of. How much value are we delivering per FTE? Today, the measures that we have, right? How much does it cost? What is the salary? What are the costs? What are the facility costs? Okay. And then what is the attrition rate? And you build up a number and say, this is what it takes for me to have a India member. But is that what we need to do? For example, in my own organization, when we were building the GCCs, the amount of people who asked me in the last 3 years, oh, how many people in your team? I abhor that question. I start with, okay, we are close to $1 billion organization and we support about $500 million from India. People don't get that construct because now we are going down in terms of truly delivering value per FTE. It's a very, very big eye-opener for all of us because in India, that number of employees is a very, very important metric, even from socio-politically. It's not just as an organization, but that is changing. And that what you measure is what matters. That's why I'm bringing this up. And it's a very real reality. Not all of us want to hear it. We talk of automation as yet another nice thing. It's no longer a nice thing. I think Smita gave a good example. When we talk of AI pods, you're no longer talking of, and AI pods are not something separate on the side. They are now core into your organization. Those pods are not coming with humans alone. You have part humans, a big part of agents. That's a reality. This is no longer science fiction. Which means you now have digital employees in the mix. Which means you have to start building and billing and costing and measuring. What does that actually look like? That's your metabolism. Thank you. And fundamentally, what is coming up? Data is the power in this room, correct? So how do you build data to insights to really build speed? I think is going to be the biggest lever. So we talked of the stress. So we now are in that moment of fat to abs. So we've got to start trimming the amount of reactive processes, amount of bureaucracies, amount of approval matrices, amount of meeting deaths that we call. And I put it as 6-pack. It need not be 6-pack, any amount of pack you can. But eventually data has to speak the story. Data is now becoming the overall muscle of the organization, not just for reporting alone. That's the mindset that we need to look at. I'm also calling you guys as personal trainers. So I'll quickly push to how do we look at, so just to redefine some of the things that we spoke about. Some examples were given in the previous session as well. Today, what we are doing is not just an extension of existing teams. We are globally engineering products from here, end to end, running them here, and pushing it to the world. We're globally managing risks, globally managing entire business accounting functions, globally managing the entire cash reserves of the organizations, globally certifying what the value stories are. So if you really think what kind of change that's happening is, while we are becoming the new engine, you're all the ones who can keep us truly lean and push velocity. So in summary, we talked of nutritionists, we talk of metabolic rate, how do we increase it? Because what gets measured gets managed. We talked of how do you identify and manage corporate cortisols, and how do you truly drive apps transformations. If anybody's in HR here, these are some of the roles I thought about for this community. We really need architects of governance, not just people who do governance. We look for interpreters of risk. We want CAs and CFOs to be storytellers of the business. And for that, you need to understand the entire business and see where the value is. So I'll leave this here, and thanks again. And truly appreciate this opportunity, and thank you, Pramod.
Thank you for those wonderful insights. I think we'll take some questions from the audience when we have James Bond on the stage. So I think we should not let this opportunity to go. Before I take up audience question, I myself have a question. Any of the audience can take this up. We are considering CA fraternity, where we work in isolation. We have our, ecosystem designed in such a way where there's the sole proprietorship or partnership concern. So if partnership firm decides to have its own GCC, or they dedicate this one person's team to have this GCC built up, how do you look into this nano GCCs? What are the opportunities of scaling up? And secondly, the domains which you think is a great niche area to concentrate.
Thanks, Pramod. So typically we've seen, like the way Pramod mentioned in his opening, we've seen about a 680 odd micro nano GCCs that have been set up post-pandemic. So which means think last 4 years and think about the significant number. What this means is that organizations are now looking at setting up, even in the nano GCCs, about 20 to 25% of their corporate headcount here. They are thinking, can I start with technology? Can I start setting up some of those teams? Can I go back to think about, say, finance regulatory process or risk assessment? Can I build some of those small pods here, which can truly help my organization? They're also thinking, can I build some of my corporate functions? It could be like FP&A. It could be like HR shared services, legal, procurement, secretarial services. Can I build some of them? And they don't have to be 50, 100 member teams. They can be 3, 5, 7, 10 member teams. So typically we've seen, good adoption from the usual suspects, which is BFSI and retail CPG kind of taking the first plunge. But we're seeing a whole host of manufacturing, traditional companies like construction, which we never thought will come and set up their operations here. It could be areas like retail, travel, logistics, which we thought will take a long, time to, actually build this maturity. But we've seen across the board, companies are willing to actually come back and, look at this model, because access to talent in developing economies have gotten very hard. Second is some of these tier 2, tier 3 companies or smaller companies, if I want to use, say, sub $1 billion, right up to, portfolio companies or PE firms, which could be $30, $50 million companies, which have gotten Series A, Series B funding. They don't have access to talent at scale at a cost that is, that works for them. Or they work with very small service providers, which also don't help them transform. So a good way for them to rethink their entire model is, can I create like some value engines? How do I go back to use Monjaro or any of your other fat burning capsules to break down cortisol and actually bring these teams that can truly start adding value? That's what we've seen with nano GCCs.
Thank you, ma'am. Can we have the questions open for the audience?
Hello, my name is Arun. I'm a practicing chartered accountant. My question is around process. And I'm amazed at how these software companies, they build huge setups and they have very good teams, like they have standard operating procedures for each function. When it comes to setting up a process, is there any best practice or any kind of rule book that we can go to say that, okay, this is where you can build your best practices from? Because if I go to the Netflix model, Reid Hoffman in his book stated that they don't have any process. They say that you have to run the complete company as if you own the company. The question is, and how do you kind of continuously improve your process to make sure that you are automating the process? How do you kind of set it up as a cadence so that you continually improve your process? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I don't think Reid Hoffman talks about not having a process. So I'll tell you, our language can be confusing sometimes. So what we speak about tech organizations is, do not be burdened by process, which means that do not start with, this is my rule book, this is my SOP, and I will execute on the SOP. That's fine. You start there maybe because you need a starting point. If you are an existing business, if you're a brand new business like a Netflix, or let's say I'm starting Netflix today, would you still not identify what the core functions are? What's my core business model is? I would probably act as a startup, but you would have a process. So I want to just clarify that we do not operate without a process. Having said that, we continuously, constantly try to push the process bottleneck out. It's a DNA. Because when you are only following SOP, you are limiting yourself to just thinking that. And I talked of the amount of changes that's happening, which you can't do, right? You can't afford not to think about, is this process even relevant or making sense to me? That is the dichotomy you see. But without having a standard set of steps, you're absolutely right. You cannot automate, you cannot bring in technology. So the way it works typically is you go through minimum these 3 phases. You start with a discovery / initiation phase where you identify the high level functions, high level people, then you look at what are the process blocks. You start there. Then as you stabilize, you start realizing what steps need to continue, what needs to evolve. It's a living thing that happens. As you do that is where you have the whole continuous improvement process that's coming. So you'll have a mutualization kind of a process, which is, I'm doing 2 things, they look almost the same, can I merge them? I'm doing 2 things which are completely opposite, but they're supposed to drive the same outcome, can I kill this? So this is a constant exercise that runs. As we do this is where you're not just looking at automating, but you don't want to automate the wrong thing. So that's where you continuously keep a check of, is this the right thing for me today? I think that's a very important thing. The process could have been okay 10 years ago, but it does not serve my purpose anymore. As we do that, we automate. And today with what agents are coming in, agents essentially is English word agency, which means agency. These agents have a fairly more independent way of thinking. They're not just doing what you're asking them to do. You're giving those AI agents an outcome. So what it does is starts rethinking whether this process is relevant. It's like archiving, I have 10,000 Slack channels. I'm probably accessing 10 channels. Do you want the rest of the 9,900? So this kind of activity keeps happening. So short answer to your question, there is a process. The process keeps getting evolved. And as it evolves, some gets automated. Of course, there's statutory and compliance, which you cannot touch. But anything beyond that, you're constantly evaluating if it makes sense.
Hi, my name is Uttam.
Sorry,
yeah, this is here. Maybe just a second.
Oh, hi, yes.
Hi. I'm just kind of wondering, do we have any SME offering for PlanView in India? As in like something which is kind of integrable, ready integrated with say Tally or some of the smaller ERPs that are kind of working across here in India. For smaller businesses, particularly say 5 crores, 10 crores kind of a thing, and then kind of scale up as they kind of go up. So any particular offering around PlanView?
PlanView for SMEs, right? Yeah. Today, we're generally an enterprise solution. So the way we integrate with anybody and everybody, we have a huge integration layer. But when it comes to truly SME, the sizes that you're talking about, there are a certain set of solutions that we absolutely have, which can work, and they're like self-set up. You don't even need enterprise level connection. We can talk more offline.
Sure, thank you.
but we operate in generally in large enterprise space.
Okay. Any particular metric for large enterprise as well as to like just to kind of
I have a
Can you take
matrix I
this
can
on
share with you
offline, sir,
offline.
please?
Thank you, speakers. Of course, I know she has a flight to catch and she just did come for this session. She came from Kerala and she is just attending session and she has to fly to US. Thank you for this. And of course, from your session, we understand that, of course, your PPT, which talked about the nutritionist role, chartered accountants as a nutritionist role, I know the mindset which requires to change. We are always behind our reports. The reports are look more like empty calories that no one reads. And every day we are on sugar highs, which means we are already on the firefighting mode, on the day mode, starting till evening. I think the shift which is required is that we need to be more of a performance manager, creating governance and automation, where I think that's the protein, if I put the way right. And this is the mindset which we need to change. And I understand the synergy is what globally is looking at us, and India's GCCs are the new word engines. And these engines need discipline, decision clarity, and the good dashboards, of course, with the use of technology. Thank you very much. Thank you for this session.
I now request CA Pramod Hegde to present a memento as a token of our heartfelt appreciation.
Thank you, Smita Hemige, the Managing Director of ANSA. And we also thank Shalini Sankarshna, the Managing Director of PlanView. We definitely remember the phrase that you used. It's not about how many people we have, it's about how many people we serve. Thank you. Now, dear members, it's time for us to have the lunch. We just listened to the corporate nutritions. Now let's have a healthy lunch with nutritions. Let's have food for our stomach and continue to gain the food for thoughts. And also we request you to provide the feedback forms, fill the feedback forms and provide it back so that we can improve our seminars and series coming forth. Thank you. Let's back by 2:30. 2:30 is the session that we are starting, the next session we are starting.
to tell people to send.
You say that everyone in the lunch will please come back. I'll start. We'll start in 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, members. Hope you all have had your lunch. And I request all of you to call your friends also, friends and colleagues. We are starting the session in next couple of minutes. Please inform all your friends to come and sit on the conference room. Huh?
The next session is Trailblazers, Women Redefining Leadership in GCCs. I request everyone to please come back to the auditorium. Yes. First people. Okay.
Three lectures we have.
I did.
We have the one hand today.
Okay. She did.
Ramesh, you tell me.
Okay.
Kavita, Ramesh. Meera, Menon, I will tell. And Sri Raksha, you tell.
Kavita Ramesh.
37, 8.
ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಹಾ ಕವಿತಾ ರಮೇಶ್ feedback form you want Savita Ramesh you have given Priyadarshan is easy there is no particular ಇಲ್ಲ ಹುಡುಕ್ತೆ this GCC website in the profile interaction is that you just have to paste the screenshot. Go to GCC. You can GCC's
GCC.
speakers. And somewhere this you just copy paste it. Then take screenshot. That is the WhatsApp construction and what
ಈ ಡಿಸ್ಪ್ಲೇ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ
ಬ್ಲಾಕ್ ಕಲರ್ ಇರ್ಬೇಕು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ವೈಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ
ಇದ್ದಟ್ಟು ಸಾರಿ ಬೇರೆ
Firing starts.
I now request all the dignitaries to take the seat. And also member to quickly come and assemble in the hall. We are about to start the next session post lunch. A session which is packed with full of practical enrichment for chartered accountants and GCC empowerment through women empowerment. All the speakers we have today for this session is women who have achieved greatly on GCC. We are now starting in a minute or so the next session. In a couple of minutes we are starting the next session. Hope you all have good food and don't sleep after the session or after your lunch. You all are well aware of what is happening and don't go to sleep. CA Madhukar sir is suggesting don't snore because you are also disturbing others by snoring. Peacefully you can sleep. But our speakers will not let you do that.
So before we start the session, I have a simple question to all of you. Do you know why we feel sleepy after lunch? Anyone knows what is the reason that we feel sleepy after lunch? Anybody? Okay, sir is saying we sit in one place, that's the reason. Okay. So the actual reason is because the blood in your brain goes to your stomach for digestion. That is the main reason we feel sleepy. And like he said, we have amazing sessions going on. So I don't want anybody to feel sleepy. So let's do a simple exercise, okay? I want each one of you to please stand up. Please.
Quickly stand up. A small physical exercise.
Yes. Thank you for standing. So I will count 3 to 1. You have to clap as hard as you can. Think that you're clapping for yourself. Okay? On the count of 3, 2, 1. More. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
You
Please
can have
take your
your
respective
seat. Yes.
seats.
So I think at least some of your blood has gone to your brain again so that you can focus the rest of the session. Thank you so much. Thank you guys. So members, welcome back again. So our next session is a powerful one. It's called Trailblazers, Women Redefining Leadership in GCCs. It's a panel discussion that shines light on the journeys, challenges, and victories of women leading the charge in the global capability center space. This session is not just about diversity, it's about impact, influence, and inspiring the next generation of leaders.
It is now my privilege to invite and welcome the following distinguished panelists to the dais. I request CA Sri Raksha KN, the Managing Committee Member, Bangalore branch of SIRC of ICI, to escort all the distinguished speakers. Firstly, Sri Devi Hegde, the Managing Director and Board Member, India GCC Head, Wavent. CA Kavita Ramesh, CFO, ANZ, Bengaluru Service Center. CA Meera Menon, Associate Vice President and Unit Finance Controller, Infosys.
Please give them a round of applause.
I I request Sri Raksha to also felicitate the distinguished speakers by giving them a book and a plant representing knowledge and sustainability. We have Ms. Sridevi Hegde. Sridevi Hegde is Managing Director and Board Member at Wavent India with 23 plus years of experience across BFSI, IT and consulting. A versatile global leader, she has held strategic roles including COO, CAO and Chief of Staffs, driving business transformation, GCC setup and scale operational excellence. She specializes in building and integrating GCCs, notably establishing a US FinTech India GCC in just 90 days. Now a 250 plus member unit operating 15 plus functions. Passionate about DEI, CSR, mentoring and leadership development, she is committed to shaping future leaders and enabling impactful organizational growth.
And we have with us CA Kavita Ramesh. She is an accomplished chartered accountant with 25 years of progressive experience in finance, specializing in finance controllership and leadership roles within financial services organizations. Her career encompasses a comprehensive command of core finance functions, including financial accounting, taxation, treasury, payroll, accounts payable, financial planning and analytics, finance systems, company secretarial matters, and corporate social responsibility. She brings an entrepreneurial perspective from a successful 3-year venture, enriching her ability to drive business value and operational excellence. We welcome you, ma'am.
We have another distinguished speaker, Meera Menon, who is a chartered accountant with nearly 20 years of experience in finance. As Associate Vice President and Unit Financial Controller for the $4 billion communication, media and technology unit at Infosys, she has led the key functions including revenue assurance, vendor payables and P&L analytics. Meera specializes in strategic planning, market analysis and investment identification. She is known for inclusive and influential leadership. She also excels at building high-performing teams, forecasting innovations, and driving change management in complex environments. Meera is also a member of Bangalore DC Executive Council, where she has led the initiative to collaborate with colleges and schools, identifying innovative technology talent at the grassroots level and providing platform to foster new ideas. Thank you, ma'am.
We also have our moderator for this session, CA Sri Raksha, KN. She is a highly accomplished chartered accountant, gold medalist in BCom, state 11th rank hold in Karnataka's second PUC examination and finance professional. With 6 years of diversified experience in financial planning, analysis, and strategic finance, she currently holds the position of finance lead at Rolls-Royce India Private Limited, where she has contributed for the past 3 years. Prior to this, she served as assistant manager for 4 years in a key financial planning and analysis role at Bosch Limited. CA Sri Raksha has demonstrated strong commitment and leadership within the professional community, particularly through her involvement as the managing committee member, ICAI Bangalore branch 2024 to 2028. We welcome you, Sri Raksha.
Hello. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you had delicious lunch. So I'm CA Sri Raksha. Our panel today features exceptional women trailblazers who are shattering glass ceilings and creating pathways for others across finance, technology, and social enterprise. Women in the GCC are challenging conventions, pushing boundaries, and driving innovation. Their contributions are expanding opportunities, strengthening institutions, and inspiring the next generation to aspire higher. Today, we will explore their journeys, their challenges, and the lessons they have learned along the way. Most importantly, we will hear their insights on how organizations, policymakers, communities can ensure that talent, regardless of the gender, has the space to thrive. So let's start with our panel questions. So first question, maybe I can ask Ms. Sridevi to take up this. GCCs are often characterized by managing global stakeholders, rapid scaling, and specialized talent. What specific skills or mindsets have the leaders in the space demonstrated to successfully make the shift from operational oversight to the strategic value creation?
Good afternoon all. Namaskara. Thank you, Shri Raksha, for the question. First of all, it's a privilege to be on this stage, and CA folks are not far away with me, because the reason is I have a CA at home and I'm a half-back CA. So said that, coming to the question, it's about the leadership mindset. I think everybody has already evolved to be, and I have seen a lot of leaders, having a lot of triads who come up with this. I'll just narrate which are the skills which I think is important and which is taken from strategy, tone from the operational mindset. With my own example, during the introduction, they just mentioned, right? I built the GCC in just 90 days. That's true. And let me tell you the journey with the skills which enable me to do that. First thing is ownership. Like this year age leaders, I'm seeing that they definitely own the things when they pick up in any field for that matter. So what I did when this organization approached me is I took the ownership of completely building it single-handed, like from incorporation to facilities to hiring to leaders hiring to transitioning, even up until now to create COEs, which is like a fast track pace of a maturity curve, which usually GCC goes through, which you might have heard in the previous session by Smita, right? So what it takes is the ownership. You should have that startup mindset that yes, you can do, and it is for the greater good of the organization. But yes, what you can bring in here. First thing. Second thing, agile execution. Means I can say this proudly. I could get the SEC approval in mere 20 days. How? You are thinking that if you have to start your organization, how fast you're going to set it up and how fast you're going to make it operational. Simple, right? So that leads to that agile execution. And while we were transitioning, maybe we have transitioned about 200, 300 process. But the first delivery, which got that edge, right, to the US team was within 60 days. Means, look at the agility of transitioning, setting up, and also delivery. Okay. Then the third one is cross-culture. When I talk about cross-culture, how important it is, like, we work in either India-based organizations or global organizations. The culture is very important. And how you bridge the gap, being a leader, is very critical for the success of the organization here. So that's what I did. To give on records, our organization, 99% has had no experience to work with India or outside US, the leaders. So I used to feel like maybe a principal or a lecturer to go and keep consulting them every day. This is how is the culture. This is how is India, talent work. And this is how we need to even attract, to the extent how to write the series, right, for the roles, which was done. So that comes like, cross collaboration and making them understand as well. You're going to bridge that gap initially. So that goes a long way when you bridge that gap, and not only for the initial setup, they will get that trust. So that's the third, fourth part of it, how you build it. Being a leader, that's the skill you need to always know how to build that on both the sides. You need to be like a referee. You can't be an Indian or a US board management person. That's one tip I would like to give because that has worked for me. Then it has to be how you manage the stakeholders, because the stakeholders can be your customers, your board members, external board members, or even internal board members. This organization was a PE funded, so obviously you need to have that stakeholder management, how you get value, because the way you show the value, it could be the customer impact or to the, what does PE firm expect? How do you make money yesterday, not today, right? So that's what you bring to table. So that is one thing which always I think a leadership should showcase. And I think maybe the last one, which I see always is you need to have a support layer with you. Means you need to have a leadership pipeline. When you are thriving and going and doing so much, you need to have a pipeline or a leadership line -1 to support you. Because you will build faster, as I did, right? But who is it to handle it? Who is going to sustain it? So sustainability also comes into picture. So these are the various things which I think has helped me with my various experience, which I always had as C-suite roles in most of my career. This has helped me long way to build this so precisely, so wonderfully, this organization. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So anybody else would like to add your views to this question?
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. So Sridevi, I think you covered pretty much all the points about how or what it takes to be at the C-suite, and probably to add more from a finance head perspective. I think what I've seen, one of the main mistakes or something that the finance folks make is that we restrict our role into finance, right? We get into it post-mortem and then go and tell the business what can or cannot be done. So I think what is really important is to get involved at the strategy stage to kind of understand the business reason also as to why certain decisions are being taken, which first helps the business also to understand the finance perspective, and we as finance heads are also able to make that decision on what is acceptable and what is not acceptable. So that is one point which I think is very important, to be involved at the strategy stage. I think other than that, Sridevi, have covered most of the points.
Thank you. Let's move on to the next question. This one I would like if Ms. Kavita can share her views on this. GCCs require leaders to bridge cultural gaps between the parent company and the local center. What is the biggest perception, hurdle, or unconscious bias women leaders in GCCs face when seeking roles in the global C-suite, and how are they overcoming it?
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes. To start, I think from yesterday and today, 2 sessions, and by now, I think everyone understands what a GCC is. GCC, if you notice, is an extension of its parents. It's different from GBS. So let's not confuse it there. Now, coming to cultural gap, what is culture? See, I represent ANZ Bank and Australian culture and Indian culture. This is where I want to start. So if you look at cultural gap, the way we interact with people, the values that we have, and our environment, our society, everything is so different compared to Australia. This is where the cultural gap starts. Now, why I start here? What does a GCC actually do? It actually performs a function which your parent is front-ending in a country where they service, and we take over from there. So as a banking, all of you understand home loans, for example. The home loan is for, say, Australian market. So the customer is an Australian who has taken a home loan, but the processing happens in Bangalore, okay? Now, look at the cultural gap. A person sitting in Bangalore has never visited a bank branch in Australia. You visit any of our branch at any point of time, how many people are there, right? There are 50, 100 people, sometimes no place to step. But you go to a branch in Australia, there is not a single soul. Look at how home loans get processed here. You have so many people coming to your doorstep selling, everything to you. Everything happens at your doorstep. Imagine that in Australia, not possible. So, the cultural gap bridging starts from there. For a GCC, what's important is first, I think Meera did make a mention, if you don't understand your business, you cannot service. And that is important even to bridge the cultural gap. If I do not understand that market which my parent is servicing, for me to actually deliver value to them is not possible. And you heard Shalini and others talking about delivering value. Without understanding business, there is no way we can actually do anything much. That is the cultural gap which we have to bridge. And any GCC for that matter, I think first and foremost, what we end up doing is to train our staff, rather wise staff, even us, because we are not very familiar with the market our parent is servicing. So we need to understand them culturally. Even the terminology that we use, we will give an example. Okay, I don't want to get into the some of the nitty-gritties of banking. Anyway, all are chartered accountants here, so you will understand. Okay, broker channel. In India, the way we look at broker is very different, but you will not believe in Australia, that is a key channel for sourcing business, and the broker gets remunerated throughout the life cycle of the loan, which is very different to, I think, how things work here. And if you look at even the deposit rates that happen there, how it happens here, the fees that are levied, how things, if I do not understand some of these nitty-gritties, for me to actually add value becomes very, very difficult. That is the gap which first we have to bridge. And then comes your leadership C-suite. Because for a leader, if I do not understand, and it's not only for women, it's for everyone, because that's the first gap that I have to bridge. And in our roles, it is global. So if you do not understand the other our counterparts, it's very difficult for us to deliver what matters to them. So I think that is the most important gap which we have to cover. Now, when it comes to CFOs, and we are hardcore finance people, just looking at financials is not enough. And now I think the question is more about how we enter the C-suite and the challenges that we have. For women leaders, what happens, it's not for women leaders generally, because we have global roles here. So for example, I will give my own example. I have been working for MNCs for quite some time, and most of you might not know about this Y2K thing. Okay, so when we were transitioning from 1999 to 2000, I love finance transformation and I love systems. Okay, so I'm most of the time into making changes for all those things, and I had worked very hard on it, but you won't believe, when the testing had to happen, we had to go to Chennai. Maybe my manager was very empathetic because women are considered the primary caregivers. So I wasn't allowed to go to Chennai to test this. I got to know much later that, it was I who was supposed to go, but because of this, I did not go. Come 2008, you won't believe, my circumstances had not changed, but I was in a different organization. I'm not blaming the manager here, but the way your onshore counterpart look at it is the talent, the skill that you bring, and the visibility you create, the confidence that you have. That matters. For them, it was like, it's Kavita whom we want and not anybody else. I took my daughter, I went along, 2 weeks we spent. It was not that I worked 8 hours. When we have system changes, etc., it is day and night because you're testing a lot of things. So I worked. So for women, I think the message that I want to give here, or why women? For everyone. It's a choice that we make, the decision that we take, and be responsible and accountable for your own decision. Okay, with that, we can bridge all the gap. And the moment they see women generally are looked upon as executors, very good at execution. You won't believe today also, when we have some critical roles, I take it as a privilege. You know why? Because of our eye for detail, how meticulous we are. We are perfectionists, because of which some of the most critical things where a bank has a lot of exposure, those projects now are given to women because they know they will execute it with perfection. I really feel very proud of it. So here it's not so much about gender. It is about the recognition that they know and to play on your strength. I think that's what it's all about. Organizations do a lot of things. I think a part of the question is what even organizations do. They have women in leadership and things like that. But I think the message is it's a choice that we make, what we are doing, and be confident. As I said, when I had to go, you just go. Don't look at global, because when you're working for a GCC, when you're an MNC, you need to go to the location where you're servicing. Otherwise, it's very hard for us to work. Anyone wants to add anything?
I think you covered. It's more about business acumen and eye for details, because we have data in our hand. So we have access to data. So use it for the better of it. Another tip is maybe get some global sponsorship by your side. That helps, a long way. I think as a woman, we are very good to make connects. So use that skill.
Sure. Thank you so much. So we'll move on to the next question. Maybe this question, if Ms. Meera can take it up. Beyond traditional metrics like FTE count and cost savings, what 3 new key performance indicators should a GCC adopt to effectively measure and communicate its true strategic value and transformational impact to global C-suite?
Sure. Thanks, Shiraksha. See, I think across from the time the GCCs have come in, the conversations have more been about cost savings, right? Cost savings and what is the FTE productivity that we've been able to give. And thanks to the technological revolution that is happening today with AI coming in, I know it is the buzzword. I think it's very important to look at this into 2 parts, right? First, what is the type of GCC setup that we're talking about, right? So you have various models of it. One is a full-blown GCC, which kind of acts independently or along with their group. But you also have service providers who set up GCCs which are on bot model, right? The build, operate, transform and transfer model. You have BOA model, build, operate, acquire model. You have joint ventures which are being done with the GCCs and the service providers. So I think the real metric is about what is the kind of relationship that you're having with the entity that is being set up. So if you're on a bot model, right, it is not just about doing a FTE reduction and cost model, cost reduction. What is the transformation that you're bringing in, right? What are the technology introductions that you're bringing in? See, there is only that much of cost reduction that you can do. You are always going to have your fixed cost, and as much as you talk about 3%, 5%, bring in revolutionary technology, you can go up to 50% and all of that, right? That's like a theoretical number that we're talking about. But the thing is, you can bring in that change by doing a real transformation and introduction of technology at a high level. So I think the demand for key tech talent is very high now, right? Where you're able to and also establish how ahead you are with respect to shaping your own strategy on the delivery model. So the first point is definitely on the tech transformation that you're able to do. And the second thing that I think it is required is how are you able to do a shift left strategy, right? Today we are all talking about, again, you keep looking at the cost, there is only that much. But if you're going to move to the right side of the PNL, right? If you're able to actually bring in innovation and aspects which will actually impact or help growth of the group company itself, which is actually impacting from the growth side, then the level at which that you can go is exponential, right? Because there is no limit to how much revenue growth that each of you can bring, right? As a GCC, you bring in technology, bring in innovation, which is just not talking about an FTE reduction, but more about how you're able to strategize along with a group company and actually help them grow, right? That adds value to what you're bringing in as well, right? Otherwise, you're going to continue to be seen as a cost center. But I think it's very important to move to a value center who's providing cutting edge technology, bringing in the best from a transformation perspective and actually making an impact on the growth side of the business, right? That is where you actually establish yourself. So those were the 3 things that I thought.
Anybody would like to add?
Yeah, I think it's purely about, again, whatever she said, completely agree. It's about what you exactly measure and showcase back. That's continuously keep showcasing. How much AI POCs is converted and giving the benefit to the end customer first. You can easily measure. What is the ROI? I know you all are CS, so ROI is very close to you as a metric. Right, Kavita? So what is the ROI of whatever she just mentioned, right? Innovation. Literally, if these are the 3 innovation projects, these automation projects, what is the ROI in dollars, euros, whatever? Showcase it. Because unless you showcase it, put it on the paper, it will not open the eyes of the folks who need to, right? Board members I'm talking about. Then what is it like many organizations, PlanView, we spoke, right, in the afternoon. They have customers here also. So what is the customer satisfaction metrics you're hitting? What is the CSAT? What is that you're hitting, either globally or here, through the functions you're end-to-end owning? So these are the metrics, much more. I can talk about like the whole list of it, but these are the metrics you literally need to measure it and how precisely you can do. But when I say precise, because that's the word it comes to my mind when I talk about CAs. So that's what you need to get it to and keep showcasing. That showcasing part is what the leadership team and the team here, the CFOs need to do.
If I can just add one more thing. I think productivity, is something which is sitting in everyone's dashboard currently. It's the most important thing for a GCC. And I think Shalini also earlier said about adding value. I think without that, it's very hard for a GCC to thrive because they're set up with a purpose. And because of the talent that is available in India, and that is which everyone has to tap. And I think more CAs have to tap that.
Thank you. So let's move on to the next question. Maybe Ms. Sridevi can take up this. The attrition rate in the GCC space can be high, and the leadership pipeline needs constant nurturing. What is one innovative strategy GCCs are adopting to ensure they have a robust pipeline of talent ready to step into senior director or VP roles?
See, it's not specifically only to GCC the attrition is. It's across the globe, across the industry, across the sector. So only way is that you connect the resources to the purpose of the organization. It could be very superficial when I'm talking, but it has worked. I've seen that happening with my -1s or even the juniors. So how important is it to upskill and reskill digitally? It's equally important that they also get that strategic mindset. So both you need to balance. Then only you can really curtail this, whatever, so-called attrition. And I'm seeing that, okay, I did just a survey, I think last month, our GCC friends, we have, as usual, famous WhatsApp group. I asked them, it's very surprisingly, the IT attrition is lesser than compared to other skills when I say that, because there's so many, you agree, right? Yeah, because there's so many opportunities they are going on and figuring out, because as Smita mentioned, they are doing every 1 in 12 days GCC. So obviously you have enough, opportunities to go and look for. So what I'm trying to say is that you need to ensure that first connect them to the purpose, or what is it that end product which the organization is looking for, and how do you contribute through your role. It could be a simple example. I'll give you an example. We had a market research analyst in our organization just out of college. She came 1 week, 2 weeks, she was sitting. She's the only person, because mid-market organization will not have big team of 20 people, 30 people for one particular skill. You'll have 1 or 2 people. So I told her, okay, what are you up to and what is he doing? Yeah, they've asked me to look at this. They have asked me to look at that. Then I asked her, did you ask them, why did they ask you to look at this? Why did they ask you to do this report? Did you ask them back? So she started doing that. And then after 1 week, she came, I know, ma'am, they are doing this market analysis for B2C, for credit card, and this particular segment, subprime. So then where do you need to look up and how do you need to present? And they have asked me to build this dashboard. So don't stop at building that dashboard. Give your inputs back. So she was connected to the purpose of what it needs to be done. So that's one thing. And how can we do in our organization, and normally we do in many organizations, bigger or smaller, is one is leadership academies. Because as I said in my first answer or response, that you need to build your -1. You need to have somebody to carry your baggages. Very simple. Full stop. So for that, you need to ensure to run or take the team members along with you. So I'm proud, and I'm very happy that if I go to any other new organization, I have enough people to follow me. So that's one thing I have built. So which is important when in your careers to build that, right? Because you'll have a confident team and people of like-minded to follow you and work. That's very critical. Then is, how do you nurture them, right? Which you asked is shadow programs. And shadow programs can be with you being shadows, or maybe then CFO can shadow another person. And the third one could be cross-function. Now we are seeing, because of attrition, we are seeing many of them, we are offering cross-functional roles also. Yes, may not be specifically related to tax or, CA, core finance function, but definitely, right? When it comes to analysts or marketing or many other things, we are able to. So that's one of the way. Means, look at that you're adding them and telling them, that you can increase your portfolio through this also. That helps you to curtail the attrition, right? Then obviously the second months, it can be from globally or from here. The short-term assignments, it's very important, and that's like a perk. Anybody would want to. I don't want to go, but maybe for the team members, it will be very happy to go for 6 months, 4 months, or they coming in here because that absorbs the translations of do the translation between the cultures. So these are the certain things we can do definitely lot many, and upskilling, as I said, AI is not just for fluency. We need to little get into depth, especially all even CAs also. So many things. That's one of the way, as I said, connecting to the purpose, showing the way, showing what's in it for them, and how they can leverage or even create. Because when you create leaders, you need to ensure that they also create leaders. Means they also need to do that second line. I'm not talking only about the first line. Then only it continues. So this is how you can really curtail the talent, keep them with you. That's my view.
Sure. Thank you. Anybody else would like to add perspectives?
Yeah, I think you pretty much covered most of it. I think one most important thing that you covered was about giving the purpose, right? I mean, most of them, especially one in the hybrid environment that we're working in, right? Ultimately, everybody is looking at only the laptop, right? Whether you're working for company A or company B, if you're actually not speaking to your leaders, understanding the purpose of why it's being done, it's just different systems that you're working in, right? So I think that connect, understanding the purpose and in a connect with your leaders and why you're doing certain things, that is required. And honestly, the curiosity seems to get lower and lower, right? People are glued to their laptops. So I think that curiosity has to be there to understand the purpose. And as leaders, it is our responsibility to establish that as well, so that everybody is connected and working towards a single purpose as an organization.
I think the pipeline bit I want to actually talk about, because what happens is, especially when it comes to women talent, after a certain stage, we notice that that there's a dwindle, Up to certain stage, women are really great performers. They reach up to a stage, then I think they're overwhelmed with work. But I think the way Meera rightly said, currently with hybrid, etc., we shouldn't see that pipeline dwindling, especially with women leader, because they prioritize other things. I'm not saying that's the right thing, but if they can blend it along with their career aspirations, that really helps maintain that pipeline. Because otherwise, for us to, organization do this women in leadership and things like that, but it's very hard to have women in that pipeline who really make it. Because if you get past that one particular stage, then we have them. Otherwise, I think that's the challenge that we see actually.
Even afterwards also, because when you reach at the peak of your career, your peak at your family life also, right? They might be pursuing, like my son, like he's going to pursue medicine. So you're always at a peak in across one. But how much we can sustain or how much we can be agile, others can't be. I can say this.
Sure. Thank you. So let's move on to the next question. Maybe Ms. Meera can take up this. GCCs often operate across multiple time zones, leading to an always-on culture. How are women leaders practically implementing and sustaining truly flexible or hybrid work models that prevent burnout and prioritize employee well-being while still meeting global deliverable deadlines?
So I think this is just an extension of what we talked about as well, right? So today, it is an always on mode, whether we like it or not. We have our mobiles in our hand, whether you have a laptop which has the mails, even if you shut your laptop down, you have your mobile and you're checking your mails on the mobile most of the time, right? So I think that always on mode is there. Can you actually switch off? Probably not as well, right? Because we are working in a global environment and there are multiple stakeholders that we have to interact with, and we need to keep ourselves on so that, that collaboration is there across. That being said, I think that's where the hybrid actually helps as well, right? Because we're able to make those choices. In fact, the other day, there was a conversation where one of the leaders had, in a LinkedIn, there was a post which kind of said that, he finds it shocking that around the 3 to 5 p.m. time, most of the women are not available, right? Because they are in the hybrid mode, they are there, their children come back from school at that time and they are taking care of the kids. And, many of them are not available for meetings at that time. Interestingly, the reactions to that were actually negative, because the fact is, it is not that the work gets closed at 5 p.m. or 6 p.m. as well, right? Because people go beyond. We are available even at 10 p.m. or 11 p.m. if there are things to get closed. So I think the way it is being managed is people are able to, one, prioritize things, what is important for them at a certain point of time, and kind of segment your day according to that, right? You know your stakeholders, you know your personal life, you know what is important to you. Segment the day in a way that you're able to prioritize what is important at a point of time, right? That is one of the key things that is required. And secondly, I think there is something called where we need to draw the line, right? It is not that you are always available as well, right? While you are working with a global company, it is not that you're there to take the call at like 11 p.m. in the night, or like probably even 8 a.m. in the morning, right? And people understand that. That is not looked upon as rudely. I think we need to draw the line as to when anybody and everybody is available, right? Where we are able to put our mind and actually deliver. And the third thing is outsource, right? We're talking about GCC here, but I think even our personal life requires some outsourcing at a lot of time. I mean, it's not possible for a person to manage everything. It is important for us to realize what we can do by ourselves and where we need to bring help and who can do it for us, right? That helps us in the first point of prioritizing as well. So I think these are the three key aspects that we need to remember, that while it's always on, we need to have control of when we are able to switch on and switch off, right? That's from my side. You can add it.
If I can just add, I think we spoke about hybrid, but if you look at our cab services, they are there round the clock. And that is because most of the companies actually follow round the clock service. For example, Australia is ahead of us. Our shifts start maybe at 2 a.m. People start coming in and it's round the clock, and our shifts get rotated. Now, follow the sun model is what organizations follow. And like Meera rightly said, we have to set our boundaries, set our expectations right, so that you're following the sun, you're available. We are all early risers because our meetings start early, our day starts early, but it doesn't mean that, you're available all the time. We have a flexibility policy. Organization come up with innovative things. And when I say flexibility policy, or to add on to what Meera said, we have people who have set timing. Like I will work from 10 to probably 2, and then I'm not available between say 2 to 5 or something like that. And then you start again, say till 10. So there's a flexibility work. In ANZ, for example, we had this policy even before COVID. So it didn't matter to us so much when COVID struck, because in Australia, for example, it's a very, very common work culture where they have shared work job. It'll be like Meera and me sharing a work. Like she does 2 days a week, I do 2 days, and we are single FT. It's like that. It's a very different model, but companies come up with such model because for them, it's not about women, okay? It's also men, because I'm little sorry to say this, but the culturally it's little different. In Australia, we have seen the way men take up responsibilities very different to how probably it's taken in India. It's my view, but that is what I've seen. And so they also do a job share. Job share is very, very common there, and that works. Some of those things probably we have to embed, and we have to look at it as BAU, business as usual. But sometimes we have our own perceptions. Those things have to change, I think.
Yeah, it's a perception, right? Like it was in your question only, always on. You don't need to be, and it's in the answer in your question only. It's about the delivery and end product, what the business needs. That's it. How you do, it's our business. Very simple. And what flexibility you create as a leader and how you showcase is very critical. Full stop. And that's how you will get the confidence of people also. Where you work from, but what you deliver is very important. Yeah. And what get you value is very simple.
Thank you. So let's move on to next question. Maybe Ms. Kavita can comment on this. Considering the rise of geopolitical risk and the push for localization, how should a GCC re-architect its operating model to ensure resilience and business continuity while still delivering cost efficiency and specialized talent at scale?
Yes, again, back to ANZ, because this risk is largely for the organization, because they are the ones who have actually partnered with the center in India. And the most important thing for any parent when they're starting extension of themselves is to diversify. So for example, even us, we have a hub in India, we have hub in Manila, we also had in Chengdu, we have in Pacific. So now if you look at the way companies are looking, actually Smita isn't here, but she knows that when ANSR actually brings a lot of GCCs here, they clearly call this out that we need to diversify. Again, you can't have all your eggs in the same basket, right? So you have to ensure that you set up your GCCs at different location, and different location bring different talent. In our case, for example, we would say Manila, for example, is for voice. Bank is all about customer complaint, customer service, and things like that. So from that perspective, they provide the voice, for example. And if you also look at the geography, it's 2.5 hours gap between India and Manila and Australia and Manila. So it works even for the parent to look how you can support your customer round the clock. For them, if you look at New Zealand, for example, which is one of our primary market, New Zealand is much ahead, but then we have a team here in Bangalore. So when the New Zealand bank branch closes, see, customers not sleeping, right? The customer is still awake. You will still have some issue with your credit card or some issue, but then if your GCC here is working at a time when the customer needs you, there the person would have gone home by 5 p.m., but here our people would have started working. So extended window you get. Now, coming to geopolitical and localization, this helps the parent. I think the recent, the tariff fights, with some of the countries not having great relations, and if our leaders are not able to negotiate well, then you get targeted. And taxes are everywhere. So to avoid those kind of scenarios, it is important, and that really helps the organization. Now, so this is all about not putting all eggs in the same basket. This is one of the point. Another important thing we also have to understand is the regulatory aspect that come into play. India is no less. All of you know that we have this great audit trail and backup with servers in India. Every country has their rules and regulations, right? So, and especially when I look at banking, it is highly regulated. Because of that, they also have to ensure that the customer data is well protected, and the way we document all the transaction and the governance that we have. We service many other countries other than Australia and New Zealand. Australia and New Zealand is retail, but other international, we have institutional customer. Singapore is very strict. So all this come into play, and when these things play up, I think as a GCC, what we have to look at is how we can have adequate talent or our documentation. For example, APRA is the regulator for Australian banks, which govern how they outsource activity, what they do. Even for when Meera said about partners, we partner with Infosys. What is not core to ANZ is we have strategic partners with whom we work. But there again, the regulators play a role. So these are the kind of things that the GCCs have to think about, and it's not easy. And what's more important for us is to ensure that we are able to they are able to foresee what can happen. So when you diversify, these things get minimized. So if there is any of this localization risk, etc., it can be addressed. Because I think over the years, Smita mentioned, I think we have some 1,700 odd GCC. What has happened, people have to understand the customers are in those countries, the selling is happening in those countries, but everything that is required to finish it and give it as a finished product is happening in India, for example. And just imagine if something happens, the amount of resiliency and the business continuity that we have to build is at another level. So we have a lot of tests and a lot of those things which are already built into our system. It's in our DNA. We have to ensure these are done so that things, our operations run seamlessly. So these are the things, and then of course it helps you build talent. I think you might want to add, but cross-country talent, we have a cultural program, for example. So what happens is, if you're transitioning some work from Manila to Bangalore, we go to Manila, we train them. Australia, New Zealand, they come here, they train. So there is lot of this cross-country training that happens. Believe it or not, it opens up a lot of opportunities for our own people, but we learn a lot because from our people, there's a limit up to which we understand, but this also helps us cut the cross geography, boundaries. That's what it helps. So it helps retain and build talent. I think you want to add?
No, I think you covered most of it, very beautifully. See, very simple. COVID has taught us how the resilience needs to be built. Very simple. And think of the concentration of top 10 World Banks GCCs here. I think 2 more were left. They're also coming now. They'll come in the Q1. So if the entire operation was done and gone, what could have been the situation? So we have already learned the lessons. We have the playbook. We just need to play it out indifferently, maybe with the help of even AI.
Thank you. So let's move on to the last question. And maybe I would like to ask all of you to answer this. In a GCC era, undergoing massive social and economic transformation, women leaders often carry the dual responsibility of driving business results while also being cultural pioneers and role models. How do you practically balance the pressure of this dual identity, authentically integrating your personal values and cultural background into your leadership style to inspire and retain the next generation of female talent?
I'll pick it up first. So, just addition to the question, it's not dual identity, it is multiple identity.
Okay.
Agree? Everybody, right? It's multiple identity. So, you have to balance all the identities, and it's just not only in the organization, just being a functional leader or a GCC leader or something else, but at home also you have multiple identities, and even in outside branding also you have multiple identities which you need to maintain. So speaking all those things, you still need to have and be yourself authentic. That's it. That's first thing I need to. So for that you need to be self-aware of what you are, what your strengths, and always keep taking feedback and keep learning more about yourself. It helps a long way. Okay. Second thing is build your support system. She had mentioned, right? When everybody is outsourcing, why can't we outsource? I want an AI who can prepare the box for my son before 7 o'clock. That is a support system. I'm saying, why not? It can happen because I have all the prompts ready. That's one. And support system, when I say it's not only just that, house help or even the ecosystem, right? Like being she to help, right? That's important to have a sponsorship and support system. Then women, I'm saying this obviously for others also, if you feel it, please be unapologetic and guilt-free. Full stop. That's it. That's first thing you need to be, and then only you will think big. You can do much better, I tell you. You agree? Right? Then I think it's about not only just you enhancing or enabling all these skills and also portraying, ensure other leaders also carry with you, right? Other women, as you said, in the younger women's also do that. How you do that? Walk the talk. So what you do is what you showcase and what you believe. Like for example, I tell everybody, please do yoga. If I don't do it, won't be. So I'm a yoga teacher. So I do it and then I mention to others. So do that way. And especially, as I said, she for she. That's what I aligned with.
I think Sridevi's covered a lot of it, but I don't believe in dual identity. For me, it's very simple. What I am is what I am. Accept it or don't accept it. It's as simple as that. Because what happens is, from the beginning of my career, I come from an army background, very disciplined person, and discipline is ingrained in me. So that's what I am. So sometimes we try to change, but that is not you. So I think what's very important is be authentic, be humble. Humility is very important. And you know what? People, and if you're vulnerable, it's okay. If you don't know something, it's fine. No problem. Accept it. But stand for what you stand for. And I think she said, walk the talk. Very, very important. We are especially when you grow up the ladder and when you're leaders, people look up to you for suggestion. But believe it or not, you don't have answers for everything. You also need help. You need to call out for help. Very important. And it's not only for women, it's for everyone. See, they say that men do not want to, show their emotions. It's fine. Show it. Because don't keep it inside. Everyone has a right. And as I told earlier, it's a choice we make in our career. Make a decision and live by that decision. Don't hold others accountable for it. You're accountable for it. You have to think through it and take complete responsibility for the decision that you made because you chose that. Because everything that shines, we see, for example, Virat Kohli is my example, okay? When you see Virat Kohli, you see that, the fit body, the agility, everything. But the hard work that goes behind is what everybody forgets. I think we need to just remember those things and don't try to change yourself for anybody else. Be yourself. I think that's the common message, Meera.
Sure, I think you didn't leave much for me to really add on. But I think the point is one, ethics and integrity is absolutely a non-negotiable, right? Irrespective of whether it's a woman leader or a male leader. Probably the only thing what I will add is, I think we need to be open about our problems as well, right? It is not about getting emotional. What we ultimately we see is it's all humans that we are talking to, right? And everybody have similar problems. And it is not just, one person or one woman having a problem. And even if it is the male colleagues, right? I have mostly found that I have got the solutions once I've talked about it, right? And all, I think all except one of my manager or leaders have all been men, right? And they have been empathetic to listen to those problems as well, right? So I think we have to be open about it, accept that it is there everywhere. It is not unique to one person or a problem. Problem may be different, but ultimately everybody have their own situations that they're dealing with. So I think we should just open up and then find a solution to how to deal with it. Yeah, that's about it.
Thank you so much. So now we are open to questions from audience. If you would like to,
We'll give chance for others.
we'll take up some couple of questions.
Any questions? Yeah.
Hello, my name is Arun Balu. I'm practicing chartered accountant. We recruit, we have been very successful with women chartered accountants and ACCS or finance professionals. But we find it hard to retain or attract women finance professionals. Is there any kind of policy level changes that we can do or to kind of attract and retain women talent? And how is the kind of journey to get to a leadership position for a woman as a policy level change? Can we do anything? Another question also is, do we think that or can the thing that if we put a policy separately for women, will it be treated negatively? Thank you.
I think I just want I would answer your second question first, because the recent menstrual policy that came up and then instantly there was a stay, there were negative reaction to it. So I don't think policy solves any problem. But I think one of the points Sridevi made earlier about purpose, connection, when she spoke about attrition. Today, the challenge that we have is success is measured in a very different way, and people have to be empathetic. First and foremost, we have to understand what is causing this. I gave an example in ANZ, what we have learned, flexibility, etc. There has to be honest effort to be made to understand what is causing. Meera mentioned about flexibility. Today, there are a lot of things, but if still people are not in the organization, then the challenge is with the organization, because something around is not working out for the person. That is something, we have something like exit interviews. Most of the MNCs have it, I think. So when you have your people exiting, I think you need to have an exit interview to ask people as to what is, and that should be very genuine, because if it is not genuine, then it doesn't serve the purpose. I think that's very important for that organization to understand why is it. And then comes pipeline. See, once a person sticks to an organization, I think I have spent quite a long time. We all have spent quite a long time in our organization. We love our organization for what they stand for what they empower us. They allow us freedom of speech. They allow us to thrive. We are stressed, but we love to work. Why? So I think that an organization has to make an effort, and somewhere everyone has a role to play.
It's correct that, policies are made, and sometimes why it doesn't work, because how it is implemented or how organization inherited is what makes the difference. Maybe one of the lever I'll tell you, for hiring, it needs to be unconscious, biased or biased, whatever it is that you call it as. We see that, why you will not I'll give an example of one of the organizations. I won't mention anything. And the Scrum Master came up to and, told me, Shri, I wouldn't want to, pick up a, lady, because this is going to go a long time, this project, and I might not know when she will take leave. I said, if I had thought this when I was hiring you, what would have happened? I asked him that question. Then he said, no, why? Because I don't know. Maybe when you will need help, when you want to go out, or when you want to help your parents or your wife. So he paused. He paused and he asked me, no, but that she will go. Then you need to give that support. You need to understand, as she said, right? Why you need to understand at what stage. So there is various policies. Ministerial policy, I agree. That's why I said, we are at high, stage of our career, high stage of our health, and also our life. Everything is at high point. If you look at after 40, if I'm correct, right? So it's about the people sitting here, the other gender, also how they resonate. So that's a mind shift we need to do, and we need to do from home, what I believe.
Yeah, just to add one thing on your specific to the policy that you're talking about. See, in fact, India is one of the most women-friendly policies that we actually have. Like, we have a 6-month maternity leave policy, right? We are talking about a menstrual leave policy. Now, many countries do not have that much of leave. Now, but it comes back to, again, what she was saying on how those are being implemented, right? Unfortunate, but true. In smaller companies, because of the maternity leave, the hiring of women is lower, especially women who are recently married or of a younger age. The hiring of them is lower in smaller companies because they can't take a cost for 6 months without a person being there, right? So the policies are there, but how are they being implemented? I think that is something that the company themselves need to work out on. If you're going to bypass the law, then nobody is going to really help it, right? If there's a genuine interest to increase the women force in the company because of the value that they're adding, I think it's important about how the existing policies are being executed towards that mean. So I don't think a women-centric policy is required. There are policies, there are law regulations that are actually women-friendly, but we need to work towards that change management in the mindset of the people itself, which I think is happening as we go along, and execute it, implement it well.
Thank you so much. Last question will be taking up.
My question is to Sri Devi. If you were to put on your GCC head or site leader head hat and share with us, what are the expectations that you have from your finance leader, who most likely would be a chartered accountant? And on a lighter note, is yoga practitioner being one of that expectation there?
Yes, for the second question, because that works keeps you balanced, right? With the stress about it. I'll tell you with our own GCC, because it's not as big as Kavita's, right? It's pretty small, but the expectation, see the amount of maturity we have gone, which they might have taken because it's of the pure share size, 20 years, we have done it in 2 years. So think how much the finance head should walk along with me to do that. I still remember my finance head was overwhelmed, literally on maybe the second month only. When I told, tomorrow I'm submitting the SEC, papers, is it ready? And this is the details, this is the details. Ma'am, what do you mean by that? I said, okay. And then I sat with him and we went through that together. So what I did, I slightly changed my, leadership style. I started working along with him and I told him, okay, these we will come in first month, second month and third month. Let's be ready. Now only, I'm giving you heads up. Okay. Expectation is that, my finance head should come once in a month for one signature to me. That's it. And everything has to be done from budgeting. And I should see and he should compete with me to more do cost optimization, because that's one of the metrics. I can't help it. to do that, but as well be more, I think, AI friendly.
I'm glad you don't have a margin KPA. Take care of the margins.
I actually want to add one more thing here. You have to see, for finance leaders, I have one thing to say. Please remember, a CFO is no longer just a financial controller. Okay, we have to understand business. We have to work with the business. As much I need to understand SEZ regulations to my labor reforms that are happening, I have to understand my business so that I can partner with them to ensure that we are able to meet our targets. We have stretch targets. There is always pressure on productivity, but we have to balance that. And it's, as a CA, the way we are trained, what I notice is we are churned out to become number crunchers. But you know what? We have to blend it as people who can communicate, who can market, who can present. There's a lot of those soft skills which you have to build. Otherwise, our CA profession has to thrive. And why we have only the big fours? We want a lot of our fours, to come up.
That I agree completely. And another important point, which I mentioned, AI fluency. I have made friendship with CFO. Why? Because I need that budget for my automation. And who gets and sponsored or goes and influences my finance head. So that's the way I wrote it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So let's conclude the session. So I would like to,
If I may ask another question, please. Here.
Yeah.
Sorry. I felt this question is important. As a women leaders in your teams, not at the company level, in your teams, what is the men-women ratio? Why is it like that? I know the answer. I'm asking why is it like that? Question number 2.
What is the issue? Sorry, can you repeat?
No, I can. Men ratio.
Men-women ratio in your teams.
Men-women ratio.
Yes. The second question, men and women start their career together, let's assume. Men would be like in our own practicing firms, men would be at CFO, director or at partner level, and women will be still manager for the best known reasons. We all have gone through that, like marriage, kids, that career gap, break and all of that. How can women cope up with this? It's not in terms of potential or not in terms of knowledge, but in terms of catching up with that ladder. These are my 2 questions. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. So on men-women ratio, I was just having that conversation sometime with them as well. In my team, right, at a start level, we were at 50-50, where we take in freshers, CA freshers, and it's kind of gone up to even 52 to 48, 52 women to 48 men, right? That is at the entry level, right? Unfortunately, as you grow up the ladder, that ratio significantly reduces, right? You talk about a senior manager level, probably it goes to about 30-70, 30 women and 70, and it's even lesser as you grow. That is the unfortunate part, and the answer to that lies in your second question, right? What is at an entry level today, with the kind of awareness that is there, women want to study, they want to do well, everybody is ready to start, get into a job. But after that, life takes over, right? They get married, and then the family responsibilities come in. I think that is where it goes back to what we said as well. One, I think you should have that focus, right? See, nobody else is going to do it for you, right? If you are very clear that I want to make a career, you will ensure that your entire system works around that, right? Unfortunately, what happens is, we women also, after marriage, family becomes a priority. We think, okay, I think I should now take care of the family. Work will also happen. Then your attitude changes, your thinking level kind of reduces. I think that is a very crucial point where we need to hang on, be very clear of what the ambition is and where we are driving towards, and then circle your entire life around it, right? And then bring in those enablers. One, your family has to support. Have that conversation with your family. See, your husband is not a different person. He has a job, similar responsibility you also have towards your organization. So between the family, we need to be open about the problems that we are facing and work towards a joint solution, right? That is very important. And again, goes back to the outsourcing that I said. You can't cook 3 meals a day when you have a job to manage, right? So bring in a house help, bring in machines, dishwashers, robots, everything is available. Today we have machines and means to help us. So So use all those means, prioritize what you want to do and where you want to focus your energies on, right? I think that is the most important thing. Have your vision clear.
They are at a senior manager director. If you have skill and you have capability, you can surpass them also. Or maybe, I'm seeing, my own case, like hubby is happily at home doing trips, road trips, so I've taken on the full role. So now where is the comparison? It's not about comparison. It's about end of it, what you gain, what you reach to, which stage.
And even in my team, if I see, I think my colleagues, they make fun of me. It will be an all women's team, I think. But I think it also needs support. Let's be honest about it. Women have their own challenge, but I agree with Meera, and that's why from the beginning I've been saying it's a choice that we make. But I think women also need support, and they need someone to reiterate to them that they're capable of a lot more than what they think. And I always tell one thing to my and we have various programs, and I always tell them one thing: you will never be worse off from where you are, okay? But you give it a try. And you would have heard this 100 times. Women are perfectionists. Unless they're 100% sure, they don't jump into things. But it's a choice you make. Blend your family along with your job. They're not two different paths. Whatever work, life, etc. we talk, it's a choice you make. Live by it. Excuses are plenty. We can give 10 reasons. That's why I said earlier also, make your decision. Be responsible for the decision you have made. The choice should be yours and not anyone else's choice. Keep that in your mind and build your own brand. That's it.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. I think the answers were very much at individual level, but we together, women have to do something for other women to really be in the game and progress. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you so much. So I would like to conclude this session with few of the key takeaways that we have learned in this panel discussion. So the few skills that are very much required in GCC, as Ms. Sridevi rightly said, that there should be a agile execution, cross-culture and stakeholder management. And as Meera pointed out, that we should start with the strategy stage and then we can achieve. So, and few other KPIs other than the FTE count and the cost savings, it should be on our return on investment, CSAT, customer satisfaction and productivity. And also, we should also focus on the BOT model, build to operate model and the tech transformation. And the innovative strategy that we can adopt to reduce the attrition would be upskilling and reskilling our employees, giving them cross-functional roles and also providing them with shadow programs. So, and one should have career aspirations, to fulfill all these things. And I would like to conclude with a small quote, as Swami Vivekananda rightly said, that every great future begins with faith, strength and fearless action. Thank you so much.
Let's give them a big round of applause. As a woman, I can totally resonate to everything that three of you said. My heartfelt thank you. I now request CA Sri Raksha to present a memento to each one of them. It's a token of appreciation from GCC Summit team.
Thank you, Sridevi Hegde, Managing Director. Speaking on multiple identities, the authenticity. We have Kavita Ramesh. Hard work is always hard to be recognized, but it is vital for the success. And Meera Menon, speaking on being vocal is focal, opening up on problems is very important to solve it. Thank you, the ladies, for giving us an insightful session. We have a small coffee break of 10 minutes. We will be back within 10 minutes for the last session for the day and the GCC Summit.
ಬಿಟ್ರು ಇಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳೋದು ಬರಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ನೋಡಿ ಏನ್ ಗೊತ್ತಾ ಈ ಬ್ರೇಕು 345 ಅಂತ ಇದೆ ಅಮ್ಮ. ಹಾ ಮರ ಮರ ಬ್ಲೂ ಕಲರಾ
ಈಗ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತಗೊಂಡ್ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ ಸರ್ ಅದು. ಅವ್ರಿಬ್ರದ್ದು ಸರ್ ಇವ್ರಿಗೆ ಎರಡು ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ ಇವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹಾ ಇನ್ನ ಎರಡು ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ ಇನ್ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಹತ್ತದಪ್ತರ ಮನೆಗೆ ಬೇಡದ್ದು ಮೂರಿಗೆ ಹಾ ಇಡೀ ಎರಡು ಕೊಡಿ ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ಗೆ ತಿರ್ಗಿ ಯಾರು ಕೊಟ್ಬೇಡಿ ತಿರ್ಗಿ ಬಾಕ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಬೇಡ.
We'll start in next 5 minutes. Yes, sir. Dear members, we are ready to start the final session today. I request all of you to inform your friends, colleagues who are in the dining area having coffee, tea, to ask to call them inside the hall. We are about to start the session in a couple of minutes.
ఇప్పుడు ಅದು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದು ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಬರ್ತಾರ
I once again request all of you to call your friends, colleagues who are having the tea and coffee to come and sit in the auditorium. We are going to start the event in any moment.
I don't have his number.
ಬನ್ನಿ ಶುರು ಮಾಡೋದೆ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಫಾಯ್ದೆ
Welcome back, everyone. As we step into the final stretch of today's summit, we bring you two high-octane topics that speak directly to the future of finance and audit in GCC and how analytics and automation are rapidly transforming leadership and operations across the board. The topic for this session is the AI as a navigator and the accelerative mindset using analytics and automation to lead change.
We are privileged to have with us two eminent speakers, CA Subraya Bhagavat, CFO of SAP, and CA Vinay Bhatt, Director FP&A, One Advance. I request CA Vinod Garg to kindly escort our esteemed speakers onto the dais and present them with a book and a plant as a symbol of knowledge and sustainable growth. We have CA Subraya Bhagavat and CA Vinay Bhatt coming on the dais.
Let's give them a big round of applause.
CA Subraya Bhagavat is a qualified chartered accountant, an LLB qualified and CS professional with over 28 years of experience in spearheading the finance and accounting functions. Currently, he is the CFO of SAP Labs since 2011 and Regional Chief Accountant for APAC since 2017. He has experience in working in both manufacturing and service industry and have been in leadership role from past 16 years. It is his passion to keep himself updated on regular basis and work hard for motivating the youngsters.
And we also have Vinay Bhatt. He is a chartered accountant with 30 plus years of global experience leading We have Vinay Bhatt. He is a chartered accountant with 30 plus years of global experience leading finance, FP&A, finance transformation and controls and shared services. He has implemented tools to modernize financial reporting and enhance controls in GCCs and has led them to success. Vinay was leading the finance functions set up COEs for finance, AP, GL and FP&A, including transition study and resource optimization. He was also the CFO of NOSCOM Foundation. Vinay is a fitness enthusiastic and has completed several marathon and half marathons. Amazing, sir. Please give him a big round of applause.
And session is over to you, sir.
Good evening, everyone. I think it is the most difficult session to actually hold, which is the last session of day 2 and the last session of a weekend. I know a lot of people would already have plans. But nonetheless, this is a very interesting topic. When I was called upon by Kavita, I said this is something which maybe somebody may not have all the answers. The answers lie between what you think and what you have actually studied. Why do I say that? Because it is very important. And if you have those who have been here yesterday and today, one thing, one common thread between yesterday's first session, which Mr. Chetun and others had started, to the recent session which just concluded with the women leaders, the only common thread that I saw was go up the value chain. Right? What is very important is how do we move to above getting it into the next level. There is pressure on productivity, there is pressure on cost, there are pressure on a lot of things. So that becomes very important as a key metric. Right? So one of the things that has come, which is like a giant or a monster or the unknown, right, is the AI. Yesterday in one of the sessions, we were asked, can you define AI? Can you expand? Many of them said artificial intelligence, accounting intelligence. But the word that really caught my attention was what the speaker said, augmented intelligence. When we use the word augmented, you don't take it as a threat. You take it somebody who is going to be your Senapati, right? Somebody who will help you to achieve what was actually previously impossible. For example, one of the metrics that the challenges that we had in our current organization, because that's something which we transitioned. And like you know, we are in the fast-paced organized world right now, right? The Gen Zs. We implemented a new software for accounting. Then they said, okay, this will not work unless we have a new software for measuring our sales as well. So we went there as nobody realized how the reports would come out. Right? That was a challenge. That was the biggest challenge. Then so we implemented one more tool, like the BI tool that could come in. Then we realized, okay, now to do all this, we need at least 10-15 people to actually study this, build the metrics, and then start publishing. That's when AI came to us, our minds rather. What we thought was, why don't we use some of the ready-made available AIs in the market, customize it to suit our needs? So we had a AI team, they helped us. Believe it or not, what we used to take about 14, 20 days to generate certain reports, do the analytics, some bit of RPA, some bit of what you call machine learning that we implemented, and some bit of help from external AI experts, we were able to start reducing our turnaround time. And in fact, we were able to start generating reports within a week. Keeping this context in mind, right? Giving this as a background to an entire seminar session that we are going to hold. I would like to ask Subhaya to present on whatever acceleration mindset, because that's very important. When you automate, when you use AI, you start accelerating. So over to you, Subhaya.
Yeah, Saturday, I can make out from you people the way you guys are waiting for us to vacate this day. No, but like when I said, if you try analyzing why we are doing what we are doing, it's always to scale. It's always to have efficiency. It's always about productivity, right? So, and generally automation need not be AI, RPA, so on and so forth. Automation can be simple. I think in 2001, when I was working for General Electric, we had an Excel sheet. Now, the Excel sheet was, see, there are 64 Excel sheets which used to download the GL of companies. There are 7 LOBs, so, and then put it in a particular way, biggest spend, biggest traveler, so on and so forth. And then that used to take 7 days to do it. What we did, we put in a macros and did it in 1 day. So that's also automation. So it need not be all hi-fi. And also if you see that generally the automation is more to catch up, is to achieve bigger things at a short time, right? So that's how it all begins. When you say automation, you think of easing your life with a little amount of human touch. Now, while if you just heard Vinay saying, that is how the companies also happen to face if the automation is not thought out. Because like they said, they had a software, then to run the software, you had people, then to get the people, you had to do so much, and it's never end to it. So it's better that you guys think in the beginning, what is the end picture that you want to achieve, and then move on with it. Otherwise, you'll just keep putting one cog after another just to fix the process to get an output out of it. I can give you enough instances where not well thought out plans have led to failure. Don't ask me to name the company, but there is a logistic company if you see when it's a logistic company, it's more depends on the proof of delivery being produced to the client for the payment, right? So they had to actually, when they started, they said that they will put an AI who will do the scanning bit and send the report, and we'll achieve, everything will be faster. But what happened? They put an AI, and when the AI faced complex situation, like if you go to Gujarat, the proof of delivery was in Gujarati. If you go to Kerala, they were scribbling in Malayalam. So it couldn't read. So then what happened? They bettered efficiency, but they hit from 85% to 93%. But then they realized the cost they invested for putting the AI in place was much more than what they were earning in return. So that's where it is critical that when you put an AI thing, you think about it and then put in so that you have an end-to-end picture. I can quote an example. The SAP ERP for Reliance Industry was managed by 2 people, and we had a group of 40 people doing the consultation for them. And these 2 people were Mukesh Ambani and Manoj Pandit. And remarkably, they knew each and every process from the smallest of their plants to the largest of the plant. So that's why it is successful. So the whole key to automation lies from the fact that you think out what you want to achieve in advance. Another say example of Saturday evening.
While they get the thing ready, let me ask you one of the questions. You come from a company which is actually into one of the first movers into automating the entire process, ERP, right? So SAP was one of the largest names and one of the early movers also into India, if I'm not mistaken. Just wanted to understand from you, when, as a CFO, right, when the journey has moved from manual to automation to AI, what would you think was the challenge when we actually started looking at AI as a tool to enable finance professionals?
Yeah, I think the common factor there is mindset, and people resist changes. So technically, whatever it may be, you give them a new idea, they'll say it will not work. So it's all about mindset and the way perception, right? It's all about perception as to how an individual visualizes the outcome would affect him in turn.
Okay, so now that your presentation is up,
let me go there. Okay, so the slide name is Automation for Enterprise Acceleration and Mindset Change. So technically this comprises of enterprise acceleration and mindset change. That's the main aspect that I'll be dwelling upon. So what I have done is that I've given a few basics as to when you can do what automation is all about, and what automation actually, it doesn't mean just AI and RPA, it means several other things. So I've tried covering as much as possible in the slides that I have put in. Now, as I told you, automation is application of technology, programs, robotics, or processes to achieve outcome with minimal human input. So automation has two elements: minimal human input. So technically, how you reduce your intervention, that is what automation is all about. And you guys would have heard these are common news these days. Coca-Cola, AI and supply chain automation brought boost revenue by 6%. Optimization automation generates $300 million. DBS, our AI digital banking generates SGD 1 billion in economic value, so on and so forth. So everything that is in common is one, maximization of profit, and also usage of scarce resources effectively. Automation, you may be thinking why automation is needed, because that is a general thing. At least even in SAP that happens. You talk of automation, they say, why is it needed? Everything is going so smoothly. Why do you need to do an automation? Basically, if you are in a company which is at a particular level of growth, and if you want it to grow, you can't proportionately increase the human people working on it. So you'll have to try and find ways and means so that you just can not spend so much on per person, but at the same time get a productivity greater than that. And the second thing is people are running out of patience. So anything they want it faster. Be it response, be it results, whatever it is, it should be faster, and it has to be accurate. So technically, you just can't say, I'll give you something which may be 80% accurate. They will not agree to it. So accuracy, efficiency is all common. Now, role of automation on enterprise acceleration. The first thing that automation does is scalability and growth. Second is operational efficiency. Third critical item is cost reduction. And fourth is enhanced customer experience. So technically, it's all a mix of both economies of scale and then proper usage of scarce available resource. As I told you, automation need not be just AI and RPA. It can be any of this. It can be industrial automation, robotic, business process, IT process, test automation, so on and so forth. I'll just allow you guys to read. I don't want to read all those. But I will be covering mostly in RPA and AI. And generally, when RPA is best suited, when AI is, I'll cover that aspect. If the beauty of RPA is that you can get it in a few $100s, so it can go in millions. But that is easy. You can use it for the processes which are repetitive in nature, high volume tasks without using your brains. You'll have to tell it that keep doing this, and it will keep doing that. If it is an interaction with software and looking at it, or move data, and so on and so forth. But what the critical element with RPA is, you'll have to think through the whole process. Because generally what the current set of leaders think is that if there is a broken machine, RPA can fix it, but that's not going to work that way. You just can't fix a broken or untenable process with RPA, so you'll have to be cautious about that. And then, let us say you are using a bot, and if there is a change in the program, and if it is not updated, it will not be giving you the results that you are doing, what you are expecting out of it. Then there is lack of scalability, because RPA is specific to a particular type of product that you are using it on. And if you want to scale it, it will not. You'll have to do major changes to it. And then the last but very importantly, there are hidden maintenance costs, because you'll have to constantly keep upgrading the algorithm. Just because the technology is developing and it will lose speed. Any questions so far? I think I don't want people to doze off. Anybody are wanting to ask question? Now, coming to AI, which is Vinay's stuff, but AI can be installed at a starting cost of $2,000, and it can also go much higher. But the beauty of AI is that it's a little advanced than the RPAs, because it can get into pattern recognition, prediction, automation of complex algorithms, computer vision, personalization skill, optimization, so on and so forth. Like, I'll give you an example. Now, ChatGPT did this presentation for me, right? So that's an AI, and it is easy because I thought I used to use ChatGPT for more like a search engine than anything else, but it was my kids who taught me that it can do miracle. So that is one common fit to use, that pitfall that it happens. What you think AI can do, you'll have to know what it can do. I'll give you an example. In Amazon had to shelve one of its AI project because of its faulty logic. It was just excluding all female biodata because the person who had defined the AI had a male complex, and he had defined any biodata with the word she would get rejected. So they had to scrap that AI. So biased or poor data is one which can make the AI fail. Second times, you'll have people who will say that you will not follow the decision. So it is something similar to AI. If it doesn't understand the logic behind a particular, it may hallucinate. Like, I think you all might have heard that IT department sent out notices to several of individuals quoting wrong case laws. And then they realized that the case laws were created by it, so it hallucinates. So that is the second thing. And misaligned use cases. And we always say when AI, RPA, humans will lose job, but that is not the case, right? Because you need some people to run it. You need some people to train it before it becomes efficient. So insufficient human oversight also can cause it. There was one of my friends asked AI, please share a list of AI failed cases. It quoted 3 cases with one called Bank of England. So the next step he did was ask, please quote the source and fact. So AI happily said the data given by you is incorrect. Now it is the data that it won't give, and it called it incorrect. So human oversight is critical. So you just can't blindly believe on that. Now, this is common. There is a Maslow's theory of change resistance. So any organization, you can think of simple item. It could be like changing the seat where you have your lunch every day. They will not want to do it. So it is that the mind is tuned in such a way that it will resist change. So that is a mindset. And second, they can't visualize the automation benefits. So that is the second one. And the third one, the last one is fear of job displacement. So how do we overcome that? The one easy thing, at least in SAP, what we did, we started upskilling them. We said that every Friday mandatorily you'll have to do one course or one session on AI, understand how to write prompts and on and so forth. So training and upskilling is one. So then what they did once they started working with AI, they realized that it is not their job which is at loss, but it is their life which is becoming easier because of the AI that we are encouraging. And third, we encourage them to think more idea. We had hackathons. We said what more you can do with AI, and so and the last but not the least, leadership buy-in. Because for any big project, convincing the leadership that they need to invest in it is a difficult task. So that was the leadership buy-in we did. Now, there are a few quotes on automation because I am coming to my end of my presentation. Automation is not about replacing human. It is about amplifying human potential. The next quote is more interesting. The future of work is not about human versus machine. It is about humans plus machine. And the last quote is change is hard at first, messy in the middle, and gorgeous at the end. I don't know if I can play because these are a few. One interesting video on AI. Let me see if it works. It doesn't play there. It doesn't play here. ಅಲ್ಲ ಇದು ಬರ್ತಾ ಯಾಕಿಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ಲಿಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ವಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ಲೇ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಆಡಿಯೋ ವಿಡಿಯೋ
ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಇದೆ
ಆಡಿಯೋ ಬರ್ತಿದ್ಯಾ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ
ಆಗ್ಲೇ ಬಂತಲ್ಲ Yeah, I think we can take some questions in between while they fix this up. Any questions from the audience? While I will ask one question to. Yeah. Go ahead.
Sir, my question is with regard to AI and software, especially when it comes to enterprise level software like SAP and Oracle. Is AI going to replace the need for software? where we can see softwares being built by AI. There are, for example, tickets being booked through AI, book my ticket at so-and-so place from so-and-so place. So it automatically books it. Will we reach a place where AI takes on a more bigger role and the need for software itself is replaced? How is it evolving?
I think this was a fear which made our stock market, our stock price crashing by 20%, I think 3 months ago.
Okay.
Because they said that software would be replaced and AI will take over. But I think it may happen, but maybe 30, 40 years down the line, not before that. Because if you see AI, they are supposed to be trained, developed, their database has to be developed. They should get, because they don't have a brain by themselves, so it has to be built in. It may happen, but not in the recent future.
Thank you, sir.
Actually, if you see the recent case that the fear that has come, like Mahabharat, that entire serial in one of the OTTs, right? That was an AI generated movie. And a lot of, nobody thought about it that it would come so fast as well. So just trying to say that because it is a learning, it's a machine learning, they have to get it done slowly. It might come in, might not come in. Are we ready for it is the question that we'll have to ask ourselves whenever it comes in.
Yes, so I'll play this video.
Thank you.
So I have a question.
Okay, I'll wait for the question.
It's in the context of AI and agentic AI in special. Considerable amount of reviews have happened and progress has been made in the agentic AI platform. But recent reports from technology reviews like MIT Technology Review a few months back had put the outcome in terms of ROI for the agentic AI to less than what the money has gone down the drain. So considering that, is there going to be a slow pace of acceleration on the investments in AI, especially in technology by PE-backed firms or VC-backed firms? That's first. And the outcome for the uncertainty coming up on agentic AI and how audits will have to be performed in that context.
Vinay, would you want to take it?
I'll try answering that. You are asking about ROI of the agentic AI that's being developed, right? So this is a relatively new concept. Like, let me explain. In 2000, we had .com, right? A lot of companies started, it was about eyeballs, then it became path to profitability, P2P, those kind of stuff, right? And then we had the bust. But genuinely, a lot of companies which had the business case with their survived. These PEs are investing, and I just want to ask one question. This reminds me, one question. How many of you are actually attended the AI CA that we have done? So those who have not, I would recommend that the level 1, it is extremely good. And one of the speakers who was supposed to be here is the faculty there. And my interest doubled. I'll tell you, my interest doubled after attending that course. And one of the things that I want to clear out here is AI is like an investment tool. When software came in, it was like an investment. Not many people knew about it. So the PEs are investing because they see value that somebody develops it, hits something big, others will ride on to it, like a cloud platform and all. So you don't know the potential as yet. Will it be like your Meta, right? They said the Meta world, all those kind of stuff, then hype came down, right? But it's still there, still exists, virtual reality. So similarly, this might be also be there. Second most important thing is, it is a journey, right? Because like Subha just mentioned, that it is a learning. You have to keep on training it. Whether it happens 30 years, 40 years, or 10 years, or 5 years, we don't know. So you have to, there will be people for genetic AI or machine learning constantly upgrading and giving that learning. So when if I start using it, what happens? It is actually training. So if you give ChatGPT gives free for 1 year, and after that it is why are they giving free? This doesn't make business sense at all. But they are using our data to train. So that's very, very important. Over to you. So we'll take questions a little later so that we complete the presentation.
Yeah, I think this advertisement was purely done on AI. So I liked it, so I thought I'll share it with you guys.
So clear, so pure, clear.
Anyway. Yeah, I think that's all what I had for you guys.
So,
any questions, anybody? And I want to also add to your thing, ROI. They are evaluating as of today, but technology itself is involving the technology that goes in getting the AI up and running. So like, who thought that NVIDIA would got challenged by a Chinese company on the chip manufacturing speed, cost and also. It's evolving. It's too early to comment how it will feature in future. Yeah.
Hello. Sir, I had 3 questions actually. One is relating to SAP and other to our general. AI, virtual digital assets, digital twins, all these are buzzwords today. And can these be separate class of assets in themselves in future? Like how we have valuation rules for land, building, security. Would there be a evolvement of valuation wherein all these assets are valued? And where do CAs be placed in such a role of valuation? That is my first question. Second one is we ultimately rely on AI for the purpose of getting or gaining information quickly. So as you told, AI hallucinates a lot. So when we are taking care in, for example, in sensitive matters like making representations and it gives wrong case law, isn't it a time waste wherein I can research manually and come to conclusions rather than rely on AI and get wrong conclusion and then stand corrected? That is my second question. And third question is SAP for HANA. If SAP for HANA is the buzzword which is happening now, so how can chartered accountants get acquainted with that SAP knowledge? That is what I would like to know from you, sir. Thank you.
Good question. Yeah, basically asset class AI, that is a tricky question to deal with because how do you value it? That would be the starting point. Because generally, if you see anything in an assets and liability, it's like good. It can be something like goodwill, which is intangible. But how do you actually, you can either you say, I incurred AI for so much, but then how do you use the useful life? What benefits you derive it? So I don't know, Vinay, can you think of something?
Yeah, okay. I come from a SaaS-based company, right? Every time you do some increment on the development saying that it will generate value. And one of the sessions, okay, I think Madam is here. She said that the CFO should be more of a partner and understand the business case. So let me take that in. Okay, so now as the CFO, I have to convince the auditors. How does it go? There are relevant case laws, you'll have to argue, you have to build your own study. And first of all, before convincing, you have to be convinced that it is correct. Right? For you to be convinced, you have to ask the right questions to the technical team or to the development team to say that this is working or not working and what is the value I'll derive. And when they make a business case, you have to make sure that it goes into their business plan. Now, there's no point in saying that I will increase the revenue by 20% but not put in your plan. So then what happens? You're contradicting yourself. So these are things that goes in to build your case and convince. Will there be challenges? Yes, there will be. Of course, there will be challenges. Any new technology which comes in, anything new that comes in, there will be challenges and case laws that will come in further. Guidelines issued, of course, that happens. But the thing is, we have to be convinced ourselves that it is the right thing to do. Not to forget ethics, right? It should not be something which you know that you are skirting the law. That is also an important factor that you'll have to consider that while you're doing. So SaaS-based, we do a lot of development. We also consider what is maintenance, what is periodic development, or what is actually a new development that goes in. And then we capitalize certain things when we do not capitalize certain things and put it down as a expenditure.
And also AI, you put it as office equipment, plant and machinery. Where do you put them as, right?
Intangible asset.
There's a second question on what waste of time using AI. I remember, my memory is really strong. So, no, but interestingly, it is assumed that you should know your subject matter before you seek help. You'll have to have the basic knowledge in terms of what you are doing. You just can't simply say, I'll go and give it to AI to do it. No, that is not expected. So, and also, any case loss will have some logical explanation behind it. And that is how my friend found out that AI had given a false thing. You can make it out. And also no harm. You have Google. If AI is not working, do a Google search and see if it is. And I don't think any kind of efforts into knowledge is a waste of time. So even I have seen it, I have done so many things which I have reread again and again. You read, it is a knowledge addition. So that is the second part. As for HANA, I think we have enough advertisements, so that will answer it. I don't have to specifically say.
Yeah, I'll just add to what Subhai said. We had this session in the afternoon, right, where I take outsourcing. I file a US tax return. The gentleman was explaining. What he said, we will give it to a article. But the issue is not about giving it to the article. He said that the issue is that if I don't make an effort to know what it is, I will never be able to grow my business, the 3x, 4x, 20x, 100x, right? That's similarly for AI. If you are not knowing what the answer should be, at least what it is, and now you don't do a true up and study yourself, no answer will be perfect. No answer will be perfect because you know ultimately it is your liability what you are going to present, right? So that's some simple underlying logic that you will have to use. You have to understand, ask the right questions. It's not you can ask, okay, please give me a summary of this. Then you have read it and then you compare it with the original document. So there are a lot of things that you have to follow to ensure that the AI gives you the right result that you're looking for. The advantage of the AI is it can do the search, it will help you to save time, and it will also help you to curate whatever it is in the format that you want, which might take a lot more longer time.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I have here one. Yeah. So I'm Shivdas, so I'm a risk manager. So your slide, what can go wrong, caught my attention. Okay, now that so many things are happening in the AI with the legacy systems there and tools picking up the data. I just wanted to know two things specifically. One, from a governance perspective, the AI governance. How much have we moved in that space? I know it's very new, but how much we have moved in that space. Second is, there's a lot of confidentiality and private data, which is sort of sitting in some places. We only need to know we can access in a software. Will AI have access to those by chance or by mistake? Will it come out when you generate these kind of queries or prompts, as we call? So maybe your thoughts on those will be helpful.
No, I think the second part, answering the second part, there are enough legal documents to cover even if AI gets in access to it. But I think the critical point is I don't think anywhere in the world they have still defined what is do's and don'ts of AI, what can be, or the basic, I think somewhere in European region there is a basic draft as to what is not permissible.
On the first question on the legacy systems, right? It is a challenge that we face depending on how the legacy system and the AI can be mapped, right? How the data is gone, what is the learning, how the data is flowing. Because AI, like I said, it's an artificial intelligence. Why the word artificial is because what we have taught, what the data comes in. Going back to the first days of computers, that is garbage in, garbage out. So similarly, AI will also throw in that. Companies are spending quite a lot on AI to enhance their products. Now, if you look at any BI tool, earlier it was just giving you graphs, this thing, but now they are adding an AI engine to it, right? So they are saying that, okay, this is what it is, this is the analytics. Last month it was like this. It will throw up all those metrics that you would generally be looking for. So that becomes an important factor. And whether it can embed into age-old legacy systems, literally, I can say that yes, it will come to a stage where it will be just a plug and play. That's why a lot of these Ps are also investing in AI, right? So they see the future in that. Whether it will work or not, I don't really have an answer for it right now.
It's evolving, yeah, agree, yeah. Thanks.
I think just if I can take 1 minute, I just want to jump on your second question where you said, yes, exactly. So I can talk, I mean, in terms of some of the public accounting firms, right? The word there is caution, right? There is as such till the time there are proper framework and policies. I think one thing which is very clear is client confidentiality is very critical. So before you pass on any client critical data to AI, restrain yourself. Don't pass on client critical data is the general norm. So, and many of the firms have developed chatbots which are within their secure environment, which kind of insulates any confidential client information going out into the public domain, because you don't want at the end of the day somebody else to get access to some confidential data and then accidentally that getting leaked. So I just wanted to bring that point in terms of, especially if you are practicing, you have access to confidential data, it's better not to put it into AI.
Thank you. That's why I suggest that AI CA once you should that course there, because these are things that they are actually teaching. Very important factor on confidentiality and the public domain that is available. Even though you have a subscribed version, some of the AIs actually use that as a machine learning.
Excuse me, sir. Can I take one question, please?
Yeah, the last question, one question more. Last question.
Yeah.
Sorry, I can't see you. Yeah, okay.
I used a simple shortcut. I got some information, but it is not up to date. It is not reliable. What could have gone wrong in that? A project detail I obtained, it is based on whatever the data available in the domain, but the data is not up to date.
No, I think this.
What went wrong? Is it?
If it is Chat GPT kind of a thing, then they are updated till one particular date of time. They are not live till current day.
So if it happens like this for some other AI tool, where we will land up? Is it that if the data is updated to that, and there is a limitation in that, suppose the data for whatever the reason, if I am depending on AI and it is only updated to 2024, for example, then what decisions I take, what procedure I follow will become wrong.
Yeah.
So what is the dependent AIS, how do we depend on AI?
Yeah, so I'll answer this question in a different way, right? Because there's first thing with what we said was AI is only an enabling tool. You should not be relying on it 100%, right?
Okay.
Still in a nascent stage or a little above nascent stage, but it's there. Second is now your exact same problem. Some of the AI tools that are available will also give you the history from what it has searched, the data that it's looked up and what it is. For example, perplexity, etc. They give you that details, where what all it has searched. So it becomes important that you look at it as well. And then the third most important thing is the way you give your prompts, right? The prompts becomes a very, very important thing, that if I just give a single search, right? Please give me this data. Then if you write it like, give me the data, let me when it is updated, give your source what we have gotten. So you get all those answers. So learning how to prompt a AI agent or a AI tool is very, very important.
Great.
Yeah, because you have an option called fact check. So you tell it that, hey, can you do a fact check? Give me the source in one line. So it will give you the source, but you should be smart enough to even to check if the source is authentic or not.
So let us say that we ourselves also have to do lot of homework before you ask a question or you ask for an answer.
Yeah, okay. I'll tell you, sir, when Excel came up with the first macros, I'll tell you 100% what I did would have, a lot of people would have done. We would have taken a calculator, checked everything is correct and done that, right? Yeah. So the same thing is happening with AI also. We do our backup, then we say, okay, we're comfortable. As we get more and more comfortable, reliance increases. So it just goes down on our manual work as well. But starting like a UAT we do for all the software that comes in, everybody will be doing that, and it's advisable to do that.
Yeah, I go with what you said just a few minutes back, that we may have to do our own homework and we should know what we are looking for also. We may not get the answer. I mean, we may not be knowing the answer, but what the answer is expected, and for that requires some kind of preparation from our side before we before we get the answer from AI.
Yeah, AI is a means to end, not the end itself.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for the future forward and deeply practical session to both the speakers. I now invite CA Sri Raksha to present the memento as a token of our heartfelt appreciation. CA Sri Raksha presenting memento to CA Vinay Bhatt and CA Subraya Bhagavat. Thank you.
And finally, to express our heartfelt gratitude for today's enriching sessions, please welcome CA Virupakshappa Tuppat, the Secretary of Bengaluru Branch, SIRC of ICAI, for vote of thanks.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. As we draw the curtains on the 5th edition of the GCC Summit 2025, my heart felt filled with gratitude and inspiration. Over the last 2 days, we have witnessed knowledge, experience, and vision coverage on one stage, shaping how chartered accountants will lead the next wave of global capability centers. Let me begin by extending a heartfelt appreciation to all the eminent speakers, moderators, and industry leaders who shared not just information, but wisdom that will guide us in the years ahead. Our sincere gratitude goes to the group to promote India as the Finance GCC under the DITS WTO Directorate and our leaders in Central Council of ICAI, CA Sanjeev Sanghi, CA Abhay Chached, and our Program Director, CA Madhukar N. Hiregange, whose vision has been the backbone of this summit. Our sincere gratitude also goes to the leaders par excellence in the Regional Council at SIRC, CA Pramod Hegde, the SICASA Chairman, and CA Pampanna BE, who have guided us through the last 2 days. A warm thank you to the Chairman, CA Manjunath Hallur, Vice Chairperson, CA Kavita Parmesh, and the entire Management Committee members for steering this 2 days summit with commitment and passion. We express our deep appreciation to Jyoti Auditorium for offering us this beautiful and inspiring space, and the audiovisual team for their tireless technical support to keep every session smooth and impactful. A special mention of thanks, wonderful Master of Ceremony, Ms. Ashwini, Ms. Mary Asha, and Mr. Anil Bharadwaj for their elegance, clarity, and warmth in guiding us through the event. My heartfelt thanks to the staff of ICAI Bengaluru branch, whose tireless efforts made everything possible, and the staff of the ICAI New Delhi for their valuable support and coordination from the headquarters. And finally, to all the members, delegates, students, industry partners, and guests, your enthusiasm and participation are what brought this summit to life. You are not just an attendees, you are the torchbearers of the new era of opportunity. Allow me to close with a quote befitting to the spirit of the summit. Leadership is not about being in charge. It is about lighting the path so others can race with you. Over these 2 days, we did not just discuss GCC. We ignited a movement, a mindset, and a mission for chartered accountants to raise as a global leaders. On behalf of the Bangalore branch of ICI, thank you all for making the GCC Summit 2025 a truly memorable and transformative experience. Wishing you all a good health, success, and safe travels. I also request now. I also thank for providing us a delicious food both the days, Pi Vista team. And so I request the MOCs to be on the stage to receive our mementos. I request our Vice Chairperson, CA Kavita Parmesh, to come on the dais to present the mementos. Post this, I request all the management committee members and the central council member to be on the dais for the photograph. And also the GCC core committee members, if at all they are available. Yeah, please come on the dais. Let's take the final group photo. Ravichandran sir. Ravichandran sir, please come. Mysore chairman. Yeah. Oh, we'll take this picture and give the committee. Let them. Don't wait for them. Are you interested in taking this? Yesterday morning only you should have taken it. Is photographer ready? Committee members ready? Core team ready? Kavita madam, please. Hey, Bhari. The driver, we are all conductors. Hey, come. Yeah, now I request Madhukar sir to present mementos to the management committee members. I thank the photographers team as well. I missed it out. Sorry for that. Committee members, please stand in line. Make a queue, please.
Thank the secretary for
That's only CP can do. Vinod Garg. Garg. Next yarda. You have to tell me no the names. Ad name yarda ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕಪ್ಪ ನಾನು. Next ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು. Kavita Paramesh, the vice chairman of Bangalore branch, the dynamic branch, and the dynamic leader too. Next. Next, Sriraksha, the youngest women member of the Bangalore branch. No, committee, MC committee. The next year. Chandra Prakash Jain, please. Once more. Nanda. Okay.
Next, we have the Secretary of ICI Bengaluru branch, Mr. Tuppad Virupakshappa. A very big thank you for all the support and guidance. Thank you.
The chairman? ಮಂಜುನಾಥ್ ಹೇಳೋರಿಲ್ವಾ ಸರ್ ಚೇರ್ಮನ್ ಒಂದು ಇರ್ಬೇಕು ಸರ್ ಸರ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಫೋಟೋ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಇರ್ಲಿ
Now the man behind the show, Manjunath Hallur, is on the stage.
The chairman of ICI Bengaluru branch.
Thank you, Madhukar sir, for doing the honors. Thank you, everyone.